Every stylish guy knows what takes an outfit from good to great is the attention to detail. And nothing completes a look like the right belt. You know what ruins a great outfit fast? A worn out belt that doesn't fit right. Most guys are still rocking belts with stretched out holes that either pinch your waist or sag and throw off the whole look. That's why I'm excited to partner with today's sponsor, Anson Belt & Buckle. This family-run company has been around since 2009 and they've completely reimagined how belts should work. Instead of holes, Anson Belt uses a micro-adjustable track system with quarter-inch increments. That means you get the perfect fit every single time. And once you feel that kind of comfort and precision, you'll never want to wear a traditional belt again. The best part, you can mix and match every buckle with any strap. One box set gives you 9 different belt combos, so you'll get to maximize versatility with way less clutter in your closet. But this isn't just about style, it's about feeling more comfortable, more confident, and more put together every time you get dressed. Anson Belt moves with you, so whether you're sitting, standing, or on the go, you're always comfortable and always looking sharp. I've been wearing mine nonstop, and honestly, it's the best belt I've ever owned. Once you try it, you will see exactly what I mean. You won't go back. And here's why you can trust them. They're still proudly family-owned. They've earned over 40,000 5-star reviews, and every belt is backed by a lifetime guarantee on functionality. They stand behind every product they make, and once you try one, you'll understand why. And because Anson Belt & Buckle is sponsoring today's video, when you click the link in the description or scan this QR code to build a box set, you'll get 2 bonus pieces, a buckle and a strap completely free. That's 3 buckles and 3 straps, which you can mix and match into 9 unique belt combos all in one box. It's an exclusive deal you won't get anywhere else, so click the link, build your set, and upgrade your belt game today. It's go time. What's going on, family? How you doing? Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Let me go ahead and introduce the crew. We got Miss Pearl, DJ Hemp, Jasmine, True Table, DJ Labanita, Marcus is in the bag, Dr. Lady Yo, Kia, Bo, Trigger Mike, me myself from Lapeef JR. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. What's going on, family? What's going on? How y'all doing?
Yo, what's poppin'?
How y'all doing? It's always just maybe 2 woke folks. Y'all gonna be woke tonight or y'all gonna be dead? Maybe I shouldn't have said that.
Now we live.
Yeah, okay. All right, just trying to make sure. Like your head, Dr. Lady O. I see you. She ain't paying no attention. Dr. Lady O. Oh, okay, you can hear me? All right, just want to make sure you was there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You gotta watch them folks like Dr. Lady O. She be listening. Don't let her fool you now. It's good to see you guys, man. Glad you guys are in attendance. We got an excellent show here for you guys. If you guys haven't already, hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Shout out to the sponsor, Anson Belt & Company. That link is pinned to the top of the chat as well as in the description. It makes an excellent gift. Fathers, husbands, sons, brothers, any males, uncles, even strangers on the street. If you see them boys with their pants sagging, get them an Anson Belt. Let them rock it in style.
Mm-hmm.
If you're catching this on the replay, hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. What's going on, Will Quinn? This might be risky, is in the chat as well. Bakerman, Angela Swift, Swagger Row, if I said that correctly. Dale Matthew, Tony Robinson, Wing Goddess. What's going on, man? I know you got pulled up with us yesterday. What else we got? Bakerman, Ronalds, Green Gang. Trev is in the chat. What's going on, Trev? Yeah, good to see you guys. So the news is still trending. We're going to carry the conversation. I know we was male dominant yesterday, but we got some ladies to chime in on this very important discussion. To some, others, they don't care. They don't care about what's going on one way or another. It don't make us break, as they say, it's not our fight. But we are going to dive into it today. Again, I'm looking forward to this discussion. Y'all ready?
Sure.
All right, let's make sure we not talk over each other because it is bad for the audience. So we are having a debate. Let them 2 folks have it. And if you disagree, let them finish. Take some notes. And if you are long-winded, make sure that you try to keep it within like a minute and 50 seconds, 2 minutes max. Then that way the anxious person can get in. They won't feel left out and eager to cut you off. Those are the rules of engagement for this evening. So you guys are familiar with the story. Is anybody who is not familiar with the story about Charlie Kirk? Anybody? I know yesterday we asked this question. Did you guys even know who he was prior to any of this activity? Everybody knew? I knew you know, Kia. Like you know, Bo. Most folks. Okay. Pearl, you know? I didn't know you was into politics like that. Your camera kind of fuzzy. What's going on? Might not be the camera, might be the it's not the camera. I think it's I'm not trying to play. You might gotta go back out and come back in. I don't know, you usually look brighter than that. So go ahead and go back out and come back in. We'll go ahead and install till you get back. All right. What that hat say? Trigger Mike, what's that? Dad game?
Yep.
Okay. That's how you know when you're over 40 right there.
Almost there. Almost there.
Oh, my bad. You get it close there. Yeah, you start wearing dad clothing, dad hats, fantastic dad of the year. I hear you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let me go ahead and get this video queued up. Hopefully she'll be in shortly. Where are we? Why y'all so quiet?
You know, you about to cue a video of it.
I'm waiting on Miss Pearl. I'm just stalling to Miss Pearl.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm just stalling. I'm not even sure if that even downloads a video I just seen that just dropped. So make sure I get in. There she go right there. All right. It's better. It's doable. We're trying to make it work. All right. So again, hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. There it is right there. Okay, let me see. Video. JD, all downloads. Okay, here we go. So this video just dropped. They actually just bought the body of Charlie. And so JD Vance was escorting the body. That's the video. Charlie Kirk and escorted back, and he was escorted by JD Vance. I ain't got to play the whole thing, but he was brought back. This topic has been discussed around the internet everywhere. Jobs, schools, friends, families. Everybody knows about this, if I'm not mistaken. Some folks, if you're just not in touch, then you may not know about it, but we seem to be divided. There's a lot of rhetoric going on as far as it's not our fight. Some folks think that is important. It doesn't, regardless of what his viewpoints were, he is still a human, a dad, a father, a husband at the end of the day. I'm going to play a video from Amanda Seals, and she has a lot of support surrounding this. So we're going to go ahead and open it up with this video, and then we'll go ahead and start this dialogue.
You can't have empathy for someone like Charlie Kirk. First of all, Charlie Kirk don't believe in empathy. He said it's a bad thing. He said it's some new age made up shit. He also said people got to be sacrificed in order to protect guns. If he was saying that while fighting for reparations, I may have a little bit of empathy. But this white on white violence, he died? Damn, B. Life comes at you fast. I can't have empathy for someone like Charlie Kirk because I cannot be in his shoes. I have no frame of reference for that. I have no cognizance for that. there literally is nothing about his existence that I can relate to. So I don't have any empathy because I have no connectivity. I have more connectivity to someone who is a complete stranger that dies of a drug overdose than I do to someone like Charlie Kirk, because life is hard. And I understand that, because it takes very little for someone to end up committing themselves to an existence of numbness. I understand that. That man got murdered at 31 at a college event in the middle of a sentence, talking about black gangs. What a way to go. Oh, Chanel. He was actually taken out by an old white man in one of the whitest, whitery, witty white states in existence. He didn't get murked in Watts now. They took him out in Utah. They said Lady Oleana. I want you to know it was us. Ain't no way it was a black man that took that man out. Not no Utah. Right as that bullet hit him, that man was in the middle of talking shit about gangs. White on white crime.
Go ahead and stop it there, man. Let me go ahead and get you guys' thoughts. Got any empathy for him? Obviously, Amanda Seales doesn't care about what happened to Charlie Kirk. But how you guys feeling about it? I'm going to go ahead and start with you first, Dr. Ladio.
She don't want to touch it. She like me?
Yeah, how you gonna put me first?
Well, I haven't heard nothing from you in a while, man. I thought, why not go ahead and let the young lady go first?
Well, I mean, I just caught on to all this stuff, of course, things that he said and stuff. I don't really keep up with Republicans like that, but I mean, it's messed up the way he went out. You know, as I hear more and more things that he said and did. I mean, to be honest with you, it happened in front of his wife and kids. So I do have empathy for that, because they had to witness that. But I mean, it wasn't one of us that unalived them. So that's what I have to say about that for now. But yeah, I'm still trying to catch up on this story, to be honest with you. So
okay.
But I don't think he should be. I mean, his political views I heard about all the other stuff recently, and no, I mean, that shouldn't be a reason nobody should take you out. I mean, that's your view. So, you know, but yeah, so I'll let everybody else talk on that.
All right. Go ahead, Kia. How you feeling, man? I know this is a very important topic to you.
Okay. So my condolences to his family and to everyone that was there, because to hear shots out and everyone's running away is very scary, especially how often mass shootings are happening. I don't think that making fun of his death is okay, but I don't think that we should expect sympathy or empathy from people. He said some very inflammatory and provocative things about marginalized groups of people. And when I give an opinion about something, like let's say homophobic, I have maybe 1,000 followers. It's not going to be as influential as someone who is directly involved in politics and has a large amount of money involved having an opinion like Black women's brains are smaller than white people, or if I see a Black pilot, I'm gonna be concerned and hope that person is qualified. That's not just a difference of opinion. That's political. That's politically violent. To have those types of opinions about people. or to say, to call someone the C slur, to call an Asian man the C slur, that's political violence. And it's encouraging other people to also have those same political takes. To have a theory like the Great Erasure, that is political violence. And I'm not saying that he deserved to die, but Amanda Seales is right. Even though I don't agree with a lot of her politics, she's right. He did say that he believed that empathy was a new age thing. He did say that the price that we have to pay for gun control is some people are going to die due to guns. And he was so right that within hours of his own shooting in Utah, 3 people died in Denver, Colorado of a mass shooting, and over 70 children in Gaza died yesterday. So also it was my birthday. But so it's sad, but I don't think people should celebrate, but I don't think people should I don't think people not having empathy for it, I don't think it's upset. He had a family. Everyone has a family. So rest in peace to him. It's sad, and my heart goes out to his family.
Okay, yeah. After this, we going to DJ Hemp, Trigger Mike, and then Miss Pearl. So and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, and JR's question was like, how do we feel about it? Like, I'm pretty desensitized overall, in terms of this. I think that just seeing him get shot the way in which he did, you can be taken aback by that 100%. I just wonder more so, Marcus, like, what's the goal of the people who are talking about smoking on the Charlie pack and all that? Like, what is the goal of those people? Because Famous and Infamous has very similar results. And so when you're talking like that, you actually furthering whatever he did say. So if you're trying to help his message, by all means, keep speaking out in that manner, but it doesn't have the effect in which we think it has. So that's kind of one thing I'm trying to analyze. Like, what do you really? I wouldn't even play my cards. You know what I'm saying? I'm keep it quiet. You know what I'm saying? And let it marinate how it's supposed to marinate. Now you're gonna have copycats. You're gonna have people that want to outdo him, right? And then now you got people on the fence, right? That maybe want to avenge him, and then all they see is what is in their algorithm. Black people talking shit about him, and then what happened? So now for me, it's more on high alert now, right? Walking through daily life. There's a fever pitch for me, you know what I mean? With my kids, my wife, and all that. Like, so my 2 older daughters, I had to drop them off back and forth to school now, at least for a couple weeks, just to make sure everything copacetic. Because you don't know what people are willing to do, right? People try to go down in history for a multiplicity of reasons. And now you got the vice president walking them out. This shit ain't going to go how we think it's going to go. It's not a joke in time, in my opinion. Mike? Yeah. What's up, everybody? Good evening. Just piggybacking off what Ham said, I'm 100% in lockstep with that. I personally believe that this was the perfect time for Black people to shut the hell up and let them have that. We ain't had to say nothing. The only thing that I was worried, I was like, what's the race of the shooter? You're not Black, they in Utah, just like she said, let them have this one. So just like he said, now everybody on high alert. I had to spend all day looking at disgusting messages because people want to poke fun at that. I went to the gun range earlier to test fire something I was building. Shit was packed. It's Thursday. It's never packed like that. I wonder why, right? So the interesting thing is that people are not really understanding that 3 HBCUs got locked down because of threats. That is the extreme. Just like DJ Hemp said, those are the bad actors, the extremists that have been waiting, chomping at the bit for an excuse to say, yeah, we heard that shit. Y'all was talking. And I keep telling y'all, my name might be Trigger Mike. I'm not going to help y'all fight no race war. We already lost. We outnumbered. This was the perfect time to just say nothing. It literally had nothing to do with us. And all of that smoke on the Charlie pack. I'm glad you literally could keep that to yourself and be like, he out of here. If you really have those type of feelings about it, say nothing, because it doesn't help you one way, or the other. And then you making your people a target unnecessarily. And I'll just say this. What you mean you ain't gonna fight though? You Trigger Mike.
I know. No. I already got my house in Panama. I'm out. That shit. Listen, let me just say this. The reason I get so confused when these things happen is because of what has historically happened to Black people in this very country. And I noticed throughout history, from MLK, from Medgar Evers, all these people in history, Thurgood Marshall, they resonated so deeply with people and even in the movement because they had the moral authority when they spoke. And every time I see people comment in the way they do on white, or, if somebody dies and showing a lack of sympathy, empathy is not the word to use, showing the lack of sympathy for that cause and any effect, we lose moral authority every time. Now it's just a tit for tat. And like I said, we're going to lose. But my mic is muted for now.
It was 7 HBCUs.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
It's on Miss Pearl. And then Bo, did you go? Then Jasmine, I go after her. Kid, you went already? Yeah, so Miss Pearl, Bo, Jasmine, I go after her. Oh, and DJ Labini, you can jump before me.
For me, I honestly, when I saw the headline that he was killed, my initial response was, damn, that's horrible. And I left it at that. I saw the podcast from a few of you guys yesterday. So I was catching some really great points, just trying to fill in. Like, I was already familiar with him. Was I a follower and like watched everything that he said and he did? I did not. There were some incidents where I saw him where some points were agreeable. But at the end of the day, he was just a person to me yesterday who was killed. And if anything I took away from it, I just felt like it's even more scary now that people feel so entitled that they could wake up in the morning and come find where you are and kill you because of what you believe in. I'm not going to go back and forth with nobody about what he said, what he didn't say. I'm not trying to justify his death. I'm not looking at videos they shouldn't. I'm not doing any of that. He was just a person who was killed. The point of that I want to make is that, like I said, regardless of his freedom of speech or what he was saying, it's the point that somebody felt that confident to go kill him. Just that comfortable. And then you have people that come right behind supporting that part. So there's always going to be something and somebody that triggers you and makes you not want to hear what they're saying, or you may think their rhetoric is intolerable or what may have you. But at the end of the day, you just feel like you can hurt somebody because of what they think and what they believe. I mean, I feel like we as Black people, we should be tired of that. I don't think we should be nowhere with flags saying woo woo. But this gonna be a conversation that's gonna keep going forever and ever. Everybody gonna have their own opinions, just like they always do, looking for something to be right, looking for something to be wrong. I'm gonna land my plane and just say he was a father, he was somebody's son, and he's gone. Like he was a human, regardless of the rhetoric. So I'll land it there.
Yeah. So personally, let me just say for the record, I do not believe that anyone should be taken away from this earth due to unnecessary violence. That being said, I think that this is a case of you live by the sword, you die by the sword. This was his whole rhetoric. Like honestly, thoughts and prayers is all I got. And honestly, not for him, but for his family. Because, they should not have seen that. But again, this is who your father is. This is who you're married to. Things happen. And that man's words hurt a lot of people. That man's words to marginalized groups meaning anybody that is not white. It hurt a lot of people. It was unfair. And so if you go around and you just say what you want to say, do what you want to do for the empowerment and the betterment of your people, whatever happens, happens. I don't know what to tell you. It is what it is to me. I'm not celebrating it. I'm not happy about it. I honestly just don't care. I've not spoken on it other than being here. I don't have anything to say about it because I have zero feelings about him. I have zero feelings about anybody connected to him. They mean absolutely nothing to me. So I didn't want the harmful nature of him and what he was trying to do for his people that affects everyone else negatively. I didn't want that. And so he's gone now. What's for dinner? Is all I can say.
Same God. You don't serve the same God as me anytime you can get online and celebrate the death of a man who gave his unsolicited opinion just like you do. To fix your mouth and make jokes about this man losing his life, this man was a husband, this man was a father. But to sit up and laugh and make jokes about it when you do exactly the same thing that he does, which is give your unsolicited opinion that nobody asked you for, there's somebody out there that don't like you either. There's somebody out there that don't like your opinions. There's somebody out there who would do the very same thing to you. So to sit up and laugh at somebody who only gave their opinion regardless of if you agree with it or not, thinking that it's okay for somebody to take that person's life and sit up and laugh about that, you don't serve the same God that I serve. A lot of y'all wonder why y'all life is so messed up and why you have the problems that you have. It's because you ain't got no God in you. You don't serve a higher power, and it shows. A lot of y'all are demonic. You have some evil spirits. I never listened to Charlie Kirk like that. I would see his stuff come across my timeline every now and then with his controversial takes, but I've never seen anything that he's personally done to justify somebody doing this to him. There's nothing to justify doing this to this man, regardless if you agree with his opinion or not. My prayers go out to his family. This is just a messed up situation, but it goes to show you just how far people will go when they don't like what you're saying.
I got a question, Marcus, if you don't mind. Like, how far does the apathy go about not caring when people are speaking out for the people that they have a liking to, right? Like his people, like you said. So is it okay to be apathetic when they killed Martin, Medgar, and Malcolm? Is that the same principle? Does the standard change?
So you asking me specifically? If,
well, I was asking you for the floor to
I'll
ask the question more so. Yeah, you could definitely ask. Because I don't care about Charlie Kirk, right? It's inconsequential. Right. But I'm just asking about you play stupid games, you get stupid prizes, you talk your shit, a nigga could clap you for that, right? And so when is the clapping okay, right? So Malcolm got clapped, Medgar got clapped, Martin got clapped, you know what I'm saying? Hampton got clapped, right? Because they were speaking up for their people. And so the apathy is what it is. Is this how this principle works?
Well, for me, they shoot Fred Hampton grave up regularly still.
Mm-hmm.
When George Floyd died, Buddy said after the coroner report came out that it was a fentanyl overdose. Mm-hmm. After the testimony, they said it was a fentanyl overdose. Yeah, I don't got no empathy at all in his words. So I'm gonna do him a favor and do what he asks, to have no empathy. Anybody that spend their time maligning or painting narratives about my community, and this is regardless of race. Yeah. So if you spend your time attacking Black Americans and you get smoked, shit, I'm gonna blow that pack. It is what it is, Joe. Mm-hmm. Like that. And if it come to something, it come to something. I can't live my life in fear. Yeah. So I'm prepared for what I'm prepared for, and if I ain't, then so be it. But I get what you're saying about playing your cards to your chest. Believe me, I understand that concept. Very, 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 very. Yeah. But I can't pretend like Like I didn't see this man making his purpose to incite young YT man to have a feeling specifically towards our community. And then he was trying to make a little slick jab about gang violence being mass shootings right before he got popped. Like he died literally with our name in his mouth. Like, so I don't got no empathy or sympathy for that, bro. You get what you get.
Yeah.
You get what you get.
I think empathy is continuously being expected from us, from Black people specifically. Our empathy, our mobilization behind any political movement there is, we have to stand behind this movement. It's like, well, why are y'all acting this way? And I get it, but this like respectability politics, it makes us look bad, or that doesn't matter. Like they used to eat us. Like they don't like our behavior is not gonna impact like how like they feel about us. If they don't respect us, they're just not going to. Like him and his following believe that our brains, which has been disproven by science, they believe that our brains were smaller, right? And that it's ridiculous. And I'm not saying that, of course, he didn't deserve to die for his political opinion, but we don't know if that's why he died. I have, you know, your For You page is curated to you. So I have a TikTok account where I have mostly like conservative things to see, like, what are people thinking, you know? And they think their theory is that, you know, Charlie Kirk was like, you know, heavily supported by Trump and the right. And he wanted that, he started speaking out about the Epstein files. This is their theory. I don't know if this is the case. We don't know. But their theory, what's trending over there is they're saying that he kept asking for the Epstein files and he thinks they popped them. Like that's what they think. So it's like, we don't know if he died for his opinion. We don't know if this shooter had a personal vendetta against, like, we genuinely don't know if he died because of his opinion. We don't know.
Perception.
And I want to point one more thing out, just real quick. I was listening to what you said earlier, Trigger Mike, that you went to the gun range and they was preparing, and that if it's a our war, then you're not gonna help us, right? That's what it is. What threw me off about that statement is when none of us involved in doing nothing to him. So if you see them getting mad at people like the little George Floyd memes they got online and all the ignorant stuff they did in regards to our community, if you see them doing that, and they first thought they'd get the person who shot him and go get revenge on that community, and it come to ours, that's just what they wanted to do anyway. And no amount of begging and trying to be sympathetic gonna change that. If that's in them people's heart, that's in their heart. You just gotta accept it.
There's what do you call it? I think there's several sectors, right? So that's why we said the bad actors, right? There's people that's just talking, and then there's the extremists on both sides that wait for opportunities to do crazy stuff. Now, my question is, like, when did we get like this? Because I'm not trying to gaslight y'all, Kia or Marcus, but you know, I grew up with Black Americans, right? So I can remember, like, in the 90s, right? We play basketball every day. One of the things I learned on the basketball court is that talk is cheap. We talk a lot of trash. You know what I mean? Jade in your face, all that type of stuff. And if it's really getting bad, if the contention is getting bad and you ball up your fist because somebody dunk on you, whatever, you look at that person and you say, do something. It ain't really a problem till you do something to somebody. Until you swing, now we really got a problem. When did talking, like, I don't expect anybody to receive the message and some of the divisive rhetoric from Charlie Kirk well, if you Black, but this is what I consider to be racist. So I'm just going to level set here. Charlie Kirk ain't did a damn thing. He did nothing. He talked a lot of shit. I give y'all that. He did nothing. So let me put into perspective what I believe like a racist is that would invoke this type of reaction. Margaret Sanger was a racist. She plotted to put Planned Parenthood in Black neighborhoods, which is why Black people never reach above 13% of the U.S. population. She did some shit. J. Edgar Hoover did some shit, right? Those are the people that I expect to invoke this type of response. Charlie Kirk was just talking shit, right? And I'm intelligent enough. Hold on, Kia, I'm listening to you speak. Marcus, I know you intelligent enough. I'm intelligent enough to articulate my point back to him without violence. That's where I'm coming from with it.
But my point is, we didn't respond with violence. This literally, like at the core, has absolutely nothing to do with us. So no matter how, what using your example about, we can articulate, if they feel a way about the words, then they should use words to respond. Like, I don't understand why we ain't use this time to address white on white violence, because this seems like a prime example to talk about the political field and how it's heightening up, and that he just popped in front of the wife and kids. I think when you address white on white violence, then we can look at the sphere in which that happened to the wife and the child, to see that happening. And I think that it's, somebody needs to do something about this white on white violence, because it's been plaguing the political arena for too long. They just popped some of the Democrats. It's several instances. They've been trading pop shots at a high level, and these people got access to a whole lot of we're not talking about regular people on the street. We're talking about political affiliates with police connections, CIA connections, federal. They could be doing literally anything. This white on white violence has to stop. This has to stop. And I'm appalled you didn't bring it up. As much as you love to address intercommunal violence, why are you not addressing this white on white violence, Trigger Mike?
Because they the ones with all the guns. So I think one of the interesting things about this is that we have not put ourselves in a position to really have an opinion about it. He who has the goal make the rules. You know what I mean? If this is high level political violence, you know what I mean? And this is such an appalling thing because of the following of this man. Like, we keep saying murder. This man was assassinated. Just like somebody said, what other high level person with a following has been assassinated within our lifetime? Like,
he a social media influencer. He not a
no. So
he has his hand
let me
in a lot
hold
of
on.
things politically.
I'm sorry, Kia. Let me do this.
Yeah, but I'm saying
let me say this real quick, just to level set this. Charlie Kirk was not just a media influencer, bro. He was the point person for Donald Trump.
For Turning Point US.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is that this is how influential he was. Donald Trump won the popular vote in 2024. That was almost impossible. And he did it because of young conservative white men converting over to his cause because of young men like Charlie Kirk. That's how influential he was.
Mike, I think people having certain opinions can incite violence. Like, I understand what you're saying, like on the basketball court, talk is cheap, but it's not. Like, words do hurt. And if your words are violent or in encouraging other people to commit violence, then you do. I mean, even in Christianity, you cannot provoke another person to, you cannot anger another person, even if it's just with your words. That's a sin. If it's a sin for you to provoke someone else to sin. So you are just as guilty if I tell you to go commit some type of fraud and you go do it. I am an accomplice to that because I agreed for you to do it, even though all I did was talk, even though all I did was say it. It's still just as violent.
What did he say?
I can answer this for her. There's a religious leader that he prays for a whole month. It's like McClark, something, MC something. So this guy was a very devout Protestant, right? McLean. You know what I'm about to say then, right? And he believed that we are Canaanites, black Americans and blacks in general are Canaanites, and we were supposed to be enslaved. It was divinity of God. So he praised this man effectively for a whole month. And his main ideology that he was known for was that we supposed to be enslaved. You really care about this man, knowing that's what he advocated for. That was his hero.
I don't care about Charlie Kirk. I'm saying that I'm objective enough to have an objective conversation about it. So Kia, this is what I'm asking you. What did Charlie Kirk say? I'm asking for education. I sit here, I work from home. I sit right here and work all day. I watch a lot of his clips. Like, we get a lot of the short form video. So it's clickbait. So I click and I'll listen to the whole 4-hour thing of him at a university, right? So I need to know, what did he say? I guess you're talking about dog whistling. Did he make any actual attempts to say, go do something to these people? Like, where did you hear that in his speech?
So me and Charlie Kirk, I don't know him personally. I started debate when I was in 8th grade, and Charlie Kirk has been a public figure in the debate scene for over 15 years. So this has been since I was a freshman in high school. So men like Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro, I would watch their stuff because these were considered the great new debaters. Mm-hmm. Charlie Kirk has said things like the Civil Rights Act was one of the worst mistakes that we've made in history, in American history. I have some quotes pulled up of his. Sorry, I don't have my glasses today, y'all. I broke them. Give me 1 second.
So he said the civil rights was the worst mistake, and that ties back to the
Civil Rights Act was the worst mistake that we've ever made. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that ties back to that the religious context. Then he said Martin Luther King was okay. You got it. Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. He also said that Black people were the best time for Black people was in the 1940s. The best time for Black people was during Jim Crow. Okay. That is violence. That is violence. Saying that a group of people is only productive when they are subjugated, that is violence.
Were Black people subjugated in 1940?
During Jim Crow?
Subjugated. Do you know that the word that you're using?
Yes, I do.
Were they still enslaved in 1940?
Plenty of Black people were still enslaved in 1940, yes.
Okay, I mean generally, like Jim Crow is not associated with slavery per se. It's a group of laws to
maybe subjugation
suppress the prominence of Black people.
The wrong word.
Maybe subjugation wasn't the right word. Oppressed, I'll say.
Okay, yeah, fair. I mean, all of that is fair, right? Now, what I'm saying is that Charlie
is
Kirk,
that not violent?
No, that's why I'm like, that's not violent. Contextually, that's not violent. I told you all this man did was talk. Hold on. That's not violent.
Mike, but I need to interject because your question is loaded, because you know that the answer, she's not going to be able to find something that specifically says go out and harm people, right?
Yeah,
but
I understand.
There's ideas that get put in people's heads, right? That put a battery in their back and then they start to act foolishly, right? Also, It doesn't make sense what you're saying about words shouldn't do X, Y, and Z. We know words hurt and people get punished because words are the first thing that people open up with before hands start flying, right?
Yeah.
This is Sparta. You remember when he got kicked down the hole? Because the messenger was responsible for any message he conveyed in Sparta. It didn't work in other like it did in other countries. So you had to pay for that. So we know that happens, right?
So I mean, the way I'm looking at it is, the dude been doing this since he was 18. Ain't shit happened yet from his words. He's extremely divisive like that, right? He's not one of the people that I look at. He wouldn't even be somebody that I look at like that.
But Mike, take this walk with me. What's the key word you just used?
Yet.
And then the D word. Pause, just in case.
Yeah, I'll refresh my memory.
Divisive, right? So what happens when you cause division amongst people? Right now they're pitted against each other, hence divisive.
Absolutely.
So what I'm just saying, I understand, I catch your drift, but you know that we're not going to find something emphatically that says go out and hurt people.
No, not only are you right,
not only are you right
to do things. You're right, and this is the issue that I take with it.
Sure.
I don't think Charlie Kirk was any more racist than I am.
Oh, he
you see what I'm saying?
To me, sure.
What I'm saying is that any dog whistle that he has said, I've said the same shit about white people. I've seen people on panels say that we should do the same shit to white people.
Or you know why this is
these
Hey Marcus, real quick, because Jazz, I don't know if Jazz or True Talk yet. I just don't want to.
Yeah, I just got off the phone with JR. I was supposed to go. Hold on, I was supposed to go to True.
You got in trouble? You got in trouble.
You the reason. This is DJ Hamp fault. Because I was sitting here quietly listening, minding my merry little business, and then you had the pose. And if anybody has ever watched the show, they know exactly what my triggers are when it comes to any of the issues. You talk about relationships, oh, it's all good. You talk about women, they ain't that bad. You talk about racism, burn it all down. You know that's my ideology. You already there is not a one person confused about that about me. Even Trigger Mike knows. I'm trying to go ahead, True. My fault. And then Jasmine. And then
put me on the list. Put me on the list. Go ahead.
True, you on mute.
We can't hear you, bro.
My fault. I said, yeah, I was trying to be educated amongst what you guys are sharing, because I share the same sentiment across the board like you guys. This gentleman, unfortunately, was no value set to me personally. I have caught some of his rhetoric and commentary. Doesn't move the needle in my personal life, so I didn't really care. The nature of how he died, I do think is a little bit aggressive for the fact that we are at a state of affairs where people have an opinion, and because technology has allowed now for that opinion to spread rapidly, that invokes violence, or potentially can invoke violence, whichever. So I'm saddened by the human life factor of that he lost his life in the manner. But what I'm seeing even currently on this panel is, when do we as the community fortify ourselves enough to not care about words moving our overall agenda and our stance in society? And I think Trigger touched on it. We ain't built crap to respect yet currently. And I'm saying it from the standpoint of, there's a lot of problems that we still need to fix, but we're concerned about the opinion of one man, and then giving him, in my opinion, more power than he may have. I don't think what he has shared can really move the overall outlook of people and how they view us. I think how we view us is more important, as well as what we decide to participate in. And I don't get the sensitivity part of what he may think about marginalized groups, Black folks, whichever. It really honestly shouldn't matter. Opinions amongst the opposing demographic seem to give more weight in our talks, and I don't know why. If they don't like Black folks, so what?
Yeah.
I don't get it. And so, but I'll land there.
Real quick.
Go to Jasmine, and then we pick it up, because you got it, Jasmine.
You're fine. I'm gonna get out your way real fast, because, like I said, I didn't know who Charlie Kirk was until yesterday, so I don't have much of a dog in that fight either. I don't follow politics, and I'm not one of those people that like gets on a soapbox and speak on pretty much anything. Like, I have my beliefs, I have my things I stand for, and I just kind of talk amongst my family. And I have a lot of friends and stuff that are very outspoken in the Black community, and they like stand up for things, and I see them around and stuff, like even where there's protests and riots and things happening places. My only advice to them is always like, please armor yourself, like put on, bulletproof vests, helmets, whatever you need to like cover yourself, because there are people out here that don't like what you're saying. They don't like what you're talking about. And whether we all have opinions and whatnot, some people, like I said, will take it into their own hands and think that they can just kill somebody. So I don't want to ever see that happen to somebody I'm close to. Rest in peace to his family. I mean, my sympathies to his family, because I don't know, like I said, him personally, but I don't want to see that happen to somebody that I'm close to, that is out here speaking out against things and saying things that could ruffle feathers of another community. So I just want them to protect themselves, especially
Armed
now, because there's a
citizenry
lot
comes with a price. And that is part of liberty.
Wow.
Driving comes with a price. 50,000 people die on the road every year.
Wow.
That's a price. You get rid of driving, you'd have 50,000 less auto fatalities. But we have decided that the benefit of driving, speed, accessibility, mobility, having products, services, is worth the cost of 50,000 people dying on the road.
Wow.
So we need to be very clear that you're not going to get gun deaths to zero. It will not happen.
Right.
You can significantly reduce them through having more fathers in the home,
Yes.
by having more armed guards in front of schools.
Yes.
We should have an honest and clear reductionist view of gun violence, but we should not have a utopian one. You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. Wow. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year. so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational. Nobody talks like this. They live in a complete alternate universe.
Who disagrees with that?
I
I
completely
agree with that,
disagree.
actually.
I
Okay,
completely disagree.
I'm interested in hearing the people who disagree.
One, the percentage of people that die by car accidents is nowhere near the percentage of people that die by guns. And not only that, what people are not, most people, especially leftists, liberals, on the other hand, that's a different thing, but most leftists are not anti-guns or anti-Second Amendment. We just want gun control, right? Like, usually,
Probably a lot of them.
well, we don't have any statistics on that. So it's not,
Well,
you
hold on,
can't substantiate a claim by
how
making
many?
up a problem that
Well,
doesn't exist.
how many mass shootings are?
The mass
The
shooters
majority. Is it 4 or more?
can't accept harder penalties on lifted trucks. So we say,
Because of the subject matter?
No, I'm not going.
That out there. I go to fucking war. And a lot of people in the fucking room is trying to tell us that we need to go and flail our arms against all these fucking white people. You know how y'all know. Listen, white culture is much more tactically trained than we are.
Yeah,
I know Trigger Mike is a
I agree with you on that.
He's not the average. He's not the average, right? These people do that culture inside of their culture. There is a subgroup that just do that, right? White people, like we got this thing in our community called, like, when we say, like, oh, you play with guns, like, and that just mean that you active, right? That mean that you a shooter. We literally play with guns. We pick them up. We don't know shit about them. But we make it happen, right?
Are you saying that is it fear?
I'm sorry.
Both of them.
Are you just articulating fear because you know we're gonna lose?
No. I'm not articulating. I'm articulating why it's not a good decision.
No, yeah, that I was like, I'm never gonna align with.
Walker said if it pop off, what y'all gonna do? He ain't ask about if we're gonna be prepared if we're gonna lose. He's saying if it go left, you going right or you going left?
I got you. So this is the context. If the context is what's going on right now, I ain't started. That's the problem. Just like Dope Daddy said, pause. Just like he said, the people
it's
that's
okay. You
making
can say daddy to another man.
the people that's making the most noise, they're gonna flee from the front lines. They not really about this. They just talking trash. Like literally, oh y'all come see me. Yo, when they see these people come out with chest plates on, with with vests on, like, yeah, we ready. They fleeing.
They not really ain't gonna go how people think it's gonna go. That Rambo shit ain't real. They're gonna find out.
I think this head is back.
Yeah.
So what you just said reminded me of this MLK quote. We know through our painful experience that freedom is never voluntarily given by the oppressor. It must be demanded by the oppressed. And also, Shakespeare has a quote that says, out of this nettle, we pluck this flower, safety. Out of this nettle of danger, we pluck this flower, safety, to know that all safety is an illusion. So if there is a race war or war on human rights, death is not a choice. It's going to happen. Mm-hmm. And even if you lose, even if you think that you're going to lose, you should. Well, I can't tell you what you should do, but I think it's what are you gonna do? Are you gonna lay down and die, or are you like our ancestors? Some people chose to jump off because they said, I'm not gonna be subjugated. That's the perfect time to use that word. I'm not gonna be subjugated. I'm not gonna, allow this thing to happen. And it's like our country was founded on this, like, give me liberty or give me death. And so how can us as Black Americans, with all the privilege that we have of growing up in a country, like we as Black people were born in the best country that we could have possibly been born in, at the best time that we could have possibly been born in it. That doesn't mean that it doesn't have its own issues. But if something were to ensue or to happen, with all of this like pride and ego that we have and privilege, how could we say that? How could we say that we're not going to fight?
Because
hold on, let me
articulate how we have everything.
Me and him got a saying. You remember this?
Huh?
The value of our fraternity is not in numbers, but in men. I'd rather have 8 men thoroughly immersed in the true Omega spirit than 80 with lukewarm enthusiasm. I'm glad y'all go flee.
Man, you really gonna use that? And she talking about literal war, but I got you.
Yeah, that's what
let me just say this,
Quality
Kia.
over quantity.
I actually disagree slightly with that quote. It was my frat brother, Martin Luther King, right? It's that you have to take your freedom, not demand it. I want you to understand that if white people are truly our oppressors, and everything we do it loudly, we do it boisterously. We don't do anything like, yeah, when you get your foot off my neck, I'm a F you up. That's the way traditionally black people are. If you are going to threaten the person that got their foot on your neck, why they ever going to take it off? I want to introduce you to a Chinese proverb. Fight the enemy where they aren't. That's where you fight. And can I make a quick example?
You gonna fight him in Panama?
Hold on. No. This is what I'm saying. You know that the white man is not he does not run the middle class anymore. If you accumulate all wealth and you remove Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, it's the Asian man. The Asian man took over this country silently. He used the banks to buy businesses. He invested in stocks and bonds, and now his family is more prominent than the white family in the white man's own country. That is how you fight your enemy. They can't do nothing to them. They are heavily insulated. If you try to persecute them, their lawyer's going to show up and use the white man's law against them. That's how you fight, and that's how we're supposed to fight.
See, Trigger Mike, you might not have a really understanding of this country, but these laws only valid while they decide to make them valid. At any moment, these people could change their mind, and it's free for all. And when you understand that, you won't put as much stock in that stuff. Because if the game really get flipped,
I got you, but what I'm saying is that if a non-white man can take over the white man economically in his own country, why are we going to act like it's not possible? It's been done already.
Yeah,
it's not a racial thing.
Well, I'm extremely anti-capitalism, so it's just I understand it's like, well, we could have more money, but I think just the system.
I'm saying Bo been waiting.
I'm sorry, Bo, go ahead. I'm
So,
sorry.
the things that I hear people say about this, just everything surrounding this, and this is not a slight to anybody on the panel. It's just that it sparked this thought. The way Black men overly simplify the things that are going on in this country. And when I say, and when people like me say his words have harmed people, I'm not talking about, he told people to go out there and do it. We're missing the fact that the things that are happening right now, the active things that are happening physically to us right now, they are harassing us daily. He's always said that we need more police. We need to put dads back in the household. All of these words that he's saying, this is a plan that was put in place decades ago, generations ago. We are sitting here talking about something that they planned a long time ago. The Southern strategy, I know y'all know about the Southern strategy. We're living the Southern strategy right now. The Southern strategy literally started with words. The only thing you need to do is put people's minds in a certain place, and you do that with words. The way you harm people, you start planting seeds long time ago. The very, hold on, because I had to bring it up because I perimenopausal brain. But anyway, the strategy has also involved directly promoting conservative views on immigration, taxes, social welfare programs, law enforcement, and states' rights. Every single thing that they keep talking about over and over and over and over, because the things that they were doing back then would not work right now. And their whole thing was always action back then. They could take a water hose and a fire hose, and clear us off the block. No problem. They can take a billy club and beat us, no problem. Ain't nothing gonna happen to them. And I'm talking about just outright for absolutely no reason. We were strange fruit. Nobody ever saw a day in either court or jail. These are things that they could actively do back then. But then they saw that they could not do that anymore. So then they started with words. They started planting seeds. They started telling people who we were, because they had to give us a reputation in order to continue to oppress us. That is what Charlie Kirk was still doing. And he is just a part in a system. The things that he was saying is not new. That is why I keep saying his words were extremely harmful to Black men, especially. He called y'all all kinds of names and y'all never heard it because of coded language. And I want y'all to realize that when I talk about a man like him, when I talk about a man like the carrot stick that sits in office and every other pasty white man that sits over there, I'm talking about the rhetoric that they spew out that allows people to think that you're nothing. You deserve nothing, and they're going to give you nothing except for their boot on your neck. That's what I be talking about. They playing this before you were even born, because nobody here was born in the 60s. They playing this a long time ago.
Trigger Mike, do you know what stochastic terrorism is?
Say that last word. I'm sorry. The first one.
Stochastic terrorism. Have you ever heard
I haven't
of
heard that first word used before. No.
So it's a form of political violence instigated by hostile public rhetoric directed at a group or an individual. Unlike incitement to terrorism, stochastic terrorism is accomplished by indirect, vague, or coded language, which grants the instigator plausible deniability for any associated violence. A key element of stochastic terrorism is use of the media propagation, where the person carrying out the violence may not have direct connection to any of those who act on the violent rhetoric. So a while back, when we was having a conversation, I was talking about Joseph Joe Bells, and y'all was looking at me like I was crazy. This is what I was talking about. When you a specific feeling towards a specific group of people to people that are riled up and instigate those people, although you may not tell them to go out and go with your move, you telling them to go with your move. And I just peep stuff. Anybody that means me harm, I wish them death. And that's universal.
Yeah.
So
let me Charlie Kirk was very divisive, and he made actually a lot of incorrect, inaccurate, and unintelligent statements. One of the things that he did was he gave his interpretation of life events, and they were completely wrong. This is why I could have debated him all day. And one of the issues is that it's very easy to trigger us with that.
And then 23 million the second year. So I didn't need college. That would be his response today.
So that would be his response. What I'm saying is that he cannot make a brain smaller thing by the people who are making the fastest enrollment and education advancements in America. He didn't say that part. Like he wouldn't say that part.
But what's the strategy? Like when
we back frozen.
Are we frozen?
And I think that's me doing that because every time I say something about I'm gonna chill out. Because I guess I technically am stochastic terrorism as well.
Dang. What word? I mean, is there a buzzword?
I didn't say no words. It's coded.
Yeah, I was like, I didn't hear any.
If you go to the lives page, all the lives are dropping.
Okay, all right. No, it's definitely this, man.
Has it improved, y'all, in the chat? Can you?
No.
Even the chat's not even showing up right.
Yeah, they buffering. Yeah, I think he said he's gonna set up another one, but it may just be YouTube though.
Can I ask y'all a question real quick? Because this is just a real question. You know how people say shit to me like, because I'm Nigerian American, they be like, "You free because of my ancestors' blood," and I'd be like, if you really look at where these people came from, ain't they my ancestors too? Yes or no?
You talking about the people Mali?
Like I'd be like, if they got on a boat coming from
West
where
Africa.
I'm from, nigga,
Yeah.
they my ancestors. I'd be just ready to be
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
stop saying that shit.
I
Got a
hate these
rebuttal.
diaspora wars.
Yeah,
I
me
don't-
too.
But I do think that we are different people, though.
I don't.
You know what I
I do.
mean though. Like,
Yeah.
ain't no way of telling.
I just wanted to know what the strategy was if we have one as a community, and maybe that's not a fair question, but I'm gonna pose it anyway, because it seems like we can definitely be passionate about the occurrences of early age America, the agenda and things that have been enacted to divide, us as a people. But then when we talk about what are we going to do about it outside of conversation, where is the strategy to progress the community, the agenda? I mean, Mike said here 15 minutes ago talking about the Asian man came in pursuit of progress for their people, and they did it on this land. And at the same time, I can hear passion coming from people like Bo. This is no attack to you, Bo. I'm just using you as an example. That will say that brothers need to have an offense to being talked about in a manner, yet we want the men to still elevate to the white man's success from our women.
Oh wait, hold on, True. Let me tell you. Let me say this. I don't ever want you all to think I'm telling you that you need to be offended. The only thing I'm doing is just pointing out what is said about you. I am offended. You feel how you want to feel. I want to be extremely clear. When I say things like that, I am literally just saying what I am observing, what I have learned, what I know. How you feel is how you feel. I'm just stating facts. That's all I'm doing. That's it.
Are you saying that we should? But do you think we should be offended?
I don't know, because like I know how I feel about it. I would be offended. I am offended. But there are a lot of things that Black men align on that side. And I can't tell you how to feel. Like, I think that y'all ignore or put it aside. I don't know how it's processed. But I know that something is being overlooked. And I'm just like, y'all have got to get away from those men. Because those men, some Black men look up to men with money no matter what color they are. Like, they just see green, and that's fair. But I want them to stop aligning politically with that, because politically they're not fighting for you. They are fighting for them. Financially, if you want to align with them, whatever. But morally, politically, they are corrupt. They mean you no good. So you feel how you want to feel. I just know how I feel about it.
How can somebody fight for Black men politically? How can somebody fight for Black men politically? What would benefit Black men politically? What do you think?
So this whole what do they call it? Law and order. They want more police on the streets. That is going to heavily affect us.
I think that's a great idea to have more police.
I don't. I think that it is a great idea to alleviate and eliminate poverty, because you don't have a lot of crime if you don't have a lot of poverty. Those things are directly connected. And it's kind of like putting more police on the street is putting a Band-Aid over a deep knife wound. It's not doing. You have to go inside and you have to fix that. And the fix is poverty. And that's in any community. That's not in our community. That's just a thing.
How do we fix poverty in the Black community?
Well, hold on, Dope Dad. You keep walking the logic, but the logic has flaws in it, though, right?
It does.
It's the direct correlation between poverty and crime isn't actually there, right? Because when you look in these rural poor places, right, they don't have an overt amount of crime, right? So there's several factors. Now it may be poverty plus density, right? Now because we live on top of each other, but just say emphatically poverty breeds crime doesn't make sense. That would be by proxy saying most of us are criminals, and that's overwhelmingly not true.
Well,
it
it is more convoluted than that. Yes, it is.
Okay.
It's more complicated than that. I'm just saying, like, overall. So when I say stuff like that, that is my outlook on it, right? That is how I see it. I see the direct connection between poverty and crime. Someone else might see something else. All of these things have its place. All of these things matter. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is the end all and be all. That's the only thing that matters, and that's the only thing that is. I'm saying it's way more complicated than that, but that's what I focus on.
Okay, and then I want to just go back real dope if you don't mind, right? Well, you said you had I don't want to misplace what word you used, or an issue, or there was a problem, or you took exception with black men doing X, right? But based on what was presented, Marcus didn't say anything what Trigger Mike said, nor did I, right? And
No,
so why did black men get a blanket? And we're conversing right here, right now in this conversation with difference of opinion.
Well, so like I said, when I first started talking, it was something that was said that triggered that thought in me. I wasn't saying that about y'all. And I made that clear. I'm not saying this about all of y'all. It's just something that was said that triggered something, that's triggered that thought. Because I had that thought before, it just brought it up. I'm not saying that all of you said it. I'm not, nothing like that. It was just something that was said that made that come up in my mind.
Okay.
So I wasn't putting that off on y'all.
Okay. My bad, real dope. I know you was trying to walk down something. I just had those two questions.
Yeah, I wanted to know how do we fix poverty in the black community from her perspective?
Family. That's the only way to do it.
Oh, that's another.
Okay, so
What do you
marriage,
think,
yes.
Bo?
Marriage
The only
does
way.
help.
It's the only way. Bo.
Well, it's not the only way, because there are a lot
Tag
of
Kia
guys,
in.
there are a lot of
Tag
men that don't have jobs. There are a lot of men that don't have the education that they need. There are a lot of men that can't even get the jobs because of the felonies. There are so many different reasons why some men do not have jobs. So marriage is not the only way. We need to alleviate. We need to stop the discrimination of us. You got somebody that has a name, you automatically know they black. They can't get a job.
Mm-hmm.
You have a guy walking down the street with his pants below his butt. The cop says you fit the description. You get put in jail. Now you can't post bail. You got to stay there until your court. Like, it's so many different reasons that people are not making money, not free, not, you know what I'm saying? So marriage is a very good solution, but no, it's not the only one.
So just so we don't go circular, what do you think the most important step in the first step is?
I can't even tell you. I really cannot.
So would you
nuclear families? I would say nuclear families. That's
a good solution. It's not the only one. It's not the first one.
So just so we're not long-winded, Bo, the reason why I said it's the first one, I shouldn't have said the only one. I don't think we're giving credence to how much that solves, right?
I know.
So what I'm saying is that all of the things you're saying about felonies, by extension, that is solved. There will be far less felons if these kids came from two-parent households. It's so easy to see it as a married dad. It's so easy to see it because I'm with my kids all day, right? I take them, I pick them up, they play piano, they do all this. It's like they don't even have time to make trouble. It's crazy, right? But it's the very first step. Now, the crazy part is that you said jobs. It even fixes that, okay? I just came from a conference in which all black men are giving each other contacts. We are our own network. Hey, man, you said you're a healthcare consultant. I got something for you. It's $2,000 a month. Not, but you got whatever. Our own network. What we usually think, this is the crazy part, is that I got to disagree with you, Bo. You said fix discrimination. I gotta really let you know something. It will never be fixed until the end of time. You can never change somebody else's opinion or what they're going to do or not do. And here's the crazy part. What we believe is discrimination, racism, classism, sexism is actually nepotism. That ism will get you before all the other isms do. All right.
I think that
Nepotism is how they do. White people gonna help white people. Spanish people gonna help Spanish people. Have you ever seen like a department that get one person of a different culture? Just wait 1 year, now everybody in that mug, every new person that got hired is Hispanic. One black lady manager got hired. Now it's all black in that department. Nepotism is the name of the game. So marriage, the community is not a group of individuals. It's a group of families. Families help each other. Families share resources. Women share caregivers and stop putting your kids in daycare. Women share dinner making, all of that type stuff. It fixes everything.
I agree with you, Trigger. But the strategy that you're speaking of, it seems divided. It seems like it's the males, we see that, and we talk about this in ad nauseum, but it doesn't seem like that is a shared perspective from the female demographic within the community. It seems that there was this idea that there's one way, whether it's college education, corporate structure, whatever. And if we're going to use the multiple paths before us, especially being in this country, it'll be a combination of all those things, in my opinion. I just don't know why that doesn't seem to land with the women of the community.
So can I give just a quick response to True Table? I'm gonna stop doing that, True, because I used to say no, they don't know, they're not getting with it. They know. This is like the last remnants of their rebellion because they're trying to figure out how they can have it both ways. They know they need a husband. They know they want a father for their children. They know they don't want to pay their own bills now. They've been knowing that. You see what I'm saying? They know they homegirl who got the husband, who got the big ass house, who got the 401k. They know what building a good life looked like. They went to school. Tell me how a woman can go to school to make herself anything, but you're telling me she doesn't want to train to be a wife? They're trying to figure out how they can have their independence and the husband at the same time. They're not going to figure it out. It's impossible.
So I can't be in.
Let's hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. I know you got it. All right, we're gonna go to Kia, then Jasmine, then back to you, Bo.
Okay, so there's a few things that I wanted to say. Okay, first, I do think that the nuclear family is very important. I know that I'm the crazy feminist, but no, I do think that the nuclear family is extremely important, but I don't think the lack thereof in the Black community is the solution as much as it is the problem. Like, as it is a problem, but I think this problem is a symptom of all of the other problems. Like, crime is directly tied to poverty because of what crime does. Everywhere on the planet where the crime is the highest, the people are the poorest, and the crimes even get violent. So yeah, and then also another thing, I think after certain Black codes, Jim Crow, the crack epidemic, the war on drugs, I think the extensive history that we have with like we as in Black women that we have, it's like, and then to tell us to, hey, like, y'all gotta let that independent shit go. I don't know what y'all obsession with. Like, have we not seen history? Have we not seen, like, you know what I mean? Like our grandfather, like, go out and like fight in a war, and he didn't even get a thank you for it because of his color. But grandma still had to like raise kids or maybe even get another husband or like, you know what I mean? Just to like make ends meet. And then, but I think one of the, I guess we're talking about solutions or like plans to make the Black community better. I think we're so divisive within ourselves because just like people will tell you, because you're I think, did you say Nigerian? I'm sorry. Sure, I don't want to say the wrong country, but like, you're Nigerian. It's like, okay, well, no, like, let's other ourselves from that. Like, no, we don't, that's not the same thing. I'm Sulani, or I'm FBA, or I'm a Moor, or I'm a Hebrew Israelite, or I'm a Apache Indian. You know what I mean? It's always something to other ourselves. And so we have a huge problem with other people in the diaspora. We other ourselves from them. We other ourselves from gay people in the community, because if gay people are not safe, Black people, there are black gay people. If they are not safe, then you're not safe. I'm a cisgendered, I'm a naturally born Black woman who's very tall, who doesn't have the lightest voice, who's very dark, If trans Black women aren't safe, then I'm not safe.
Yeah, you are safe.
So
Cut that out.
if
I'm sorry.
so
I'm
if
sorry.
it's like we continuously other ourselves in our own community. So it like despite what you may think or where your morals are, I would say that would be the first step to stop othering ourselves. That if other people in our community aren't safe, then we aren't safe. If disabled Black people aren't safe, then we aren't either.
I think
That would be
wait.
first step.
Let's go to Hamp, and then we go. I gotta get True and Jasmine and Miss Pearl. So we'll go to Miss Pearl, and then Hamp, you can respond because I know you. Yeah, Miss Pearl.
Kid. You can hear me well?
Yeah.
You know I love you, right? First and foremost.
Go ahead.
Did you compare how you look to a nigga in a dress?
Excuse me?
Did you compare how you look to a nigga in a dress?
No,
you saying because you tall, because you that's what I'm saying.
So trans woman is a male inside of a dress, right?
Hold on. Yeah. We on the same page. You saying how you look, you think because a nigga in a dress, you think you look similar to him? You
That's
can't
not
see
at all
your
what I said.
Okay, hold on, because we got to stop doing that. Please don't say nigga in the dress. Y'all got to stop doing it.
You said what you wanted when it was your time to talk.
Y'all can be more respectful than that.
Right.
I'm usually cool.
You got to say what you want to say when you wanted to say it, right? You got to say what you wanted to say when you was ready to say it.
Whoa, what is a nigga?
Hold on. Let's get the panel back.
It's a male. A nigga is a male. A trans woman is a male. She may not be a man based on gender, but when we say nigga, we're not talking about what you identify as. We're talking about a human being born with a penis, right?
All right, Hemp, please finish what you were saying. We're trying to get the order back restored.
No, that just she's saying.
Was that your question though?
She's saying because she's tall, dark, beautiful, right? And now these transgender men or nigga in the dress ain't protected. That means she ain't protected. That's bullshit for her to even see herself or liken them to how she look. That's ridiculous to me.
Okay, so what I'm saying is okay.
So then Bo can get upset about the fact that I don't like the fact that she thinks a men will give her a resemblance. That's what, and then Bo take exception with a nigga in a dress. That don't even make sense to me.
Safe, then I'm not safe either.
But you said what you said though. Kia, you said what you said though.
On a consistent basis, what characteristics do we assign to masculinity, especially as Black people? Light-skinned men are crybabies and hypersensitive, and light-skinned women are super feminine. We associate being light-skinned with femininity. Maybe not you personally, but the people do. Black men, dark-skinned Black men are super masculine, macho, and strong, and these hypersexual creatures, and they are associated with masculinity. People associate dark skin with masculinity, light skin with femininity. They associate being tall, loud, and boisterous with masculinity. So if these people say that, if we as Black people say it's okay to disrespect people who we do not agree with, like a nigga in a dress, if we say that, hey, it's okay to harm those people, or we turn a blind eye when those people are harmed, they still look like us. That person is still Black. If a trans woman is not safe, then I am not safe. What am I supposed to do? There was just a girl a couple of days ago who got caught going into the wrong bathroom, and she had to show the server her breast to prove that she was supposed to be in there. I'm not comparing myself to men in dresses, but like we all watched the Boondocks, and we all watched how ignorant homophobia is in our community, and we just we just laugh at the shit. No, it's disgusting. If gay men are not safe, you are not safe. It's that simple.
Okay.
I'm safe.
That was my primary, Marcus. Real quick, that was my primary focus, right? All the things, right? Whatever people said to her, whatever people put in her head to down her, right? That's now what she's articulating about some stereotypes. You know what I mean? And that's the part that gives me the most cause for pause and the most concern, right? Nigga in a dress, I would say that in person. That don't bother me none. You know what I mean? But that's the part that give me cause for pause. I catch her drift, right? From afar, you don't know if a man is a homosexual or not, right? If he Black, homosexual, or a heterosexual man. I understand that part. Just the part that I didn't like was her comparison. That's all. And then she articulated the reasons why, which I understand, but that's disheartening nonetheless. You know, I had two more question marks, but I can hold them. It's all good.
Damn. So who all has not spoken in the last like 30, 40 minutes? That's what I see.
Lady O and Jazz.
Dang, Lady O. All right. Go ahead, Lady O, and then Jazz. And then
I forgot it. I forgot what I was gonna say anyway.
you see how this conversation been going.
We are not safe. Threw me off too. It threw me off too.
I know. The only thing I wanted to say is in our community, we have too much individualism going on. This is the reason why we can't, regardless on how you ended less crime and all this stuff, racism, it still starts with family in the home. It has got to start between the walls that we are being raised in and that we are raising our children in and creating. We have got to take accountability for being parents, and we don't. Okay. We got this individualism. I can do this by myself. I can have 5 businesses, have 5 kids, and travel the world. We got this mindset that no other culture has. This is why we are not building generational wealth. We can talk all day long on these panels, but we still at the bottom of the barrel. And we are. With families, with finances and everything. You know, we're not, where's the family at? Where's the coming together at? Where's those fathers at? I mean, I would never argue that I hate to see single mothers raising kids with men don't even come around and take care of their kids. I can't stand it. It is just horrible. Those kids out here committing crimes, getting in trouble. We got to keep it a buck here, what they're doing. Most single parents are living in poverty. That's why the crime is high. We got to be honest here. We are never going to get anywhere unless we stop being disingenuous with our struggle that we have. We cannot do it.
I didn't make that claim though.
No, but whenever I hear that it's not the only way, and I get that it's not the only way being married, but that is the main way. To see, we don't want to follow the assignment. The other cultures, whether you're white, whether you're Mexican, Hispanics, they understand the assignment. We want to do everything on our own. All we talk about is what he got to have and what she got to have and what she got to do. And both of us ain't shit, to be honest with you. Neither one of us are. Because your kids reading at a 4th grade level, your kids reading at 4th grade level, nobody's paying attention. But I'm saying it's got to start in the home. That's all I'm saying. Other stuff will come. And then I'm going to tell you something. When I talk to Black managers, they complain about their Black employees just like everybody else. You got all these Walmart. What they do, they have high employee theft. We are stealing from these people. And we keep talking about paying them. I know business owners who said they tried to pay people a certain amount of money. They still stole from them. Either you a thief or you're not. There are people that make 6 figures that still be stealing. I got a girlfriend, she said lawyers will come in there stealing. And when she worked at Marshall's, a store manager. So that is a mindset. So paying people don't matter. Either you're a thief or you're not. But my thing is, it's a discipline that you need to teach your kids. If we don't teach our kids with a standard, it's not going to work. That's all I'm saying. So it starts somewhere and then go over the rest. Fuck racism. They always going to be here. We ain't going to never be able to get rid of that. Our ancestors always have thrived through racism. They always have opened up businesses, whether it's hair salons, whether, starting hair product lines, becoming engineers and doctors. They've always fought through racism, but all of a sudden we can't fight through nothing. We just whining and complaining and ain't no results. That's it. Bunch of people.
Okay. It's on you, Miss Pearl. It's on you, Miss Pearl. And then, yeah, it's on you, Miss Pearl.
Okay, I'm gonna try to make my little anecdote real quick because that's what it's supposed to be. I just want to piggyback on something that Trigger Mike was saying with like us as women thinking that we could have it both, like the family and a career at the same time. And I know we be thinking like it's possible that we can, but like when I think about my grandmother, she didn't have a job. Like she was a homemaker. She had 13 children. My father was the youngest. And I just saw her be very nurturing, her be very caring. I never saw her get angry except one time. She was very special in terms of like being our matriarch and the glue of our family. And I'm just saying all that to say, when we think of like our ancestors, we think, this is just me, I think of like her passing me a baton. But when she's passing it to me, and this is how I visualize myself, I keep telling her to wait. Like, no, I'm in school. I got my bachelor's. I got my master's. Like, she's trying to pass it to me now. And I'm like, no, I'm about to go to the doctoral school. She wasn't passing me the baton of a career woman. She was passing me the baton of a homemaker, somebody to keep our family and our legacy going. And even though I am a leader and I have those qualities within our family, being like the next matriarch, I don't have enough time because I'm just so invested in my career. So I'm just saying all that to say, sometimes we get lost in the sauce and the illusion of wanting a job and needing a job because it sustains us and it provides us that stability. And I think that comes from a fear of us investing in a man and then he leaves us high and dry. And I know for a fact I was trained as a young lady to always go to school and have something for myself, because if a man did decide to leave me, I wouldn't have anything. And I know for me, that scared the shit out of me. It still does right now. And I'm 40 years old. And I think that's why I work so hard to have the things that I have. But it stopped me along the way from having a lot of relationships in between. Because I was always like, no, I ain't no family right now. I have no kids right now. I gotta get my degree. I'm in school. And so you think you can have it all, but you really start to invest purely in what you want, even if it's subconsciously, and you'll start to self-sabotage even certain things if you feel like it's getting in the way of that stability. So if anything, like I say, if you really, really, truly want a family and you want a legacy to build or a lineage, because I know we was getting at a lineage to build, you really got to step back and allow that man to come into your life and lead him, and y'all figure out what y'all want to do together, because you're definitely not going to be able to do it at the same time. You won't be able to. Your priorities will always be somehow in a way, and it'll be a resentment and all that other type of stuff. So if you have time right now, you're in your youth and you're thinking about it, please think about it a little more thoroughly than what you've done. Because again, if I could go back, I would love to see what it's like just to be a homemaker, just for my husband to go out and bring the money home and me see what that's like. Like I'm doing it now. Like I'm going back into recipes and trying to cook and stuff like that. But it's so much time wasted in between. So again, I choose your own path. You want to be a career woman, that's fine. Because I know every woman is not built to be a mother, but that's a conversation for another day. But for you who truly do, there's nothing wrong with that. Like stick with the tradition, stick with the foundation. It can be scary, but if you never try, you're not gonna know. Like if the man might not leave you, you don't know. But if you're never in a relationship, if you never get married, you don't see what it is. So don't let fear stop you. Just try.
Yeah, that's dope. Let's go to Jasmine, then Real Dope, True, and then we're gonna do popcorn because I know y'all got a lot y'all want to say. So Jasmine.
No, you're fine. I'll just keep it brief. I feel like you can definitely have it all. Like if you wanted to do that, if you have the right partner. I've been in that type of relationship before where I feel like we're both wanting the same things and we're doing the same things, but we just didn't make it because of other problems. But for the guys that's always, saying like, marriage is the thing and marriage is the way, I believe that too. But I want the married guys to like put together some kind of conference with all these good men that y'all know around y'all, because they're not everywhere. Like, I don't know where y'all are located, but they're not in North Carolina. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know where. I know a lot of y'all in Texas. I know, like, I don't know, but I want y'all to have one big ass just conference and just be like, these are all of the single men that are looking for wives. They want wives within 6 months. Like, they're not gonna wait 6 years. They're gonna wait 6 months, and they want you. And we'll come with our resumes. We'll come ready. Like, there's a lot of us that want to be married, but we don't see there. Where are they? I don't. And
are you Charlotte?
Just to say this to you, Jasmine.
Yes.
Here's the issue with that. This is the issue we keep running into.
Y'all can't throw a conference.
When I bring these men to you, you're not gonna like them.
Why we won't like them?
You're not gonna like them.
Why?
I told you I just came from a conference.
What they look
Every single characteristic that black women say they want black men to have, if it's not, somehow we have become obsessed with superficial qualities, right? Some of these dudes were geeks. Hold on. This is the crazy part. These dudes, as young as 24 years old, showed up to a conference in Miami. That's ambition right there, to come learn from people that knew, to come interact with me in my main stage performance, right? To get my business card. Like, I was watching you on, I was like, really? That's ambition. All the ambition you want a man to have, those young men got. And as I was looking around the room in one of my breakout sessions, I was like, this, you know who these men are? These men, there are some cool ones. You know what I mean? There's some Hamps, there's some Marcuses, there's some Trigger Mikes, there's some Trues and some Dopes, but there's some geeks too. Who gonna date them? This is the funny thing. This is the funny thing, because y'all did this in high school. Y'all don't like Donald Glover. Then y'all be like, I would have liked him when he become Childish Gambino. Right? Y'all really don't. Y'all, if we are truly people that value character, y'all have been married already.
No, that is a falsity. I like geeks. I like the people that like Dragon Ball Z. I like games. I like Cosby. I like all of the teams. I tried all of them. They all.
Wait a minute.
We always fuck niggas.
That's true, though. He was speaking facts. The Donald Glovers and the Candace Owens, those people that got played back in the day, we know it. They probably weren't as attractive, and they felt some type of way, and that's kind of why they are led to be with other races, because they felt like they appreciated those qualities that we overlooked and saw as superficial. So I don't blame them, but I understand why they moved the way they moved.
Yo, let me tell y'all, just
real dope.
Y'all know that
it's a whole real dope, Trigger Mike.
I'm sorry, my bad. Y'all know that machine. What's that show? Family Matters.
I'm sorry,
My bad. Family Matters.
Look,
Steve Urkel used to get in that machine.
Just hold it. Real dope, true, and then we can popcorn. Just let we got. I'm trying to get everybody in. I know everybody got a lovely story they want to tell. I know, bro. You know how much I want to. It's real dope. It's you, bro. It's you. I'm not even gonna tell what I.
Trigger Mike, was you talking about the red pill link up joint?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't think she was talking about red pill niggas.
No, dead ass. That's not it. It wasn't that.
Okay,
I'm sorry. That was like a small part of it, but it was actually like a networking professional conference.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. I think that most of the answers to these problems come down to family, which comes down to fathers. That's what I think. Listen, if you have any type of decent father in your life, you don't have to worry about a 16-year-old being out here doing nothing they're not supposed to do, or a 17-year-old or an 18-year-old. My son is going to be with me. He's going to be at wrestling practice. He's going to be at his time is going to always be accounted for. It's literally that simple. You have a family, you know. It's really that simple. Like I know people want to throw money at the problem and stuff like that. I remember I went to school in the suburbs, and I went to school in the inner city, right? And when I studied how it was in the inner city, it was just so much fun, like being in the inner city school. Like, it's a big party. The teachers care about the students, but they only care about the students that they see potential in. A lot of the students, like I know at least in Philly, like we took pride in cursing out teachers. Like we took pride in it whenever we had the opportunity to curse out a teacher, right? Sitting in the back of the class, don't like everything, just kind of like doing everything the wrong way. Like, it was so much fun. But when you go to school in the suburbs, of course you got your little bit of weird stuff, but for the most part, like I remember I failed a class in like 10th grade or 9th grade or 10th grade, and I had a homie who I used to kind of like fuck around with in the class, and I asked him, I'm like, yeah, I failed the class. I'm like, what happened? Like, what you get? He like, oh, I got a C. I'm like, what? We was both fucking around, and you gotta see. I learned a lesson that time, like to kind of like worry about what I'm doing and kind of, you know. But no, I think the answer to this is family. Fathers back in the homes. I think all that other stuff, worrying about white people, I think that's a counterproductive way to operate. Everything that we need, we have. We live in the best country in the world for Black people. Like, literally, just don't make excuses. When somebody, I can sit up here and I can tell everybody, I can teach you all how to get money. I can teach you all how to do this, that, and the third. Y'all just gonna call me a liar. Y'all ain't gonna be like, oh shit, you know how to, oh, show me. Nobody ain't gonna do that. You're just gonna call me a liar and something and say fuck me. Right? We done did it. We already did it before. It's so many niggas on this panel that be getting money. And they just be like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. Shut up. So I think that's our biggest problem is getting out our own way. And also, I'm gonna say this too. This is a hot take. I think that black people really rebirthed actual racism. It's never left fully, right? But I think that the way that we kind of like get on the internet and just talk to like normal white people typically is cool. But like we even kind of turning them off of like, yo, you talking about fuck me? Like, yo, I'm just a normal guy. You saying fuck me? Like, I don't know. Like, yeah, we black people, this black people that we got melanin. Like, yo, just like we God's chosen people. Like, god damn. Like, I'm just trying to, like I can see why white people be like, yo, yeah, I'm gonna kind of like lean over here to like the racist people a little bit. Like, I think that we rebirth racism a little bit. If I'm being honest, y'all probably disagree, but it's my hot take.
No, that was.
I disagree with a lot.
Of course you do.
It's so true. And then
no, I agree with them. I don't disagree with them.
That's this.
It's so true.
Yeah, no, I agree with them. Yeah, we do. We bring a lot of stuff. That's why I left the South many years ago, and after my divorce, I moved because I got tired of that white men holding us back. I wasn't used to that being. I wasn't used to that being in Michigan. What?
True. It was on True next. True.
Okay.
Then we go popcorn. Then we popcorn it out.
Yeah, I think a lot was said tonight, and we all have our individual opinion. Again, I'm still lost on why something as simple as a concept like family, when the men speak of it, it seems to always be pushed back from the women. I do definitely agree with Mike and also disagree with Jasmine to the standpoint that he wasn't speaking to you, Jasmine, and saying that you individually would not be open to those type of men. He's speaking to the problem. The problem is that there's an emphasis in our community that the women have this idea of what a man is, and they don't take into account internals of the man. He may be everything you need. He may not be what you want. That's just factual. But across all demographics, I yet to see an Asian couple that I'm like, oh, they're very handsome and she's very beautiful. Most of them is not attractive people. Indian people are not attractive freaking people. However, they're moving mountains in industry. We act like everything is high school, that if I'm pretty, he got to be super freaking handsome. That's half the problem. And I'm saying in the community, I'm not saying you. I don't like being deduced as a black man down to a homosexual or a trans. I think that that's a waste of time. I think that's wasted energy. And I have no idea why our women spend so much energy promoting this nonsense, because it's not going to move the agenda. We're competing on a global scale, and the only global scale that matters is progress in economics. That's all that matters. All these subcategories of who wants to hump who and who cares? Get families in order, build back to what works and what's natural. It's really not that complicated. And we have a perfect opportunity, in my opinion, to build it the way we want. I think when our women hear marriage and relationships, it's like a knee-jerk reaction from a place of trauma, not understanding that you can create it the way you want. It's not necessarily just marriage, and then your marriage can look like you want, or not marry. Who cares? But you need to have a network. I heard Ms. Pearl say that sometimes the women are afraid that the man's going to leave. Fair. But I think that we're not taught that what comes with him is not just him. Meaning, if you're aligning yourself with somebody, you should be looking at the network with the man, not just the man one-on-one. That's half the problem. We still look at relationships like just dating, not understanding that we're trying to bridge family. I connect with you. Who are you connected to? Just like Mike said, if I was without a job, I shouldn't be worried about a network if I'm linking up with you, because you got uncles and cousins and, contacts that you made. That's what makes the community move. It's relational. It always will be relational. I think there was a comment that was said, we moved off of politics to relationships, because relationships is the only thing that matters. Politics don't exist without relationships, ever. And I'll land.
True. If trans women not safe, we not safe.
Nah.
Yes, that's true. So the question
I was joking. That was being facetious.
The question that I was responding to was like, what would be the first step? I was saying that I think the lack of family is a symptom of our problem, not the biggest problem that we have. And in politics, of course, I support the nuclear family. I think that it is the best thing that we can do. But I think in the political sphere, if we're talking about things, if we're turning a blind eye to certain people being hurt because they're other than us, because
Yeah.
oh well, that person was hurt. We heard about this shooting, discrimination. Oh no, that wasn't FBA Americans. Those were Africans. So let their people handle that. Or a trans woman was found in a dumpster. Oh well, that has nothing to do with me. I'm worried about my people. But I was answering the question. I think the first step, in my opinion, for Black people in politics that care about politics, is to stop othering ourselves from other types of Black people, whether you agree with them or not. Because even in feminist spaces and in pro-Black spaces, a lot of people do not agree with me. Like there are people that in feminist spaces that are pro-sex work. I am anti-sex work. There are people that are pro-feminists that are pro-plastic surgery. I am anti-plastic surgery. I'm anti-abortion unless it's, you know what I mean? So it's like, but if I continue to, okay, well, no, I can't discuss with you, or no, I won't go and sit on city council with you. No, I'm not going to do this with you because you're a different type of girl, or you're a different type of Black person. I think in politics, it's important to stop othering ourselves, because if those people are not safe that we consider other, then we are not safe.
So, Kia, a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
What can you say is one thing that all Black people in America find as taboo? Like we all believe that it is wrong, and we all would agree with the punishment for it. Name me one thing that we all universally agree is wrong as a culture.
Witchcraft, it seems.
No, child definitely.
These New Orleans women be practicing that shit, so we don't believe that.
Well, it is.
The women love witchcraft. Y'all love that.
They love that. Stones, crystals, y'all into that shit.
Is
like,
that the
what?
answer? Oh no.
So basically, what I'm getting at, I'm sorry, I'm gonna land it. What I'm getting at is that tribalism thing is gonna run rampant in the Black community, because what we see, what you're asking for, these people, like let's say the Chinese, the Indian, they all rally under a culture, and that culture punishes. That's the point. It's a law. I'm sorry. Their culture is their law. We don't follow an established law in the Black community in America. The women don't even want. We say family. Yeah. Well, no, but my independent. So you see what I'm saying? Listen, in some of these communities that I'm talking about, raising your child without a father is deplorable, and you will be punished and cast out of your family. We don't function under an established law like that. So it's never going to be one people until we do that. At least something that looks like, one people.
And the reason why I said that we go from politics to religion, I wasn't talking about the panel necessarily, but I was saying in general, when we're having conversations, it always goes from politics to like relationships. And the reason I say that is because everything is political. And then I understand that economics is very important. Again, I don't believe, how do I say this? I don't believe that, yes, we should learn how to survive within the system, but I think the system itself is broken. Malcolm X and James Baldwin both agreed that capitalism was a system that has expired, right? And I'm not saying I'm a communist or anything like that, but the system is broken and it's not fair. It's rigged for some people to die. It's rigged for some people to be oppressed. That is the way that it's supposed to be. Everyone cannot prosper under capitalism, especially late stage capitalism. It just can't happen. That doesn't mean that people shouldn't have a goal to be economically free. Of course you should. But again, I think when we're talking about politics, it goes so much deeper than family. And the reason I say that is because family is only a symptom of the bigger problem. The crack epidemic and the war on drugs and the welfare codes for no man being in the house. Those are political. That was political legislation to separate the Black man and the Black woman. That is politics. So
yeah. So just real quick, to you said politics is more important than family, but why was the first political? Well, I'm sorry, you said family is not the most important, but why was
because
it
it's a symptom.
it's not? Well, I'm sorry, I'm disagreeing that it's not. Why was the first thing they did to destabilize Black people in general was to disband their family if family was not the most important thing?
Because again, I think it's what. Well, I can't answer for their motive, but I was saying now there are so many other problems, and I think when these other problems are fixed, then we would want family. If Black men were not, let me not try to separate men and women. If Black people, if our literacy rate was higher, we probably would know how to talk to each other more.
Do you know why our literacy rate is low?
No daddies.
Because the dad is not in the home to help the mom, so she's not tired and she can read to the children.
But there are people in two-parent households and the parents can't read, so I don't understand.
But follow me. What I'm saying is that where are all the scholars coming from? Don't they tend to come from two-parent households?
No, that's not true.
Where did you get the two-parent people are in two-parent households where parents can't read? Where do you get that?
The
from?
average American reads on a third grade reading level. So that's most of the country, and out of all of those, Black people have the lowest.
So how is that calculated? Does that take into account like people who English isn't their first language also and stuff like that?
It does.
Yeah. Yes, it's American-born citizens.
The average American actually reads at sixth grade level. Then there is a like 54% reading at sixth grade level, and then there is a small percentage under that's reading at the third grade level. Yeah.
What do you think would happen if we took out what do you think would happen if we took out the single parent households?
So the thing is, 74% of Black people are raised by single mothers. So just like most Black people that are in jail are raised by single parents, most Black people that are in college are also single parents, because most Black people in America are raised by single parents. So it's like, and typically it's the mother.
The average Black kid doesn't read on grade level.
Yeah.
Right.
And I'm sorry, we have the lowest.
Average American child does not read on grade level, but of those American,
we have the lowest
children. Yes, Black people are.
But and I'm telling you, it's because what I'm saying is, it's not a coincidence that the people who have the lowest rate of marriage also have the most illiterate kids. It's directly correlated.
Correlation does not equal causation.
But in this case, it does.
It doesn't though, because there's no substantial thing to say that it does.
Well, what I'm saying is, listen, if we tag team anything, you don't think, and I'm actually advocating here, I'm saying you don't think a woman that has to go to work all day, that is single in the house with her 2 children, you think that she has time, or she's too tired to read to the kids? You don't think that's possible?
Well, I do think it's possible, but just because something is possible does not mean that's a logical fallacy.
So are you saying that a house like mine, where me and my wife are both here and we can tag team everything, are you saying that a single mother household has the equal chance to rival my children's grades?
No, that's not at all what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that your situation for 2 parents to be in the home with children, that is the most ideal situation there is.
Agreed.
However, I think that single parent households are a part of the problem. A large part, yes, but I don't think that it is the direct cause of every single thing, because most Black people in America are raised by single mothers overwhelmingly. So most Black people that are in prison are raised by single moms. Most Black people that are in college are raised by single moms, because most of us in general are raised by single moms. So it's how can we conflate those two things together? Now, again, it is ideal for everyone to have a 2-parent household, but again, I just don't see that this is the biggest problem. Everyone's goal is not to even have a family or even to get married, but that doesn't mean that politically that we should just ignore what's going on to just say, oh, well, the solution is to get married and then you personally will have a better life if you care about politics. But everyone does not care about politics.
So the only thing that I'll say to that, because I hear that rebuttal a lot, right? Everybody doesn't want a family, but in general, in the United States, and I think in the Black community, it's like over 80% of all Black people have 1 child by age 40. So you having the family anyway. So why is marriage the stretch? Why is it that having a baby with a dude is cool, but getting married to him, nah, we can't do that. So the family's coming whether we like it or not.
But even if it's,
well, I don't know what that statistic comes from.
Even if it's not,
over 80%, 80% of people in the United States have at least 1 child by age 40.
Yeah, that's all stats say that.
According to what? And you, before you said black people, now you said all people in the
No, I said black people is a little high. I think it's like a few percent higher.
Yeah, both men and
According
women,
to what?
about 80% of
Is
us.
that according to like the census or something?
Yeah, like
what's the source? I'm asking.
Yes.
by age 40, you go down to 35, it's like
I'm asking for the
60%.
source.
Yeah.
For the source.
You can just go pull it up yourself. You're very smart.
That's not how That's not how
You
the
know,
burden
why
of
women
proof
keep
But
works.
I'm okay.
That's not how the
But
burden
what
of
I'm
proof
saying
works. I
is,
think you know
It
that.
does
if
look it up.
people are gonna have kids,
Smart.
let's just use that premise, right? If people are gonna have kids, why is keeping the family together such a stretch?
Yes, people should keep families together. Yes, absolutely. I'm not against that. I don't know why it's seeming like that. I'm not against people getting families to be together. I am for the nuclear family. But in politics, I don't think that this is the problem. I think it is part of the problem. And then also, when you make a claim, you have the burden of proof. This is literally how it works every time ever. You have to substantiate a claim if you make one.
Okay, if you stop over talking people, okay, at the National Assessment of Education Progress shows that children from two-parent homes, particularly two married biological parents, tend to read at a higher grade level on average than those from single-parent homes. This finding stems from national assessments, like I just mentioned, the National Assessment of Educational Progress. There you have it. Then it also shows right here, it says studies have also found that living with a single mother is associated with lower verbal cognitive ability in children. And also, let me see here, it says here, they said then there's a broad agreement that children raised in two biological parents, okay, present stable marriages, generally fare better in various aspects of life, including educational achievement. There you have it. It's right
Okay,
there.
so no, I don't have it.
Y'all
Because
said that the
I
average
didn't
Black
argue
American
against
reads
that.
at a third grade
I
reading
didn't
level. I
argue
had
against
to
that.
look that up to double check. And it's saying that the average Black American reads at an 8th or 9th grade reading level, and the average for all is 10th grade.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, according to the
I didn't read
I was
that.
gonna say the recent data is
Based on the National Assessment of
the
Adult
national
Literacy,
level is 6th, and I saw like 3rd or 4th.
the nation's report card for average and proficiency in Black adults. And then we also added all type of negative stereotypes. So we got lawyers going in banks stealing. We can't read at a 3rd grade level. What else did y'all say? Y'all said a whole lot of things. I'm sitting here trying to research the data. Like, where did y'all get this from? But this is what I'm talking about. When we can highlight and find all our high schools is just big parties, and you better off with the like. This sound like
I ain't say that.
I just said
I'm not quoting you exactly.
A reason I didn't even say Laura's going in stealing any from a bank. What I said was when people think that you can just pay somebody a wage and they're not going to steal from you, and I correlated that people are just thieves. It doesn't matter what you pay them, either they're a thief or they're not. That's how I correlated. You weren't listening right, sir.
Marcus, it says approximately 54%.
It was in the context of a diatribe of all the negative things we have, and it wasn't specified. And the way I heard it, I could be wrong.
Marcus,
let me just tell y'all what I heard, and y'all can correct me on each one of y'all points. For real, though, I heard that we only go to school and party. We can't read. We don't do nothing right.
Comprehension issues.
And what I told you, I went to an inner city school.
ADD.
We get
I told
jobs.
you when I went to a city school, that's what happened. I ain't say black, white, none.
And we from Kia that we read at a 3rd grade level, from Trigger Mike that culturally we have nothing that binds us together, so we gonna fail because we're not like the other cultures. And I keep thinking like, damn, I thought 54% of Black people was in the middle class or above. I thought that our marriage rates for people that make over 100K is 90% for Black Americans, and it's 84% for the people that make under 100K. Yes, it's only 35%, but those that we the second largest group of millionaires. That is 1.9 million millionaires. There's Black Americans in this country. That we have only been out of slavery and Jim Crow and all of these human atrocities for damn near less than 100 years. And from point A to point B, we are running laps around the whole fucking world. So how is it that we just these despicable people that y'all painting us out to be when we went from here to here in a span that's incredible? And then they'll be like, oh, we just victims because of slavery and racism and all. those things exist. It's not, I don't just want to create a narrative about racism just to create it so I can carry a chip. These people hung us. These people ate us. These people enslaved us and kept the wealth. Then took that wealth and started the Industrial Revolution. Then took that and reinvested in companies. Then built skyscrapers. Then we literally built the whole. We laid the foundation to build this whole country, and didn't get nothing for it but racial violence and prejudice and rules specifically to limit and keep us down. We did like. To put this in a vacuum and act like we just got here because we just a lowly group of people is disingenuous. Come on, y'all. This is extremely disingenuous.
All right, Professor Marcus.
Question: who told you that Black America
approach the podium, Professor?
Second rich.
He said we have the second most millionaires. I think.
Yeah, that's false. We probably like. Well, no, we not. It's Asians and Caucasians. We not even that.
Marcus making stuff up now. Marcus, where did you pull that reading data? Because that came from the like. So look, hold on. It says the national reading level for Black students is critically low. With recent data showing that only around 17% of Black fourth graders were proficient in reading in 2024. And then the national is sixth grade.
You said Black fourth graders. I used
sixth grade. I wasn't reading.
Stop right there. You are highlighting. You said Black fourth graders are at proficient level. I said adults. The way y'all framed it made it seem as though all the adults read at a third grade level. If anybody else heard something other than that,
that's how that was. We said, oh my God,
majority. What I'm talking about,
it said 54% read at a fourth grade.
It's a majority.
The majority, listen, you said the majority of fourth graders read at a below average rate, right? Is that what you said?
No, I said the majority.
No, check Mike. What did you just say?
You know what? You got to read. You got a comprehension problem.
No. I've been getting banged with all these weird numbers all night.
You the same kids we be talking about.
Did you not just say that right now? That the average fourth grader reads at the third grade below?
I didn't say nothing about no average fourth grader.
Not you, lady.
Below. Goddamn.
No, not you, lady. You said the average fourth grader, right?
No, I said 7. God damn, you made it. 17% of Black fourth graders were proficient in reading in 2024.
Right. So the way y'all framed that earlier in this conversation was if adults read at a third grade level. I know I can't be the only one. That's what I said.
I think nobody represented what stat they were using. That's why it got messed up like that. Nobody differentiated adults from kids or age or nothing.
Real quick, M. White, is this the stat you was talking about? Are you talking about where it says that 76% of U.S. millionaires are white, 8% are Black, 8% are Asian, and 7% are Latino?
And do those numbers. How many of that?
It's pretty much even across everybody but white people.
Don't we have the second highest population?
Well,
so if we got 8,
which makes us worse.
Think about it. Think about it. Think about it. If there are 300 million white people, and we're the second largest number, and we represent 8% of that number,
so we're not victims. Is that what you're saying, Marcus? I'm with you there.
Well, you got to acknowledge his point first. He's talking about volume, based on volume. That's what he's going off, right?
Yeah. So I think that goes against your argument too, though. Like, because if we're only 8% of millionaires, 76% are white people, and also Asians are 8%, and Latinos are 7%. But you're saying we're the second largest population in the States in America?
Not that many of us here. We got to stop.
We're the second largest minority group right now.
But we're even as far as percentage of millionaires when it comes to pretty much Latino and Asians.
Just look the numbers up and read them per whatchamacallit. If I'm wrong,
what I'm reading is 76% are white, 8% are Black, 8% are Asian, 7% are Latino. Let me know if I'm right or wrong. I don't know. That's what I'm reading.
No, read the exact amount. Read this.
Okay. Let me click the joint because I'm using AI right now. But let me click the exact link.
So MY, 54% of American adults between the ages of 16 and 74-year-old read below a 6th grade level. This is according to the National Center of Education Statistics, NCES. That's what
I'm okay. So here goes the thing. I'm reading from. Hold on.
You read from
the national, where is it at? The National Assessment of Adult Literacy, the NAAL, and the Nation Report, or the NAEP. The average reading proficiency of Black adults in the U.S. is roughly equivalent to 8th or 9th grade.
You broke
I
it down
think the
great.
reason why maybe these different sources may say different things is because when statistics are calculated, especially by like educational institutions, they will have a headline and they will make a claim, and what you're coming to the website for will be the first few things, and then as you go on, they'll say, okay, well, this is how we tested their reading level. This is what we consider a first grade reading level. We consider a first grade reading level meaning like you can pronounce the words on the paper, but maybe you don't understand what they say. And we consider for like maybe the other people, maybe we consider a first grade reading level. You cannot pronounce these words. So like they go into details like as you read the entire study.
This study
So,
was
like, different
130 million adults, and it's from the PIAAC study findings, and it talks about proficiency levels, level 1, that says 18% of adults scored at or below this level in previous. So it's different, like collectively, and then there's a level 2, then there's a level 3, which you stated, which is the comprehension skills with high levels corresponding to complex.
Let me say
Is
something
that
to Marcus's point
ChatGPT?
too. No,
No.
let me say something to Marcus's point too, because he's right.
I was asking in more.
He's right about something. And Marcus, have you noticed that when you pull the ages of a lot of these people, remember that the national stat is now that Gen Z is the first generation that is making less than their parents since. I think I'm just giving credence to what you were saying.
Okay.
My urgency, and I think what people's urgency should be, is that all of that progress is about to be lost, right? If you how they say like 26% of Black women are married. Do you know how many of those women are baby boomers? And you know what the percentage is when you take those baby boomers out? It's like 9%. So it's like that is where the base, the power economic base of the Black community currently stands. That's where it comes from. These boomers are dying. If you are millennial, your parents are most likely boomers, right? So that's I don't even have to do the math. These people got disability. They went to wars. They got full VA stuff. Their kids is on GI Bill. That is where all of this economic progress comes from.
Yep.
And if the Black family is destabilized right now, and if millennials and Gen Z don't get it together to start recreating that engine, all that progress will be gone. That's my order.
Do you
So
know
I
that-
will never fight against us needing to do more. My issue is the framing and narrative. I'm gonna let him go, and then we can pop going again because he's been waiting for a minute.
No, it's right on par. It's right on par. I think you just addressing propaganda, right, Marcus? Right. There's not a lot of light put on when we're doing things well, right? And things are just said in hyperbole and then generally not challenged, right? Like one point that Kia made is the successful people come from single parent led homes, as do the unsuccessful, right? And then where do the majorities lie? So when we start talking about prison population and only 1.7 million people are in prison totally, then you understand that's an extreme minority of Black people in comparison to the 44 million. But we often don't kind of bring brevity and real understanding when we kind of saying what's bad, and if we don't dive into the negative statistics to see if they actually hold weight in merit. A lot of things that was being said just a few minutes ago is the shit that Charlie Kirk was saying. I know that, right? So is it because he white niggas didn't like it? What is being said is what he said. One thing I wanted to ask too, I think it's a kid, maybe the bro, kind of. Are we allowed to compartmentalize what he said? So like if he's talking about the family and how the families are broken and etc., right? I would generally agree. If he's anti-abortion, I would agree, right? Am I able to compartmentalize that from him being a racist? Or because he's a racist, do I got to throw everything he says away?
No, I don't think ideas exist in a vacuum, right? Like, there's a quote that says a broken clock is right twice a day. And, we know that we love Martin Luther King, but a lot of Black people have some issues with reviewing his politics, and they felt that maybe he was a little too complacent. There are people that, have, I mean, I don't see anything wrong with.
That's the answer. I understand.
Yeah, I don't think ideas exist in a vacuum. Like it's completely fine to say like, okay, well, this person was right about this. Like Dr. Umar, I think he's extremely inflammatory and provocative, And I think that we should mute his mic and that we should not listen to this disgusting scammer. However, he said some things that I can agree with, you know?
What did you agree with that Charlie Kirk said?
I said Dr. Umar. Now, Charlie Kirk, something that I agreed with what he said. So that's a good one. That Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. I agree.
Okay. What about?
I mean,
go ahead.
I agree with his gun rights position. I agree with his LGBTQ position. I agree with his family position. I agree with
the vast majority of shit, huh?
Yeah, except for the part
besides the negative shit of black people stuff.
Besides the stuff about us needing to be in slavery and honoring that, and that the only way we're gonna do something is when we in bondage, and that that black men. This is that stochastic terrorism I was talking about. He said in 2023 that black men were hunting for white people to brutalize them. If I might be getting the quote off, but he was saying that there are groups of black men out hunting white people to brutalize them. Like that's inciting things towards
that up.
Is he talking about like during the riots and all that type of stuff back then in 2020?
No, he believes in the Great Erasure. So the Great Erasure is this theory that, you know, if enough white women are pregnant by the year 2030, then the white race is going to be eradicated. And he was in large support of that.
Exactly. So
he cares about keeping white people, like keeping his white people alive.
Not necessarily alive, but dominant. Yeah, supreme.
So Mark, that's important to stay right there.
There were a couple things. Another thing that was propaganda, right? I know Truth. Oh, go ahead, JR.
No, I'm good. Go ahead.
Okay. I think Truth said it mostly. I think Mike may have said it also about words and being incendiary to it. But this was a white man that shot Kirk. Right? Based on the picture they showed, at least, right? I deduced that he's white, right? Allegedly. Right?
Correct.
Yeah. I see the white dude. Didn't they? Whoever shot President Trump with the pellet gun?
It was YT. Correct.
He was white, right? Yeah. So you know what I mean. And obviously we can see him. Thank you, Jay. I don't know if he's white, right? But I'm assuming
he might be Hispanic.
I'm looking at white people act a fool when you say the wrong thing to them. Right. And so that's another piece of propaganda that I had to push back on. Right. I think that's probably more cultural. Americans don't really, niggas feel some type of way if you say the wrong thing, you know, but that's always propagandized against us when we start talking about the word nigger.
Hold on, what was the point you just made, him? I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
Oh, my bad. No, I was just saying the propaganda about we get so incited by words, right? Words infuriate us. And I'm just simply pointing out that Charlie Kirk talking, he got shot by a white man. Donald Trump talking, he got shot by a white man. All these schools getting shot up, they being shot up by white men, right? I'm just saying that Americans don't like, you can't just say anything to Americans. I think it's more cultural than just black people.
From my, and I might be wrong. I always believe that white people are more passive than us. At least in America right now. Like I think that white men are more passive than black men. I think that a white man is more likely to let somebody say something and get away with some disrespect than at least the black men that I know. You know, I do feel that way. Now I could be wrong. And I think that white women are more passive generally than black women.
Are you saying, you saying like anecdotally? Or are you saying like in the last?
It may be anecdotally. I don't know if there's any stats to support this. I would just ask y'all, what do y'all feel? What y'all experiences?
So quickly, right? What white people have done in the earth would disprove that.
Oh, that's different though. I'm talking about American right now.
I'm talking about America too, but I'm just saying in the earth. That's how I'd be saying it. But in the earth, they have done the most diabolical shit, right? So it's very hard to put violence past them and put it on someone else. I think that you have a point, and I saw this, right? Because I lived in DC from 2019 to 2012 to 2023. The George Floyd era, as I call it, white people was kind of on eggshell. I agree with that. Like, you know, when everybody had the Black Lives Matter shirts and all that, like they was really kind of timid. You know what I mean? what I speculate is now we're gonna go under a different era. Maybe I call it the Charlie Kirk era, where the white people. Yesterday on my
they're
show,
growing some balls now.
yeah, on my show yesterday, dope. Dude said, "White niceness is over" in the super chat.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
White niceness is over. He said, "Get ready for like slavery." Somebody might say it, but something crazy in the super chat like that. And that's my biggest concern for me. So I think you're right in an acute time period, but overall I would say no, and I think it's gonna split now.
I think the average black man is just like we don't have that filter where it's like, yo, I can't say something. Like, what? Get the fuck out of like, you can't tell me what to say. When it's a lot of white folk who will, cower and not say what they want to say because of, they're afraid of backlash. But typically to us, it was a long time before we started being like, oh, I probably shouldn't say this about gay people. And we probably still not like that as black men. We probably still gonna say what the fuck we want to say, But I'm just throwing that out.
And that's what they saying is over, dope.
So
they like we gonna say what we gonna say now.
Charlie Kirk show May 19, 2023, happening all the time in urban America. Prowling blacks go around for fun to target white people. That's a fact. It's happening more and more.
Yeah. So let me say this to I think to Bo's point and to Marcus's point, like I want to understand.
Does Marcus know he could put links in the private chat, right? Did he know that? Somebody tell Marcus he could put a link in the private chat and then we could put it on the
like if you grew up around some white people and like you kind of see them, especially those of us that have been around the world, I kind of understand what they're doing, especially Charlie Kirk with that type of rhetoric. I was on Chaotic show one day. It was something political. And naturally I talk, properly. And I'm talking to a dude and I'm making a point. And he getting really upset. And he said that what Marcus said, Charlie Kirk said that pissed him off. He said the dude was like, well, you were born, like, no lie, pause. This dude said, well, y'all were born with bigger penises. We have bigger brains. I was like, yo, on God, a white man said that to me. All right. And that really put a lot into perspective about smart black men, right? If a black man and a white man are going through struggle, they feel differently about it because a white man feels like it's not supposed to be happening to him. So alternatively, if a black man like me makes way more money than a white man, and my house is bigger than a white man, and the car I drive is better than a white man, he's also going to feel intimidated about that. And that's the way I interpret these behaviors. That's why I just let him pass. I don't look at it just like he racist. I look at it like he jealous, right? So it's and I'm gonna be 100 with you. I don't expect any different behavior. How anybody supposed to behave when you taking a spot? They see themselves getting replaced by numbers by the Hispanics. You see what I'm saying? So we can expect a lot of this type of pushback. They just being frantic because they losing a spot. Every problem that we think the white man has with the black man, he actually got with his own woman. We think these laws they trying to change is about us. They trying to put the white woman in check because they not having their babies no more. They killing their babies. That's why they changing those laws like that. But the Hispanics having babies. You see what I'm saying? So now that's the way I see it, though.
I can see that. I can see it. I think there's obviously residuals, right? The thing
you probably got to talk louder. I'm trying to drop it in here, but it looks like it's behind the paywall. Man, hold on.
Just give it up, Marcus.
What was the link you have?
Y'all put it in.
Paul.
Yes, I was gonna pause it the first time when you said drop it in, but I was like, I'm letting him slide. I'm gonna give him a pass.
Oh yeah, my fault.
He was wilding though. He been wilding.
Oh man. No, True and Bo, y'all are like making me tired with these eyes, man. Y'all about to fall asleep right where y'all at. It's crazy.
Yo, I think it's worth saying though. I think that we all want the same thing. We just all have different solutions and routes how to get there, and that's typically what black people disagree on. Of course, we all want us to be in certain places. We all want full families and things like that. We just typically disagree on how to get there, and that's not how we typically start fighting. But I think we got to keep in mind that we all want the same thing.
You think so, for real?
I think for the most part, I think that the vast majority of us want financial stability, or not even further than that. They want us to we want our people to thrive financially. We want our people to have families, or not even just having families, but we want our people to be able to do what they want to do happily. So if somebody wants to be like, I don't want a family, cool, go live your life and have fun. But I think that we all want one of those things, or multiple of those things for our people.
Yeah, before you do it, don't take your mask off, because I done said enough crazy shit for the night. I know what you think. It probably just cute to me.
No, yeah, I ain't say nothing crazy. I think real dope. The part what you ended with is one of the crux of the issue. Is the fact that we on this to each his own stuff, right? Allowing people that that's their house, let them govern how they want. We already see people need leadership, right? And at the very least, accountability. So let's say hypothetically we live in the same neighborhood and we have the same prescriptions, right? I know if my kids go to your house, what they're gonna be subject to. Right? When people's houses they doing what they want, there's no consistency, right? And then you can't really build like that. And so that's the part that I think I catch your drift, you know what I mean? But I think the selfish nature of us wanting all this autonomy and being able to do as we will is what got us in these circumstances.
Absolutely. And it's a rebellion. Like, let's just call it what it is. It's a rebellion against male headship. That's really what it is, man. Because you said everything. Like, you want a prescriptive household. Households, as far as disciplinary wise, are run by men. The only egalitarian nature, it comes from the mom running the household. Do whatever you want. I'll support you. All that's like we call it the hyena clan. That's how they run shit. We can't do that, right? Like if I'm somebody who doesn't even know how to run a household, but I see that Hamp's children are respectful and I live down the street from him, I'm gonna start taking cues from him on how to run my household. Men are hierarchical like that, right? So we need so this is not some kind of end around. That's why I keep saying our women have to realize they cannot have it both ways. In order for you to get what you want in this life, stop rebelling against male headship.
Can I say something?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
The black man is weak. Sorry to say it, but I gotta be straight and direct. The black man is weak. The black man just lusts for white women. The black man has allowed the white man to. Yeah.
Your camera
It's dark,
on,
man.
Talking trash with your camera off is weak, bro.
What was that? Oh my god! I guess it was.
Well,
yeah, that's the replacement ready.
Can you guys hear me?
Maestro, what up?
Yes.
What up, y'all? Can't hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. You got a cam up there, or are you good?
Well, no, it's kind of early here in Dubai, so I'm kind of like.
You flexing on us?
No, it's just that the time. I'm just
you flexing on us a little bit.
No, I'm just not up per se. I just want to say, as when I was a teacher back in when I was a teacher, because I've been a teacher for 25 years, and Trigger Mike is right actually, because what's going on if there's no consistency with the parenting in the community, it does filter into other institutions within the community, like the schools. And unfortunately, we have so many people in our community who actually believe that the school influences the community, when it's actually the other way around. The school, what's going on in our schools is a reflection of what's going on in the community. So when Black parents say, oh, the reason why our kids aren't, learning is because of the teachers. No, it's not the teachers. All right. It's your kids coming to us unruly, disrespectful, no moral standards, and it's starting to have an effect on the educational system as a whole. All right. And it's even getting worse because it was always kind of messed up, even through the 80s and the 90s, where you had a lot of these single mom communities where the mothers were putting pressure on the school board and on administrators to act a certain way, to not enforce discipline on their children. without the threat of lawsuits. Okay, so this is what has really changed the educational system.
So Jawar, you know what I like about my kids' school? Every day they walk in, there's a sign that says the quality of my education is my responsibility. And I listened to a clinical psychologist that said one of the issues we have as parents with the school system is that we get upset with the school when something happens to our child. But when a teacher tells you something is wrong, your child did something wrong, they actually telling you you doing something wrong. And right now we reject that as parents, right? And project that back out on the school. And I'm telling you, every time they tell me my kids did something, I take it personal. Meaning you talking to me, you're not talking to the kid. I'm their father. I'm the one who's here with them after school. That shit gonna be corrected by tomorrow. So I don't think as a community or a people, meaning Americans in general, I don't think we even look at it that way. I think people get upset and they start pushing back and they start projecting. When somebody tell you something is wrong with your child, they're telling you something's wrong with the way you parenting them. That's how accountable you got to be for your child's education. Right?
Yeah, well, that's why I always tell parents, don't be extreme. I mean, some kids are going to act out. Okay, that's kind of like normal. So if a kid acts out and I contact the parent, that's just a one in a moment thing. All right, because as a parent, that's part of your job to correct your children because they're going to get out of line. But to just like say, you're attacking me as a parent, you basically call me a bad parent. That type of thinking is what's like really kind of ruining the
Somebody got mute up.
relationship between the teacher and the parent.
So Jawar, you gotta get the context why he's saying that. He's not saying that to be offended by the teacher. He's saying that to take personal responsibility and look at what he's doing wrong within the household that needs to be corrected, not to argue with the teacher. And I know some parents will take it that way and then attack the teacher like my kid ain't doing nothing wrong. That's not what he meant. I know this.
Oh yeah, that's not what I meant. I didn't
know.
know.
I know.
No, Mike,
No, I mean like we all got to take. There are no like what's this extended saying? There are no bad kids, just bad parents. That's what I'm saying. That's how accountable we got to be about our children's behavior.
And the teacher one time, my daughter got in trouble in school. I don't know, she had her phone out, something like that. And I'm like, something to the effect, I'm just kind of getting on her. And then the teacher or assistant principal was like, well, it happens, right? Trying to give like a level of grace. I had to tell her, ma'am, mind your business. You called me, right? You didn't have to call me, but you called me now. Now I'm here. You know what I'm saying? So now it need to get handled in this way, right? Because you called me, right? If you wanted to throw her a bone, you didn't have to call me, but you already made the phone call. So, 100%.
Well, I just want to say this one last thing. A lot of parents actually assume that, once they discipline their child, the child won't come back and do it again. I've had so many students where the parent come up to the school and front like, oh, I'm going to handle things. But then the kid comes right back doing the same stuff. And then eventually, when the school continues to call the parent to tell them about their child, then that's when you have some parents who just take their hands off of it and don't deal with it at all. And they stop. In fact, you have the mothers cuss you out and say, well, stop calling me. Y'all handle him. If I can't handle him, y'all handle him. So this is like a big problem. And this is pretty much in areas where there's a lot of, single moms there. Even the fathers come up there be fronting like that too, like, I'll handle things. But then you realize that the father is just a weekend father, sometimey father, and he's not around.
I mean, it goes so deep into what you doing as a parent. So just, personal note, my daughter is a chatterbox. So she didn't finish an assignment and stopped 2 other people from doing an assignment because she was talking. I was like, what? I thought we went through this last year. So she came home, they called me and told me this. Everything gone. Out of there. Tablets, all this type stuff. You don't want to talk, like, you know what I mean? And I didn't say she's not going to go to school the next day and not talk. They say it takes 30 days to break a habit. So every single day I'm getting a report. And that's the crazy part. People don't think they need to follow up on their kids' behavior. Now I'm asking for a report, unsolicited. What'd she do today? Tell me about it. We got to fix this. You got to report back to me what she doing. right? So I definitely think it's weak when parents take their foot off the gas. Ain't nothing a one-day fix ever. If they could have developed that habit over some years, you wouldn't even know.
Yeah, and I'm sure everybody, most of the parents on this panel, they're responsible for their kids, but you have a whole community. I mean, some communities are just overwhelmed with just irresponsible parents, or just kind of parents who just have their hands off. So that's really the challenge. It's the people that are in these communities that are being overrun by irresponsible parents, irresponsible thinking, no accountability. And this is why I guess this guy, Charlie Kirk, was kind of like a threat to a lot of people,
Yeah, my daughter's school, they do this thing where every single day I get a progress report on what she's doing. And the green is excellent, needed, no what does it say?
Good.
Excellent choices, no warnings.
That's a lot of greens there, buddy. That's a lot of greens.
Good.
Oh, okay. I do want to say this also.
Hey,
I think I said.
You want to get the other brothers in too, Marcus? I know they.
Yeah, it's popcorn, bro. It's popcorn now. Anybody?
But I want to say one thing. I want to say just. I just want to make this one statement. I just want to make this one statement. I also noticed, because I've been in the business for a long time, and because of the way things are, how teachers know that parents are going to get so upset and become so hostile when meeting teachers. A lot of teachers nowadays are just kind of like giving good reports and giving out good grades just to keep their parents off their backs. So I just want you to be aware of that. So when your child comes home, if they got straight A's on their report cards, you test them and see if they actually earned that A.
Yeah,
college professors are complaining because these kids are coming to college and they can't read, they can't comprehend the work of schools, and they can't properly write papers. So they're feeling it. That and the sad part, they're going to catch it in life. They really are. So I worked for Atlanta Public School for about 5 years when I first moved here. And originally my doctorate degree was in education before I switched it. And I can tell you, I had to switch it because working with those kids, it was tough. And just like I think it was Jawar said, these kids were like in the 9th grade, 10th grade, when I would go and teach to high schools. They couldn't even put together a complete sentence, like no lie. But I did notice some correlations is when I taught in schools in rural areas, I didn't have a lot of parent-teacher involvement. But when I taught and it doesn't matter about the race, but when I taught in Buckhead and some of the other schools on the north side, parents of all races, they would pop up at the school, help out with lunch, pop up and help me in the classroom. I love that type of teacher involvement. So, and the thing is, the ones when I would teach at the rural areas, a lot of single parenting, they fussing and cussing the teachers out, and it was just a lot. It's definitely a difference. So the thing is, valuing an education, that is what gets you through the door. And even when I, like I said, when I worked on the south side of Atlanta, don't even the YT people, they come to school, them kids are just as bad, because they did not value an education. That's what it boiled down to. But I saw Black people coming up to the school when I was in Buckhead. They was coming up to the school just like the YT people were, helping out, helping out in the lunchroom, helping out in the classroom, seeing what they need, checking on their kids and stuff, because they value an education. So, and I went in there.
Was you thinking about somebody specific when you were saying get the other brothers in?
Just the two brothers. Not sure why.
Okay, well, we were doing popcorn, but Maestro and Watch. So Maestro, go ahead.
Anything specific? I mean, I've been watching and just soaking in. I was working before.
No, just what you think about the whole Charlie Kirk saga and all that. You know what I mean? Because I hear people taking exception with the hyperbole, and then when you drill it down into the subject matter, it sounds like a lot of people agree. You know what I'm saying? And I'm
Yeah.
not well versed on him at all. So the brothers
I
edified me
first,
yesterday.
yeah, I first got, I believe, like, kind of outside of clips and short form content, I got introduced to Charlie Kirk. I'd seen him on the Whatever podcast. And that's, of course, long form, about 3-4 hours, actually probably more than that. He didn't say the whole episode, but I mean, based off that episode, I avail people to go check it out. I didn't know, no antennas were raised necessarily based off anything he was saying. I do know that I saw reports that botting and bots, from different countries, China, Russia, et cetera, were like, off the charts, following what happened. So I think we have to be cognizant of AI and things of that nature. But I'm, and that's not to negate that he said some wild stuff. He definitely did. But at the end of the day, long story long, like nobody deserves to get murdered. It's not, to my knowledge, that he's murdered anybody or directly hurt anybody. So I think if you can't have a civil discourse, and that's kind of was his whole brand, was just basically creating discourse. If you can't do that, then we're in trouble.
Do you think salaciousness though? What do you think being salacious brings you potential harm?
Define salacious, just for me in context.
Whatever you think salacious is, that way we don't have to belabor the salacious point.
Do I think salacious?
Yeah. So saying things that are salacious, meaning harmful to other groups, right? Or a group will perceive it as harmful. Do you think that that could get something physically done to you? Do you think that like, does that open the door to this type of stuff, right? And we've seen it in history, right? Malcolm, Martin, because those groups thought they were saying something they didn't like or hurt them or was compromised to them.
If you're smart and a historian, you should know that's always a risk. I think it was a major tactical flaw. He should have had bulletproof glass or whatever you call it. He should have been implemented that a long time ago. And I think a lot of the content creators who may share the same sentiment, they've kind of gotten like a wake up call. Like I saw the dude, I saw Myron, he was on like stream, like he like kind of broke down. I saw like Tim Pool was visibly shaken. A lot of them are cancer in their speaking engagements, so they kind of like it's definitely shaking up the chessboard for sure.
How did it shake them? I don't watch you.
Oh well, I mean, they were just visibly shaken. I mean, visibly like emotional.
Yeah, I actually have the Myron stuff. That was one of the videos I had.
Yeah, that was very surprising.
Yeah, so.
and that was like,
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and play it for you real quick, and then
for sure.
Give me 1 second.
Appreciate y'all for having me on.
Yeah, no problem. Also, before I play that, there's this video going out. A lot of people saying he was hit one time, but then I know Willie Dope, you was on it yesterday, said he was hit twice.
No, I think it was one time. I mean, I heard him say it though, but I think that might have been some misinformation.
Right. So yes, I'm gonna play this video, and it kind of make a little bit of sense. But I'm gonna play this first before I get to the Myra.
You think you had it figured out? Throws you a curveball. That's any investigation for you. I was wrong about one little detail that turned out to be a pretty crucial detail, and that is the entry wound. My initial assessment, I was right about a few things. He was shot from a downward angle. We can clearly see the shooter on the rooftop here. Okay, from a downward angle. I thought it was a supersonic round. A lot of people called me out saying all standard rounds are supersonic. But when I say supersonic, I mean something exceeding 3,500 feet per second, because I thought the initial entry wound was here. And a bullet, projectile traveling at that speed can cause that initial trauma, the blasting of the entry wound. Turns out this was the exit wound. A lot of people said and called me out on it. And a guy showed me a very slowed down version of the video I had, and he was right. And also, he was wearing a bulletproof vest. No surprise, but details matter. But the entry wound was actually right here. You can see in the video when you slow it down. You don't see it happen at first. You see the trauma. But if you pay attention, this all goes this way from the exit of the bullet. And this is dripping a little bead of blood going down his chest, which, very much insinuates entry wound, Bullet goes in, hits the breastbone and clavicle, ricochets out the neck. That's exactly what happened. So I was wrong. But using this information, we can now kind of categorize what kind of bullet has that characteristic. So stay tuned.
Yeah, that's complete bullshit. Yeah, he did not have a vest on. There's like, because I was just, it's crazy. Right before I was about to go to sleep, I was like on X just scrolling, and I saw that theory. There's a lot of high quality pictures of dude. You could see his, Paul, you could see his nipples through his shirt. Like he ain't have a vest on. Like he had. Okay, all right, we're being childish now. I mean, yeah.
Well, the new soft body armor, it looks just like a regular t-shirt. And if he got shot with a rifle round, it's still gonna penetrate those because most of them not made for level 3 or better. I think he got hit with either a bolt action 308 or a 30-06. I'm not sure.
He got hit with a 30-06. It was a 30.
But what does any of that matter?
Bolt action.
What does that matter?
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Yeah,
like we just saw the Scooby-Doo mystery.
That's
what
I was saying about the botting. Like a lot of the things we see, like these TikTok things, like people are actually paid off, or these things are like not generative AI. I mean, like, listen, in a year you won't be able to tell the difference between generative AI and reality. So
he got smoked.
If we have
he won't play the clip. Like
no, I get that. I'm just curious. Like, what does that even mean? We arguing about body armor and how he got hit, what angle, what degree. Marcus, I get it. I'm not coming up here with smoke for you, brother. I get it. Right? I'm just trying to figure out, because the title is about the rhetoric that divided Black America. I'm trying to figure out, like, a couple things. Like, it seemed like from the time that I woke, I took an old nigga nap earlier. Right? Woke up, I saw the title, clicked on, jumped in. And it seemed like the panel, it was a whole conversation around what the fuck is wrong with Black America. How did the conversation turn into that? We talking about something that happened to somebody in the whitest state in this country.
Well, they're saying there's I presume they're saying like we're focusing on zeroing in on Charlie Kirk's relationship with Black America, and
he had none.
That's not true. That's not true.
He had a relationship with Black America?
Every Black podcast that I know is doing exactly what we're doing right now. And they're going to talk
Black
about
conservative. Every Black conservative.
No, every podcast, every panel show like this right now is doing this, having the same conversation. And
that's
every
the relationship
podcast,
with Black. So wait. I just want to make sure I understand. So the Black podcasts that you follow are the relationship with Black America.
Well, I mean, if we didn't have a relationship with him, would we be?
Brother, we gotta see. This the thing, right? We get on these stages and then we speak just to speak. We gotta like process what I'm asking you, brother, and then it's okay if you don't have an answer.
What does a relationship mean?
I think he absolutely had a relationship with Black America.
Yes.
Now, whether
what was that relationship with Black America, though, Daddy? Tell me.
It was a contentious one, but it was a relationship.
I think that Black America, we had a bad taste in our mouth. A majority of us did when it came to Charlie Kirk, similar to any right-wing Republican or Donald Trump. I think that would be the relationship.
So, in that same context, so Strom Thurmond, George Wallace had relationships with Black America too.
Those aren't.
Brother, I can't. It's not a menage. I can't have a conversation with both of y'all. It's either gonna be one or the other. Like I'm being serious, brother.
Watch. Let's let him ask this question.
I'm just asking. Did Strom Thurmond, George, do you consider those relationships with Black America too?
I'm not familiar personally, but I'll let Watch answer because I'm not familiar with those.
Yeah, I know Strom Thurmond. Yeah, like KKK and all that stuff. You can't really make a correlation because we're in different times now. Back in the day, Bohem, you disagree?
We all do, but keep going.
Okay, well, you can't. I mean, yeah.
But you still have not articulated what was his relationship with Black America.
It was a contentious one. It's like saying Candace Owens doesn't have a relationship with Black America. Candace Owens has a relationship with Black America. It's a contentious relationship. It's a relationship filled with vitriol, but it's still a relationship. Like we don't we don't really agree. We don't align with conservatism in a black community. So it's a clashing relationship.
Well,
But
watch,
there's
relationship has to be mutual.
By definition, the relationship.
But does the
Nah,
relationship
I'm
have
have
to
to
be
disagree with
mutual?
that. I'm gonna just say in the last
Hold on,
5 years.
Gerard. Hold on, Gerard. Does the relationship have to be mutual though? Watch. So I can't speak for JR, but they had to send me the clips. I ain't know much about White Boy. You know,
Yeah,
and then
but
even when
that
I was
doesn't mean-
covering it, I needed edification. That's why I needed to drop the link maybe before I even wanted to. You know, a white boy being racist ain't news to me. That's regular everyday shit. Most people are racist. You know what I mean? We
Yeah.
prefer our own people overwhelmingly. So it wasn't, I just seen, damn, they blew that nigga neck off. And then they had to start saying, well, this is who it is and all that. Then I'm like, oh, he's a DEI pilot dude, right? That's like what I could recall, right? Really, that's probably the biggest thing I heard.
Sure.
But then after that, it's not I think a relationship has to be mutual.
I disagree with that.
Yeah,
I think that a relationship doesn't necessarily have to be mutual, because I know at least the relationship between black people and Charlie Kirk is, like I said, is like similar to the relationship between black people and Donald Trump. Well, at least the majority. You got some people like Donald Trump, but the majority of us, we know the overwhelming sentiment, and things don't even have to be animate to have a relationship. Like anything can have a relationship. We can compare relationships from words to another word, right? So I don't think that when we look
So
at
what
this in
was
such a
Charlie
literal
Kirk's
way,
relationship to Black America is the
Toxic.
question.
A relationship
Yeah,
can be toxic, right? So are we really here
here
saying that a relationship can be a toxic relationship, a bad relationship here?
Yeah,
Like you can't have
mutual.
a terrible relationship and it's still a relationship?
So
Are we
what
saying
was
that?
Black America's so cool, right?
I
You're
will
saying
tell you.
Charlie Kirk's relationship to Black America was toxic. What was
I can give
Black
an example.
America's relationship?
I would tell you.
yeah, no. I think it's fair to let Rilla talk. Rilla, go ask your questions.
Finish up, bro.
Could we cut him off?
So what was Black America's relationship to Charlie Kirk?
That's Dennis' question.
Okay. All right. Can I answer?
Go
All
ahead.
right.
Yeah.
Now, his relationship to the Black community wasn't, close per se, but it was more about his overall message, which is conservatism. All right. And if you've looked at the politics for the past 5 years, at least since Trump, and a lot of the issues that you guys are talking about in the manosphere is what Charlie Kirk does talk about. If you ever listen to him, he's talking about this, this overreaching arm of feminism. He's more about men's rights when it comes to divorce and things like this. And this is a lot of the issues that's kind of like hyper relevant in the Black community. So if you really look at the voting patterns of Black men versus Black women, they're totally different now.
I'm not saying
More Black men are becoming conservative. More Black men are becoming Republicans. While if you look at the
it's
voting
true,
patterns of Black women,
What was the vote in the last election?
In the last election, when it came to Black women, I think it was like 97% of them voted for Kamala.
Yeah,
Black men, it was 82%, right?
Tribalism. There's
Yeah.
no dissenting.
What was
thought.
the Black? Hold on, let the brother answer, please. What was the Black men vote?
It was about like 80%.
83.
All right. Yeah, 83. Now, even though that's a high number, that is a huge reduction from previous elections.
Yeah.
And if you look at Black men under the age of 30 or 35, you will start to see them not even marrying Black women. That's a correlation too, because it's like 25% of Black men, or 25% of Black men under the age of 35 are not married to Black women. The only
Where'd you
reason
get
why
that
we have
stat
that,
from?
the only reason why we have that, the majority of Black men who are married to Black women is because of older Black men from a different generation. But this new generation, no.
Yeah, but where's that stat coming from that you just quoted?
I can't really.
That's the 1 in 5 stat he said.
But I just read that like a couple of weeks.
No, but Marcus, in real time, I want us to start fact check, because people get up here and they spit, and then we don't know, right? So we just accept that as value.
All right,
then the next person repeats it on the next
Let me
situation,
get it for you,
right?
so you won't think I'm just
Yeah, I appreciate that, brother.
No, fact checking is valid though. That's a good idea.
For real. Furthermore, though, you asked the question that he didn't prove. So now Charlie Kirk is being credited with all this stuff all of a sudden. That makes no sense to me, right? He started going into the conversation that I think Kevin Samuels and JR been having as long as I've been watching the internet, and now all of a sudden the white dude who got his neck chopped off, he came up with all this stuff. They've been having.
Well, I mean, but you know, come on, let's be honest. We're in America, okay? If a white person,
I'm just saying that I've heard all that stuff already about the men and women's dynamics from watching Lapeef.
Yeah.
So
but we're in America, though. We're in America. We know that when a white man says something, it gets
to you.
Amplified.
There we go.
No,
hold on. Now we on the sun.
I don't agree with that.
Now we on the sun. Now we on the sun.
How Charlie
No, it is. That's the fact. It has happened to us in the music industry, the TV industry. But you know, Elvis Presley.
Watch. I don't know if you're saying that. I'm just saying he's saying exactly what I thought. What's the relationship? He brought in all these other factors, right? And then the voting block actually disproves that there's a relationship. It doesn't prove anything.
Hold up. What disproves that there was
because 83% of black men still voted for Kamala and 93% of black women still voted for Kamala. So that by proxy of the disparity, that doesn't prove a relationship. That would disprove that there's a relationship when you say black community.
A relationship where?
With Charlie Kirk.
Charlie Kirk.
That's his original question.
I think that's ridiculous. We're not talking about the person. We're not talking about the person.
Well, you guys can't bring in the voting blocks, and then there's 19% that voted for him or voted for Trump, and then conflate that with Charlie Kirk because his original question.
What you got to understand that numbers.
We walking with Rilla, and then y'all tried to sidetrack it, right? But his original question was, right? What's the relationship of Black America to Charlie Kirk? Y'all started talking about Trump.
Yeah. No. So I think I answered that question pretty clearly about the relationship between Black people and Charlie Kirk. Yeah, I thought I answered it clearly.
No, I love you first and foremost, but you said necessarily. So as soon as you say necessarily, it actually acknowledges the point that goes against your point and for your point.
I didn't say that though.
I said Dope said that.
No. I'm just saying, but what about speak to what I said? I said the relationship.
Say, watch, my bad, watch. You speaking like Ben Stein, watch. I'm not. Come on, watch. Come on,
Ben Stein.
I'm joking. Watch. I'm joking.
No. Who's that? That's the president dude, right? You try to run.
Nah. You're gonna say the contentious thing again, right? The relationship is toxic and contentious. That's what you're gonna say.
Go ahead, watch my fault, bro. I'm just talking.
No. It's okay. No. I think. Can you like maybe direct a specific question, because I feel like we kind of got kind of ambiguous and
that's what I'm saying. Watch.
Yeah. I think we got to kind of zero in and like let's maybe add someone put forth like
they tried to call you out on the relationship comment, and I don't think that they successfully disproved what you were saying. I think that Black people and Charlie Kirk, Black people and conservatism have a relationship. And typically, like whoever brought up the voting, that Black people typically vote the other direction, that gives you evidence of the relationship. Anybody who speaks right-wing rhetoric, Black people typically do not align with that, and they actually typically hate that. So I think that there is a relationship between not only Black people and Charlie Kirk, but anybody like Black people. If you say anything that aligns with anything conservative, Black people might even shut you down and be like, get those right-wing talking points. Like
it's so dope, right? Because you said earlier, right? You articulated clearly. What you did not do there is articulate. You said a bunch of stuff, my brother.
Okay.
We specifically, because now you interjecting conservatism, which is a generalization, right? You're talking about the relationship of Black America and Charlie Kirk. I'm staying on the topic, brother. Yeah. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, I can. The relationship between Black people and Charlie Kirk, at least at large, is that Black people detest what they think he stands for. And in some of the comments, many of the comments that he has made in the clips that they have seen. So we have a bad taste in our mouth as a people about Charlie Kirk. Does that clearly let you know what I'm talking about as far as the relationship between Black people and Charlie Kirk?
No. So like and it's cool. It's cool. I just wanted to get an idea of where you guys are in this conversation, right?
Wait. How doesn't how much
saying
clearer can it be?
contentious? I get you though, right? Like saying, "Oh, it's a toxic relationship."
He never said toxic.
Well,
no one
he's
said
using
toxic.
Watch's
y'all
word.
did. No, y'all did. Y'all
You're
did.
going
Y'all
to
said-
Watch's
I never
argument
said
from what I
toxic.
just said.
I
to
never
you.
said toxic.
We'll let Rilla. He can
Someone
Y'all
said
said,
toxic. I heard
y'all
I
said
said
toxic. Y'all said contentious. Y'all said not very good, right?
But
But the
these
key point
Hold on.
is,
can you
But you just
invalidate
asked me to
what we're saying?
clarify, and then you went
and,
back
brother,
to stuff,
listen.
things
I
that were
get
said
it.
10 minutes ago.
Listen. I'm here to have the conversation. I'm not here to like
But can you
be
invalidate any of the
contentious or
things we just?
toxic with you, right?
No, for sure.
And
Can you
so
invalidate any
watch.
of the
I
things
get
we?
it. You want me to break it down like a 5-year-old? I don't know that I could do that for you at
That's
12
I
o'clock.
mean, you
I'm
just.
an old nigga. I don't know if I could do that for you at 12 o'clock at night,
I
brother.
appreciate you,
I think
brother.
I think I asked very directly what the relationship.
And we answered
Because
you.
y'all said what Charlie Kirk's. Now y'all said what Charlie Kirk's relationship was with Black America. I'm asking you in the reverse. What is Black America's relationship to Charlie Kirk? Right, and at best, I get it. Y'all don't have to go any further. I get it. You answered as best you can. I appreciate you.
No,
I didn't
I'm gonna
answer.
go on mute. I'm gonna go on mute.
Gorilla, I didn't answer.
I
I
hear
didn't
you.
answer. Can I answer?
You can do whatever you want, my brother. I'm going on mute.
Oh, but
All
really,
right, well,
I don't think that
I'm gonna do that.
it's helpful that you do the thing of like where you and you may not be doing this, but it's like you're trying to act like we didn't answer your question, so you just want to like
That is what
argue
he's
it
doing.
up.
I would like to
I
answer.
said you didn't answer it for me, but it's okay
I
though,
haven't
right?
answered.
Yeah, let's let Maestro answer. Come on,
Like, I haven't answered yet. That's what I'm saying, because I'm the one who said toxic when you were saying what you were saying before of a relationship. I said the word toxic because I just wanted to emphasize that there's all types of relationships. Relationships aren't perfect. Relationships are in many ways, and you kept reiterating your point as if you didn't understand that relationships have many different forms, facets, different categories. I actually started listening to Charlie Kirk not too long ago, probably a couple months ago. He just came up on my algorithm, on my timeline. I started hearing him. I started seeing him debate other people, and I thought, I think we just talked about it earlier on the panel, or somebody else brought it up about compartmentalizing. I was able to go, well, on some things that he says, I don't really like. Other things he says, you know what, I agree with. I don't even know who this man is. So I'm compartmentalizing this thing. But even though I think we all can say that we don't have to have a physical relationship with someone to have a relationship with them. So I'm saying as far as representing Black men or Black people, to your point, what did Black America have? I'm a part of Black America. I saw this guy online. I thought he said this, he said that. I agree with it. I didn't agree with some things. That's my relationship. I think other people out there did the same thing in their own ways.
My answer to that.
And by the way, I got the statistics for the marriage. If anyone wants to know,
Wait, can Gorilla reply to that?
Most Black people did not know who he was, and the ones who did, for the most part, they were either very far right conservative, very far left, and the people that can compare, like I most of the points he said to him point, we all discuss on the regular. So it's not so much aligning with him. Some of the things he said we were already saying, and he also says, but then he starts to say or advocate for all these other things, dog whistle or otherwise, that are detrimental to the stochastic terrorism that I was talking about.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. Like I catch your drift. I think you guys are articulating it well. It just feels, and I'm saying feels, like there's this conflating of ideas, and then because he shared those ideas, then that by proxy makes a relationship. So do relationships have to be mutual? I'm sincerely asking.
No.
Like, sorry, say again?
No.
Okay, so if somebody has an issue with me, I have no clue who there is. There's still a relationship there.
Yes.
Okay, but it's just one-sided.
Yeah, relationship to me, when in this context, is a connection. What is asking? What is the connection between these two things? Right now, my relationship with you may be that I hate you, and you have no idea who this person is. Oh, that's just somebody I see at school. I don't know. That's your relationship to me, but my relationship to you is like he got all the hoes I want, right? And you like, yo, I don't even notice that guy. I just kind of see him sometimes. He's just bull's cool, I don't know who he is. That's our relationship. Now, your relationship to me is a little bit different. But my relationship to you is
non-existent. So it can technically not exist. The other. So I don't have a relationship.
No. Hold on. He had a relationship. He was on the Daily. He was on the same network as Candace Owens. Candace Owens is a black woman. There's your relationship. What more relationship do you want? Candace Owens just did a live stream in dedication to him. She's a black woman. Like what?
Yeah. What Marcus said is
that's bro jumping off the roof after he shot, bro. And yeah,
I think we need to be good with precision in words, because relationships don't necessarily mean that we're well, I'll say it like this: we can have associations. I don't think that just because someone exist in the same space like Candace Owens and this gentleman, that doesn't mean that they have a relationship. They could be associated. They could be in some level.
You didn't hear what I just said? She just did a heartfelt live stream to bro. Like they had a relationship.
He's saying people can know Candace doesn't mean that it's absolution that they are familiar with everything around her.
I'm saying that we sometimes like to put people together that may not necessarily be together. And then I also think that because relationships as a whole are not maybe defined properly, that we throw taglines like friends, for example, when a lot of times people are associates and they're not necessarily friends. Well, I think that we can exist amongst each other with being associates, but I don't know if the gentleman had a relationship with us. I don't believe that existed the way that.
And I think most people's attitudes nowadays is just, they eat the fat and what's that phrase? They eat the fat and spit out the bone. I mean, Charlie Kirk can say something that a lot of black people will agree with, and then if he says like one harmful thing about black folks, we are supposed to disregard everything else. That type of thinking is not what most people are on, actually.
So let me ask you this:
did Kevin Samuels have a relationship with white people?
Yes, he did.
No, not at the beginning.
What was it?
What was it? Was it his?
What do you mean not at the beginning?
What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm asking a question.
No, most black people who knew who Kevin Samuels was, not so many white people.
So
he became popular.
Wait, Gorilla. Did Kevin Samuels have a relationship with white people?
Yeah, I would say he did.
How?
He started out as a men's channel, right, around style, fashion, and not perfume. Jesus Christ, cologne.
Yeah, but
his audience ran the spectrum early on in his career.
But was white men watching him at the beginning?
That's not true.
I don't know. I don't have the statistics on that.
Yeah, that's not true at all. Yeah, no.
Oh, so you think? Wait. Let me ask y'all this. Wait, because I think a lot of time what we do is speak on our feelings, which is fair, right? So are you saying because you saw a lot more black people respond to him, or a lot black channels respond to him, that he did not have a relationship? So in his early shows, he didn't get any white callers?
I'm just saying as ambiguous as the relationship with Kevin Samuels and white people, because I'm not disagreeing that there was a relationship. Just as ambiguous as the relationship with Kevin Samuels and white people is the
his
same
message wasn't for white people.
There's the same type of relationship that Charlie Kirk had with black people and vice versa. It is very ambiguous, but there is a relationship.
No, sir. Define. I don't want to do this because you're gonna take this down a rabbit hole. I think you're using ambiguous wrong in this context. I don't think you know how you. I don't even think you know what you mean to say when you say the context is ambiguous, right? I just told you that in his early shows, right, it was for men.
No, it was
and his message
on black men.
His message
mostly black.
Wait. So I just want to be clear.
Let's stop pretending like.
Wait. Hold on. I just want to be clear.
Popular
Kevin Samuels. Wait. His
early communities first.
Hold on, real quick, Jawar. Let Rilla get this out.
I just want to be clear on all the Kevin Samuels experts, and I hate that y'all dragging this man into this, right? I just want to be clear. I said his overall message was not for white people, right? But his early shows were based on men's fashion, right? And cologne, right? And he had white clients that he serviced, right? Out of his mouth, right? So you're saying he didn't have a relationship, and it's ambiguous. The same way I'm asking you about Charlie Kirk.
That's not what I'm saying. Now listen to me. I say he did have a relationship.
I'll be quiet and listen.
He did have a relationship, and just as ambiguous as that relationship is, it's the same as a relationship between black people and Charlie Kirk. It's very
No,
simple.
it's not.
Very
No,
simple.
no. Hold on. It's not the same to say just because he had white clients that he was popular amongst white people.
That's
I
not
mean,
the
you
argument.
have
Who
you
said
have
that?
white, you have popular white speakers. Because let's be honest, if you're a popular speaker in America, the way you become popular is you're first generally popular amongst your group. If you're a black person speaking with a popular black person, your audience was mostly black, and then it expanded to other people. All right,
Guys,
so
right after
it's a,
Jawar, both trying to get in there too.
Oh, my
okay,
bad.
go ahead.
I thought I was gonna have to get in my masculine bag just to have a word in, but I appreciate you. The relationship between the little weird guy and black people was.
Well, this dude just passed away, man. Like, what, a weird guy? Come on, like,
Let
let's have some
it
respect,
happen. Let
man.
it happen. Let it happen.
Terrible.
Just let it
It's
happen.
just
Let it
weird
happen.
though. Like, I
Hold
don't
on,
like that's
we
weirdo
gotta let her
shit,
get it
bro.
out.
Let her finish speaking. Please mute
Yo,
up. Let her
that's
finish
not. But hold on, like this dude just got murdered.
I'm
in
not
front of
going
his
to
wife
hold
and
on.
his
I'm
kids.
going to keep speaking the way I am speaking.
Go ahead,
I
girl.
appreciate you because if someone can say other stuff that is disrespectful and you feel like that's disrespectful, you're going to let me say that if someone else is not going to be policed on what they say that is disrespectful to people, because people say disrespectful stuff up here all the time. So you're going to let me speak the way I want to speak. So now the weird guy and black people's relationship was that of he spoke about us demeaningly. That is the only relationship. Black people largely did not even know who that guy was. If you ask a lot of us, we didn't even know who that man was. We probably knew that weird smile he had, but we don't know who that man was because nobody cared about him. Also, Candace Owens is black colored, but she is not of this community. I don't know what to tell you. So their relationship was their relationship. But her relationship with us, now that's contentious. She is only, she looked like us, but she belonged to them.
So if she gets
But
stopped by a
Charlie
cop,
Kirk had zero relationship with us other than putting us down every chance he got. Now, here's the other thing. He held extremely conservative beliefs. A lot of black men hold extremely conservative beliefs. But the conservative beliefs that Kirk had, since you don't want me to call him weird, I'm a placate. The conservative beliefs that he had specifically are for his people. Those beliefs are not for you. Those families that he's talking about, not for you. Those children, saving those children that he was talking about, not us. He's talking about him, his people, and preserving his race because they have to stay here and you have to stay here. His conservative beliefs is for preservation for his people and the hierarchical position
Did
of
you hear him
his.
say that, or is this something
So
you
you all
assumed?
aligning with this man. You are
Yeah, but
aligning literally with him keeping his people on top because he's not talking about you. What they do with their women is they use them for incubators because they got to make babies. They got to stay on top. They got to keep these numbers. We make babies in our sleep. We can blink and be pregnant. We're fine. Okay? He is talking
yeah, but
about
you don't have
preserving
family.
the numbers of their
yeah,
race
we
so
don't
that
have
they can
family. We're
stay
not
here.
fine. We're not
Yeah,
fine.
no, you don't have
So
family.
I'm trying to figure out.
About babies, like they're animals.
I'm sorry because y'all
Let her
talk for a
land.
long
Let
time.
her
I have been
land.
saying nothing.
Just let her land and then
No, we've
respond.
been
Let her
having a
land.
Nothing.
conversation
I
between each
have
other.
saved all of these points for y'all talking. I'm addressing the things that y'all are saying.
Yeah, but we're addressing him back. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
like,
you
One
can
mic,
we're not
address
one
me when
mic,
I
fine.
got done
Rhetoric,
because see, I
let her
waited in
land,
the
let her
club.
land.
I waited. Okay. But I want us to understand each other. We are all on the same page. Yes, we need to be married. We need to have families. We need to be excellent. We need to progress. All of that. But our conservative values are not theirs. It is okay that we have conservative values, But you cannot treat your women like they're incubators. Like all we have to do is have babies.
That is
like they do.
Nobody said
We
that.
need to treat
Nobody
our
thinks that.
families.
We gotta let her talk.
It is a man and a woman having a baby, having a family, and raising that family and making community in order to push us forward and leave their conservative values alone. We don't have a relationship with them.
Conservative values are conservative values. No such thing
Yeah,
as white
what's the
conservative
difference?
values.
But what are some of the differences on black conservative values versus his white conservative values? What are some of the differences in those?
So major difference would be like
Well,
he asking Bo.
I asked Bo.
Yeah, you just
Bro,
shut us
you
down.
answer for her. Let the intellectual sister answer what the difference is between black conservative values and the ones that Charlie Kirk espoused.
I don't. So okay, and I understand. I completely understand. I'm a woman. Y'all don't really hear our words the way we say them. So I'll say them again. I'll say it again, right? And maybe you know what? If you don't hear it this time, Marcus, please can you mansplain it to him after that? I appreciate you because they hear me and they don't. So anyway, like I was saying, white men they literally marry their women and have babies just to keep the numbers up. These white men don't like they women. They don't love they women. None of that. It literally, it is a priority that they get them a woman. Okay, go ahead.
Hold on, watch. You should everything that she says that you have contention with, you should type it down real quick and then like address it. Because it's smart. I'm gonna do the same thing.
Okay.
Because I don't agree with what she just said. I don't think she can substantiate it either. But
like, how can you substantiate?
We gotta let her. But we gotta let her talk though.
I can't. Go ahead.
We gotta let her talk.
Go ahead.
But we need you. We need you to give us your laundry list so we can tear it down.
You just talk amongst yourselves because I can't prove that these men are only marrying their women.
Here's the thing, but we can't talk over each other. We gotta let each other finish. So if you are the speaker, make sure we keep it short. And if you are waiting, be patient so that we can actually have a healthy dialogue. If we talking over each other, somebody's gonna get upset. We never gonna get to have a conversation. So you have to make sure that we're able to let it flush it out. Go ahead, Bo.
Address the McLean.
So we have, and I know y'all don't watch the ID channel enough, but y'all should. It is literally a rinse and repeat thing in the white community. It is something that they like. It is literally a duty. It's something that you are supposed to do.
A duty.
And you know what? I'm going to find it. I ain't doing it right now, but I'm definitely making it my mission to find this because you all need to understand where this comes from. And I have books that I'm sitting here looking at right now, and I can reference this. It is a rinse and repeat cycle for them. You are supposed to marry that woman and have babies. You have to do like that is the same thing that y'all preach. That's what they preach, but they don't like them women. Y'all actually like y'all women.
I was just about to ask that. Do you have a personal issue with the way that they appropriate their relationships? Because it has been proven statistically, as well as anecdotally, as well as viewpoint, Black men do not associate relationships the same way that other demographics do. We actually do like women.
No, yeah.
Okay.
I'm just seeing a growing number of men that sound like that. I'm not saying that this is most of our men. I'm just saying there's a growing number of men that are just like them. But what I'm saying is the difference in our community is that's what I'm talking about. This relationship is not the same because our men actually like us. That's what I mean.
Now we like you. Now it doesn't. What you describe between white men and that's called tradition. You said duty. That's duty. Yeah, that's humans have a biological imperative when they're born to replicate themselves. It's not that women are incubators. You're being disingenuous when you're using rhetoric like that. You know, you're you're exposing more about how you think than you realize when you reduce the miracle of childbirth to being an incubator. First of all,
why is it a problem if a white man wants to get with a white woman and create more white babies? So what? Black men want to get with black women and create more black babies. That's being conservative too. I think your problem is if a white man says it, you feel like that's a threat to you specifically. That's what I feel this is coming across. That he's saying these conservative views so these white people can get together and oppress black people. As opposed to no, he's just want to preserve his people.
Oh,
why is it a thing with you if he's okay? His goal is to get with these white people because their numbers are low. So what? Who cares?
I don't
The
care.
reason that she
there's no
highlighted
relationship between us. We are different, is what I'm saying. I'm not
We're
complaining.
not different. We're men. Men want families. They want their wives. They want children. They want community.
All right.
That's
So
very basic.
the reason why she highlighted it, she touched on it in the beginning when she said their population growth. So it's a book called The Birth Dearth, and it talks about the rapid decline of the white population as a monoracial group, and a lot of the laws that were passed recently about the abortion. Trucker Mike touched on it earlier when he was saying that the laws that they're passing isn't so much about attacking us as it is trying to get their women in line. So I think that's what she's referring to when she's saying an incubator, because they're not really concerned with creating the way the laws are being structured is around preventing them from being able to do baby deletions.
That's ridiculous.
It's called preservation.
We gotta let them finish.
Wait. Every species.
Guys, we gotta let people finish their points though, so that we can rebuttal.
Yeah. So that I think was her initial point in regards to the incubator comment, and then the point about what the difference between white and black conservatism is. So at the base level, when it comes to financial, nuclear family, religious views, take religious views off, but all the things that would be a traditional family we align with. Where we go left is into the Christianity. Like the guy said, he spent a month propping up whose whole ideology that he was famous for, or most well known for, was that they should not have apologized for slavery, and slavery was right, and that's the only time they got us to do what they needed us to do, and that we're supposed to be enslaved. And it was all things centering around why slavery was appropriate, and that mixed with all the other racial animus that he has is the distinction between, I'm not even gonna say all white conservatives, but a large portion of white conservatives, because it does appeal to that crowd. And Charlie Kirk was somewhere in there, but right before Richard Spencer, but not as far as Richard Spencer.
And what, we're gonna need a source for that, right?
Yeah, and you didn't.
We gonna need a source for that one.
You didn't even.
And I also need to say that her conclusions that she stated, it's almost like she's getting her conclusions as if she knows the mind of the person. She's speaking as if she knows what's going on in the man's mind. He wants to do.
Well, I know what was going on in his mind, because I have to cut in here, because if I don't, how y'all doing? If I don't, I won't get a word in, and I'm gonna be quick too. But I actually had never heard of him, like Bo was saying. I had never ever heard of this dude until yesterday when that happened to him, and so at that point I started looking into him and started listening to all his speeches and stuff. We do know what's in his mind, because he literally did say that out of his mouth. He did say that he was trying to preserve the palm color people at the detriment. The only thing was, it was at the detriment of our people. And one big takeaway from this, though, I'm not even going to get into all the inflammatory statements he made, especially towards black males and black males and black females. He went in, but one big takeaway I took from that, when he was going in on the black community saying we don't have fathers in the home and we're poor, one big takeaway y'all need to pay attention. He never once proposed a solution. He never once tried to implement any programs to help us get back None of that. He never wanted
Not
to
the white
address
man's
it.
responsibility to do that.
He never wanted to address
That's not the white
systematic
man.
racism. He never
That's
wanted
not a
to
white
address
man's.
redlining.
Not a white man's
All of those
responsibility to do that.
systems are reasons why
Not a
we
white
are in
man's
the.
responsibility to do
Hold
that.
on,
But
Not
if
a
you're
white
Jawar.
gonna
man's
cut me off,
responsibility to do that.
though,
Yeah,
you're not
Jawar.
gonna learn nothing. See, that's
Yeah.
the problem. You gotta listen. One thing about it, when he was saying all that, he's right. We are down bad compared to white people. We all know that historically we have been oppressed in this country on many different levels. He never wanted to address any of that. He never said how we could be helped. He never gave us the gems and the game on how they kept their families and their wealth together and married their wives and kept it. He never touched on any of that. He just dragged us through the mud. That's all I got to say. Go ahead.
Ray, real quick. So you said you just heard about him yesterday, right?
Yeah, when he got smoked.
How many hours of footage do you think you watched since then?
Woo. Now, one thing y'all may not know about me, I'm really obsessive and nerdy. Like when I go down a rabbit hole, probably stayed up all night. Like on some, I don't even want to get into the details because then y'all gonna know too much. But
A
I
full
I
8
went
hours?
down that rabbit hole.
Well, if
And
you
when I
could just
say I went
start with answering my question, that's all.
10, 12, what, 10 hours? What you want me to say? I gathered the info.
I don't want you. I want you to just answer the
No, he
question.
just asked you a question, Ray. He just
Probably
asked him.
6-7 hours.
So not 10, 6 or 7.
Yeah, something like that. It got late. I fell asleep, woke back up, and then this morning, I even got back on it and I wasn't even supposed to. So yeah, I would say altogether 10 hours. Because in the morning I have a whole other stuff I'm supposed to be looking at, but that's
What
neither
does
here nor there. 10
what does this
hours.
service
10 hours.
what does this service us talk about? What
10
white
hours. That's the answer to the question. Now what?
what does it service us to have white people acknowledge historical facts that we can all verify that at some point some of our family members experience? I think it's counterproductive that it seems like for whatever freaking reason our community wants this acknowledgement instead of
We want our money. We want our money. And I already addressed reparations on another episode. That's all we want. We don't need nobody's sympathy, empathy, none of that. We need our money. And I'm standing on
Hold on,
it.
Ray, you gotta let him
I'm
finish.
standing on it. You know how I get about that.
That's not what
you
you
let him finish.
What you just stated was the fact that he didn't acknowledge a plan, that he didn't
When he
acknowledge.
was debating, he wouldn't acknowledge it. Meaning when people would ask that in those debates, he would never go point for point with that. He was intentionally avoiding that point. That's what I'm saying.
How could you know that?
Let's take that.
What about
even if it's
Hold
not
on, y'all.
acknowledged,
Let Ray and True handle this. Go ahead.
I don't understand what that has to do with
When
us.
you're having a debate, you're supposed to acknowledge the point. What do you mean you don't understand?
I don't understand. Like I said,
So have you never seen a professional debate?
No, that's not what I'm stating, ma'am. I don't understand why it services our community.
It's not about us servicing the community. I'm telling you what I observed after watching him, because like I said, I never heard of him. So then I went to get more information on him. I'm just telling you what I observed from the speech or from those debates. He would not address those specific points. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying I need him to personally acknowledge it. I need us to get our reparations because they owe us that. That's all I need. I don't even get into politics.
Well, I'm speaking to you, but I'm speaking to the panel as well as the listeners.
Okay.
I'm saying as a community, because you're not the first young lady who's spoken about this particular topic.
And I won't be the last.
Right,
Okay,
right.
great.
In order to get some understanding, you got to listen to what he's saying. He may be saying something different from what you're thinking right now, but the only way you're going to be able to get it is if you listen. So just pipe down a little bit and allow him to speak.
Yeah,
All right. I do get in my feelings about them
I
reparations.
understand, I understand, but you got to be able to listen.
You're right. I'm
Okay.
gonna be quiet. I'm gonna be
Just
quiet.
go ahead, just mute up for a second and just process.
We can tell, and like I appreciate the passion. I'm not removing or dismissing what you're saying as far as reparations. That's a conversation, but it seems similar to what I'm hearing, that we, and I'm saying we want this acknowledgement. I don't think that that's going to service us. I think that what's going to service us is internal repair. We need to get on board with whatever the agenda is. And I said this hours ago, what's the strategy? And I don't think we still have figured out what the strategy is for our people. Reparations may be one thing, but there's a whole nother component of repair. I mean, seems to be a lot of people who are in pain. And
I'm with you on that.
Y'all spoke on this a couple hours ago, though.
No, I don't think he was finished. I don't think he was finished.
No, I'll land. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, y'all spoke on the solution is families. Like, I don't know why we are going we playing ping pong around the obvious solution. Indian households have the highest per capita medium earning. They earn over 150,000. They also have the strongest traditional and familial oriented culture in the country. That is a direct correlation. It's very simple.
Watch, do they have power?
What?
No, brother, it's okay. Like, relax.
No. I'm saying. What did you say? I didn't hear you.
Well, if you said what in my house, my grandma would slap taste out people's mouth. So when you said that, I got offended. My
But
bad.
we're not family, brother.
I get it, but we understand respect, right? So saying what to another man, you get it though, right?
He just expressing how he got offended by what you said.
Yeah. It ain't no big deal. I promise it ain't no big deal.
No, I don't think
Question
it
to
is
you. You name the earning power of Eastern Indians, right? And I would agree with you.
I did not name the earning power.
You didn't?
No, I just named what they earn.
Jesus Christ. Per capita.
Okay. Hey, don't take the Lord's name in vain. Okay. My grandmother's house.
Okay,
I'm done.
No. You good, brother. You good. Shout out to you. I'm going back on mute, JR. My bad.
Real quick, I wanted to ask Ray a quick question. So you didn't, out of all the footage that you saw of Charlie Kirk, you didn't see him prescribe that getting fathers back in the black home was a solution?
He said it was a solution. He never told us. He basically kept comparing, like, okay, let me go back in here because I'm gonna start breaking. He kept comparing. He kept saying what black people don't have, what we need to do. Clearly, white people have had it. They have it figured out. They have the game and going with it. He never specifically said, this is how to do this, black people. Y'all are clearly struggling. Y'all are clearly down bad. Y'all are clearly whatever. This is how we did it. This is how we keep our families together. These are the instructions. These are the exact ways we do it. These are the things this is how we're able to deal with our women. He never went into that.
Did you watch?
Well, it's probably because
wait,
I have a question for Dope. When they're done with theirs, I have a question for Dope on that. That's a good.
Did you watch it on whatever podcast, Ray?
What is it? His podcast, the one he had.
Did you know he was on the whatever podcast, which is more directed to relationship dynamics? Did you watch him on that podcast?
I don't know if that was the one. I know it's the one when he would be in front of the mic by himself, or was that just
no?
his?
Yeah, see, he was on a lot of podcasts.
Okay,
right? That's why. Yeah, check it out. Like you probably get some more insight. But yeah, like basically, like we're still beating around the bush.
What did he say? If you saw him on a podcast, what was the gems? Drop them now because people need to know this.
I'm telling you,
Get him, Ray.
He said that
perfect.
That having a family, having a familial structure, having a community, and not indulging in debauchery is the way to go. That's what he promoted. Did he
say how? That's the what? Did he say the how?
You mean how? You have to just do it. Don't drink. Don't smoke. Don't hang out in front of the liquor store on Sundays and all that.
But when y'all say that, and this one, I'm not even gonna be here long. When y'all say that, y'all are really disregarding. That's when white supremacy and historical oppression comes into the conversation. Y'all always just say it's not that easy, because if it was, we would be there already. We would be like we were in ancient. We would be like when we were kings and queens. When we were kings and queens in ancient Egypt, we would be like that then. If it was at Egypt.
No, that's disingenuous. That's BS. Can I get in here? Let me say this. Let me just ask her this. The 70% of black women who are filing for divorce, is that the white man or is that the black man? Is that the
I don't know. I don't know nothing about no marriage.
Oh yeah, so you know nothing about that.
You don't know.
So that's 70%.
I'm just saying, all white women and black women, all the women filing for divorce, not just black.
No, we're talking about the black. We're talking about
black, white. Everybody is leaving.
No, everybody is not leaving. Indians are not leaving. Asians are not leaving. And the law and
arranged marriages are not. You're right. The Indians, a lot of them are arranged.
One mic, y'all.
Talking over me now.
Feminism
is a
lot of Indians are arranged marriages.
No, a lot of Indians are not.
And arranged marriages.
Yes, they are.
Arranged marriages are successful.
If you
very successful, I agree.
No, let me say this. Let me say this.
Say what you need to say, baby.
She's just being ridiculous. Okay. All right. Nobody is saying that nobody gets a divorce. Nobody is saying that. All right. But what we are talking about is the high level, the amount of divorces in particular communities, the amount of marriages in particular communities. All right. So the 70% of Black women who are filing for these divorces, breaking up their families, taking their kids from their fathers and stuff, you trying to tell me, and this has happened in the past 40 years, all of that's from some white supremacy stuff?
I'm confused. I thought Black women wasn't getting married and we was the least desirable. Now we getting divorced the most?
No, you have Black women who get married. And
within
oh,
they getting oh, we are getting married. Okay.
No, you're not staying married.
But are we getting married? Are we baby mamas or are we getting married? Are we baby mamas or are we getting married?
Get him, Ray.
Are we baby mamas or are we getting married? That's all I want to know for Black women.
No, you're doing both.
Hold on, Ray.
Are we doing both? We going both ways? We going both ways, baby.
No, don't jump in. Watch. Let them have it.
We going both ways. We baby mamas too.
No, there are Black women who are becoming baby mamas, and there are Black women who are getting married.
So we going both ways.
Women, let me finish. Those Black women who are getting married are becoming divorced within 7 years' time.
How many Black women are getting married? Because I didn't even know we were.
Can you stop?
I can't ask no questions.
You have to wait. They said wait till they finish.
Who said wait?
Then the guy just
lock his ass up.
One mic
lock his ass up. Hey, that's
nobody's interrupting you. I'm not trying to interrupt you, but you're interrupting me.
You're going to jail. You're going to jail.
I mean, this is the statistics, okay? All right.
Can you drop them right now?
There are Black women who are baby mamas. All right. Then there are Black women who are getting married. The Black women who are getting married need to stay married. But they're getting divorced within the 7 years time.
What do the baby mamas need to do and the baby daddies?
First of all, the baby mamas need to not be baby mamas. Okay.
What the baby daddies need to do?
The baby daddies.
What do you mean, baby
don't throw them curveballs, Ray. You was right there. Don't let them off the road.
I'm just saying because this is what I wanted. Listen.
You had him on the road, Ray.
Listen. I don't want to go
that man was talking about y'all saying y'all don't stay in the home. That man that got killed said y'all don't stay in the home.
Oh my God! Y'all say worse than that man. Hey, Black women, Ray, you say worse than that man does. Y'all say worse than that man does. You know what's crazy? This is what's crazy. When I heard Bo say,
hey, they said he had to mess around and find out. I ain't had nothing to do with that.
Ray, pipe down for a second. When I heard Bo say what she said earlier, but I'm not picking on you. This is just in general. But when I hear, I'm assuming you're more of a modern. You know, I've heard your talking points. You're more modern than conservative. It's interesting.
I don't have talking points.
Ray, damn, are you on
You're
one?
right. That's the first thing you said. That was right.
I'm on one because I ain't had nothing to eat, y'all.
My point is that it's interesting when you hear a fish talking about this is how we supposed to fly. Talk about birds. When I hear a modern woman talk about conservatism, being conservative.
Conservatism. What is that?
Being
conservatism.
Damn, Bray.
You a looking ass nigga.
You a begging ass woman with your reparations ass. Shit. Like
I'm begging for what's owed.
Motherfucker.
And that's why Charlie Kirk was dogging black people. He was dogging the black men like you because you sound dumb. Reparations are owed to us. You sound dumb.
Kirk for the first time tonight, and then you had a comment to make. This is the first time.
I heard about him yesterday. How are you in your feelings? He talked about you. He said men like you are not in the home. Did you tell me your baby mama left you? Your baby mama left you. You're not in the home.
She watched 12 hours of Charlie Kirk since yesterday.
Bro, you're one of the men that's not in the home.
She has an opinion on somebody.
You're one of the men he was speaking on.
Me?
So
whoever not in the home, like this dude running his mouth.
My point being is you are exactly a part. Your type is exactly a part of the problem of which what he was saying. Yes, people can compartmentalize and say there's things that they don't agree with things that he said, but there are other values. There are other values that he had that men and some women have too, that he evoked that we agree with. And the thing that you're talking about right now, which is reparations, which is all those things he said about us. What he said about the black man and the black person, that's this type of stuff. The reason why most black people don't get nowhere.
He was talking about you. He said fathers are not in the home. He was talking about
You
you.
are a participation trophy type woman. You want the
He was talking
participation
about
trophy.
you. He said the fathers are not in the home. Aren't you not in your father in your kids'
So
home?
you want us to get in our feelings and not hate him just because he
Bruh,
said
he's
something
the
about
exact man Charlie Kirk was talking about.
Ray, you gotta
Charlie
be
Kirk wasn't
trolling.
talking about me.
Ray, you
He
gotta
was
be
talking about
trolling.
whoever the fathers
Ray, you
not
gotta
being
be
in the
trolling.
home.
Let both
No,
say
no.
let
Yeah,
both speak in peace.
listen.
Hold on.
Charlie Kirk said black fathers are not in the home, just
Hold
like
on,
this
Ray.
man.
Hold
But
on,
if
Ray.
Maestro.
statistically they are not in the home, 70% of our children are raised by women.
Maestro is not in his
How is that
kid's
a lie?
home.
How is
Maestro
that a
is not in
lie?
his child's home.
Let
So
both
was
speak
he
in
cooking or
peace.
was he not cooking? Right?
Hold on.
How he cooking and he the exact man
No,
Charlie Kirk was
I'm
talking
saying,
about.
is Charlie Kirk right about Maestro or not?
Hell yeah, he said black fathers are not in the home. You are in your kids' home. I mean, I know you
I see
getting
what you
married,
did,
Yeah,
but
though.
this man,
Lock
but
his
we're talking.
ass up.
No.
Lock his
You ain't
ass
shit,
up.
though.
You going to
These
jail.
men on these panels
You
Maestro
going to
is not
jail.
in his kids'
we are
home.
part of the 30%. But what about the 70%?
But Ray, you don't
Maestro
have a
is not.
man.
Are you in your
But
kids'
Ray, you don't
home?
have a man.
Yes.
But Ray, you don't have a man. But Ray, you don't
Well,
have a
that's
man.
good for you.
First of all, Ray.
No, I don't. No, I
First of
don't
all,
have no
Ray,
man. No.
you don't. Okay. Then so
Hey,
so
can
let's
y'all
do that.
please
Why
let
don't you
Bo
do
get
that
in there before
first?
she go to sleep?
No,
I want to
Let both talk, man. No, I ain't got no man.
Maestro,
So
keep
keep
cooking, Maestro.
Can I say this?
Keep cooking, Ray, Maestro.
it's too many people watching this show.
Well,
No, I ain't got no man.
Now this is listen. She's just popping off.
Back her up, Maestro.
Look, the basic thing is the statistics are the statistics. If the man said that we have fatherless households, this is the statistics back that up. 70% of black families are headed by women. Now, the men on this panel who are living with their children, we are the 30%. Okay, we are part of the 30.
Leave that up,
But
JR.
the 70 is out.
Jawar, what about this? Right? Because y'all regurgitate stuff that we discussed ad nauseum on this panel. We know black women are leaving, black women are the least desirable, black women divorce, black families.
I ain't never
all
said
that.
no
We
black
got
woman
that.
was the least desirable.
So wait. I got you though. Right? What about this on the screen? What about this?
What's the context behind the comment? Like, what's the context?
I can help you. So he platformed.
Wait, hold on. I want to wait. True. Are you?
No, I'm gonna answer
serious?
the question.
I'm being
You need
objective.
context for that.
I do need context because I've heard that highlighted. I've heard that streamlined a few times, and the people that actually
Cone.
They weren't speaking.
No, true ain't no cool, but I'm just
a statement like that.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Everybody be quiet. Hold on.
They weren't speaking to the actual the degenerate side of the structure of slavery. They were speaking to the structure within the family. I mean, I've heard black people even say this, that during the time of Jim Crow, we functioned better before there was a separation. So that's why I said, what's the context of what he said? Slavery, we know was bad. We know that. We're not unintelligent people. But
that's the thing, True. He did not believe it was bad. So he had two well-known authors onto his platform, and he also did a tours with them, and he was platforming these people. One of them wrote a book, and the book was it described slavery as a mutual I'm paraphrasing now. He described it as an ideal situation for race relations is how it should go. And white men should not feel bad about slavery because it helped us as much as it helped them, and we should be thankful for it. And then the other one he did, he said, hold on, I got it right here. Just give me 1 second. Let me put up my phone.
Thanks for the context.
I need to read all of this.
I disagree with it.
How much context of a statement like that can
that's what I'm saying. That's the part I'm lost at.
I need to make sure that's the statement too.
That is the statement, but
yeah,
I'm just
I
curious
just
to know, like, what context do we need to make that make sense for us, right? Like he could have said Reconstruction, right? That would have made sense. He's an educated. Well, I mean, I know he seems like a well-read man, not an educated man. He was a well-read man, right? So what context? And this is the thing, right? Again, and True, I know you're not no cone. I'm just saying, when we on these platforms, we gotta understand this. Like this video get however many views it gets, whatever, right? What context do we need for this?
Mark, you talking about? You want me to put this up?
Because I guess it's because when someone of pigmentation
that was proof of the prowling hemp
you went out
much earlier.
Oh, that was earlier. Okay.
Yeah, the whatchamacallit. So Doug Wilson is the name of the author, And the name of the book, The Second Coming of, let me see what's the name of this book. So I'll read it to you. Wilson's, so Kirk podcast interviewed Wilson and praised his work as thoughtful, brilliant thinker. In August 2024, Kirk invited Wilson to speak at Turning Point USA Conference, the Believer Summit, which Kirk co-founded. In April 2025, Kirk and Williams filmed a segment for the web series Men Rampant, produced by Wilson's publishing house, Cannon Press. So Wilson's controversial thoughts, he's a slavery apologist. Wilson has received widespread criticism for his defenses of slavery, particularly in his 1996 book, Southern Slavery as It Was. The Southern Poverty Law Center has long documented Wilson's rhetoric, noting how it has offered theological cover for white supremacist ideology. Promotion of Christian nationalism. Wilson is one of the most prominent advocates of Christian nationalism, an ideology that asserts America was funded as a Christian nation and the biblical principles should guide all aspects of government and society. Wilson holds conservative and controversial views, including advocating for patriarchal society where women submit to their husbands. He believes that...
This is an extremely biased article. I just want to let you know that.
Hold on, this isn't the thing, because I agree with the last part. So let me get to the part that I disagree with.
The article was far from impartial. I'll tell you that.
What I'm saying is he platformed two well-known slave apologists and championed the message. And one wrote a book saying
Andrew Wilson's a slave apologist?
No, not Andrew. Hold on. The guy name is Douglas Wilson.
I'd much rather like literally watch what these people said versus the article's opinion about what they said and what they are. Because the article was pretty like, as soon as the article said slavery apologist, I'm like, oh, they're coming up with opinions about who they think he is.
No, he wrote a book saying these things.
He wrote a book and he called himself a slavery apologist.
What's the name of the book again, Marcus?
Hold on, let me go back to it.
I like dope.
I just cited the book.
Did Charlie Kirk count as being in the manosphere, Bohemian? Does that count as like manosphere?
What?
Does Charlie Kirk count as manosphere?
I don't know. I don't even know what the manosphere really
Southern
is.
slavery.
I've just been hearing that rhetoric a lot. I just wanted
He aligns with Red Pill for sure.
So here it is.
What is Red Pill?
I don't think he aligns with Red Pill.
Southern slavery as it was. Wilson argued that slavery under the Confederacy was a benign institution that produced genuine affection between the races. Critics, including the Southern Poverty Law Center, have long condemned this work for downplaying the horrors of slavery. Wilson has been accused of race mongering for claiming that mass media avoids covering incidents that do not fit specific racial narratives. And in 2017, in his defense of a blog post, Theology of Hate, Wilson was criticized for defending comments seen as racially insensitive. Wilson has, this is about women. This isn't about the racist part. So the book name was Did you hear it, really? Or you need me to find it again?
No, say it one more time, because I think Dope was asking.
Southern slavery as it was.
Southern slavery as it was.
That slavery under the Confederacy was a benign institution that produced genuine affection between the races. So
it's amazing how the conversation
it's two of them.
Always going toward like something that triggers black people, slavery, Jim Crow, whatever. He said nigger, whatever. Who cares? Okay, can we just stay focused?
No, I actually care. I care, sir.
Okay. And the reason why you care on things like that is one of the reasons why we don't get ahead as a community. As soon as somebody we don't like,
So me caring about slavery has
Jawar is a teacher. Jawar is a teacher. Listen to what he's right. Listen to what he got to say.
I mean, that has been
the reason why
that is the political reality of black people. That's why they keep voting Democrat in large numbers. Somebody says something about black people, then the conversation goes to that. Keep the conversation. I think we need to just keep the conversation.
Jawar, can I ask you a question, brother?
Wait till I finish. Why don't we just keep the conversation on how to build the family, how to build the community? If a white guy says something about slavery, so what? They ain't got nothing to do with it. I mean, so what? They're gonna always talk about slavery. Black people gonna say, who cares? But we know the history already. Okay, we kind of passed that. Some people are just still stuck on that history.
Hold on, Wesley, just real quick.
We are past slavery. We're past Jim Crow. All right, Jim Crow is not our
Promise,
problem.
Wizzle.
Our problem is a spiritual
Keep
problem.
thinking it.
Our problem is a moral problem.
Spiritual problem.
And yes,
Praise white Jesus.
Yes, black church attendance has gone
Praise
down.
the
Black
white
men,
Jesus.
black men in the church. The numbers of
You
black
seen
men
that
in the
Boondocks
church
True.
has gone down.
Shemanaya, hallelujah.
So Jawar. So
You
Jawar.
got. And I think you guys are just a little jaded and a little.
That's cool. I mean, you could all those opinions.
You're not in reality. You're not in reality.
I agree with you.
Not because
You're not
we're
in
catching the Holy
reality.
Ghost.
Hold
Why
on,
we
Ray.
not allowed to catch the Holy Ghost up in here?
Hold on, Ray, because
No,
I
you're
agree
not-
with you.
no.
Whatever you about to say,
Church
Jawar, you're
attendance
right. I
amongst
have a
black-
question
no.
for you, sir.
No,
I have a
wait
question
till-
for you, sir.
No, wait till I finish my statement.
Now
first.
listen, if you're gonna start issuing those type of commands, brother, I'm gonna ask you to get on camera. When you start doing all that.
Ten Commandments.
Okay, then listen.
Right, but
Like
look,
this
I'ma
needs to
just
be a
say what
civil
I'ma just say.
discourse.
You can look at the numbers of black church attendance, particularly for black
Now you
men.
flipping
So
it.
there it is.
Now here go another.
Is he a pastor?
All right.
No, Jawar, how many years did you teach?
Jawar, are you married?
That nigga.
Hell no.
I'm married. Been married 15 years.
Jawar, how many years were you a
figure out
teacher
what the
for?
moral
15
issue
years.
I want to know
I've
what
been
the
in
moral
edu-
issue is.
Excuse me. I've been married 15 years. I've been in education for 25.
Great. Can you
Okay.
explain the
So listen,
moral issue?
so, yeah, it's a moral issue. Yes.
Explain.
The values that a lot of single black women have are not in line.
The black community. What moral issue?
We're talking about the black
community
community because we have to look at the families.
He
And the
said the
families
black
are-
men are not in the home.
They
aren't.
I'm trying to figure out what
They
the
are-
moral
they are
issue
not
is.
in the home. That's statistics. You can look that up on CDC.
Well, you married 15 years though, right?
Doesn't matter.
Wait.
Yes, it
It
matters.
doesn't matter
Yeah,
that he's
it does
married
matter.
15 years.
He was a teacher for 25 years. Who's smarter than him on this panel?
It doesn't
He
matter.
can teach
Well,
us
don't
something
do that,
right
though.
now. He can
I
teach
would-
us.
Ain't nobody
I
smarter
can't
than him.
teach you-
I
I
would-
can't
I
teach
would-
you
I would
something
offer
because
that
excuse
you
me,
are
I
smarter.
can't teach you something because I deal with your kids.
I think
In general.
I deal with your
Smart.
kids.
General.
I deal with your kids on a daily
Can you
basis.
teach the father something?
And your children
One
are.
mic, y'all. One mic.
Please let me ask them this question before I go on mute.
I was
Jawar,
trying to. Okay.
would you also tell the small hat people that they should never remember,
I'm not
never
concerned
forget?
about the small hat.
I got you, right? But I'm asking the
Not concerned.
question. I know you're
No,
not
ask me a
concerned.
question about-
I know that's
I'm
not the
not- I'm not-
focus.
not concerned
So
about
now you
small
refuse
hat.
to. So are you
No,
refusing to answer the question?
You're trying to move the goalpost. I'm not.
No,
interested.
you moved it quite a bit, sir.
No, I didn't. No, I'm keeping
That's
it
not
on
a setup.
black
That's
people.
just an honest question.
I'm keeping it on black people. I ain't saying anything. I ain't saying one
So
thing
black
about white
people should forget. So black people should never talk about our history, but you're okay with everybody else remembering theirs and leveraging that to get benefits from our federal government to advance their cause. You're okay with that, right?
Be using your history as anchor.
Of course he is, because he's like some
Wait.
late
Why wouldn't you use
boomer.
your
If
history?
you want, and I don't know if, and I don't
Wait,
know.
and
if
you're a teacher? Why wouldn't you use your history?
Listen, you can know your history.
Wait,
you can know your. You can know your history, but you don't have to be chained down by the history.
Chicago,
man. Okay.
It's ironic you'll use the word chain down.
How convenient. I appreciate
Can
that.
I get
JR.
my question answered now?
Yeah, what was the question?
Let both speak.
If you've ever done any reading,
I will
Toni
answer
Morrison,
your question.
Toni Morrison has
I
said
don't
this.
want you to answer my question.
Toni Morrison
Because
and
he
Beloved
made
has
the claim that we have a moral
They
issue, and I
your
want to know what this moral
history
issue
talking
is.
Hold on, Jawar. Jawar, Bo has a question for you. Go ahead, Bo.
What's the question?
What is the moral issue in the black community?
The moral issue is they are not aligning with the principles of God.
Who is they?
What are the what are the principles of God?
He not part of the black community?
Wait, hold on.
Will you mute this chick? If I'm getting muted, why she not getting muted?
Don't call her a chick.
Who muted you are?
It's fine. What are the?
I am muted, but guess what, you are, Juana man. Don't start with me.
She over tonight.
Okay, what are the principles of God?
Okay.
that we're supposed to be
I'm not going to respond. That's just ridiculous. What's your question, Bo?
What are these principles of God that we are not following?
The basic principle is that It's God, man, woman, child. Man follows God, woman follows man, children follows woman.
Those are morals?
Yeah, well, those are the basics, the basis for the moral.
Says who?
But that's the
Bible.
base. But no.
Y'all shouldn't make this argument.
What
Y'all
are the
shouldn't.
morals? What are the morals that we are lacking? Those are not morals. What are the morals that we are lacking?
Respect for your elders. Do a lot of black people have that? Do a lot of young people have that?
Can you answer?
Okay, a moral
Yes.
is an
No.
individual's or society's principle about
That's fine.
right
I'm trying
and
to figure
wrong
out the principles
conduct.
of God that he's talking about. What are these morals?
All right, I'll tell you some of the morals. All right, it's very simple, very easy. All right, honesty, respect, kindness, responsibility, fairness.
Yeah.
All right,
No.
value. I mean, that's just some basic ones. Now, see,
And you think
and I'm not a Christian. I'm a Muslim. So,
Boy,
I mean,
you
it's
never a
that's
Muslim. Please
right.
don't disrespect the Muslims like
that's right.
right now.
And he got 4 wives, right? What you talking about?
okay.
He is lying. Like, please don't respect
I'm trying to
So,
have
I am Muslim.
the
What are you
imam
talking
like
about?
that. Please don't disrespect them.
I
like
am
that.
Muslim. I'm Muslim.
You're not,
I
bro.
don't think
Stop.
you are. You
Because
don't
if
know
you're
the principles.
Muslim,
You
if
don't know
you're
the
Muslim
principles.
and you
You don't
on
know the
here
principles
licking
of
boots,
Islam.
you
I don't
on here
think you
licking
know the
boots as
principles.
a Muslim, they would never. They
I
would never
don't
lick
think.
their oppressors' boots.
Excuse me.
They would never lick their
Wait,
oppressors'
so brother
boots.
brother
Hey, I
Jawar,
am
you a
fully.
Muslim and you espouse the Christian tenets for the black
Don't disrespect the Muslims, man.
wait, hold on, Ray. I just want to be clear, brother Jawar. Like, honest question. You're a Muslim and your premise is that the Christian tenet or religion is the solution for the black community.
If you
I
know
hope the
anything about
Muslims tear you up in the comments right
no,
now.
I'm very clear.
No,
I know the Muslims. Well, I know at least the NOI. I'm here in Chicago.
if you
So
know,
No, I'm
they
saying I
believe
hope
in
they tear
Jesus
Jawar
and-
up. I hope they tear Jawar up.
First of all, listen. First of all, I don't know what type of Muslim she is. I don't know if she was the nation of Islam, but I am a Sunni
What you
Muslim.
mean? My stepfather was from Jordan. Not none of that Nation of Islam or
I'm
jail
from-
stuff. A real
no, hold
Muslim.
on.
So
I'm Sunni
so
Muslim.
they're real Muslims as well. Gerard, what is Islam's?
No, I'm just saying he was brought up in Jordan.
I want you to
Hold on, y'all.
explain.
Hold on, y'all. I think M. had a question for you. Go ahead, Mike.
What's the tenets on revenge?
Hold on. We skipping. Really had a good question.
Hold on, Ray.
This is kind of important. What are the tenets on revenge, according to the?
Listen. I don't want to get to no discussion because now this conversation is going to be about Islam. Okay, let's go back to.
Because you just disrespected them. That's when you wrong for that.
No. She asked me about.
Hold on, y'all.
So if you want to retaliate, you retaliate to the same degree as the.
Listen, I know that.
Thank you.
I know the morals.
You made it about Christianity.
You
How
didn't
not gonna
even
make it
quote.
about
You
Islam
didn't
now?
quote the Quran at all. No
Hold on, y'all.
surahs. You went straight to the Bible. You're lying.
Y'all let M. White cook, y'all.
Wait
Come
a
on.
minute. The tennis in
Cook M. White.
No, you shut up, okay? Because you don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, now I gotta shut up because you a fake Muslim. You wrong for that.
Because
you
don't
a fake
know about
Muslim.
Islam. You don't know about
I know
Islam.
everything about Islam. You're
Because
lying.
if you knew about Islam, you wouldn't be.
Why you
running
didn't
your
quote
mouth
none of
off
the surahs? Why you didn't quote any of the surahs?
Do we not see what's happening right
It
now?
doesn't matter what. Listen, if you read the Quran,
You're a liar, and I just exposed you. Don't get mad.
No, you ain't exposed nothing. You just didn't let me finish, and you just running your mouth.
This is what occurs in the community in mass, and this is what I'm trying to understand. The competition amongst what's.
Why are you muting me? I'm assuming what I'm trying to tell you. You're going to try to.
You're a liar, bro.
Muslims, no.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
The values of it. No, let me finish.
No. I'm muting you and Ray. Go ahead, True.
I think both asked a good question, but at the same time, it's almost offensive because I think that's a part of the problem. We should have a basis of character and behavior, and we don't. There's too many open doors and open lanes on what is proper because everybody wants their own individual perspective to be respected as the equal, and it's not. And I keep asking, what is the strategy? Like, we're divided amongst just religion or this. It shouldn't matter. We need to find a baseline of what works.
You don't think the new wait. I've said it 5 times now. The nuclear family. What don't you guys understand about that? Look at the face you made,
And
bro.
it doesn't matter if you're a Christian or a Muslim or a Jew.
you have an adverse reaction to that word, nuclear family.
I come from a nuclear family. I don't have an adverse reaction to that. It's just
see the face
I made that face because y'all just keep saying it. Here's the thing. We know that to be true. What you all do not understand is when I have an adverse reaction to that, it is because you all want marriage the way you want it. And you want women to follow what you want.
Oh, we want marriage in a way that works.
No, as a leader, you are supposed to take in account who you are dealing with. You make up rules for you. You make up rules that you want for everyone, and you do what a leader does. Who you are dealing with. You are not taking into account who is around you. The only thing that matters is you. The men that I respect, the leaders that I respect are the ones who know the people around them, who take into account who's around them, and they build that life for those people and not what he thinks that those people should have. That is why I have an adverse reaction to that. But the nuclear family, I come from a nuclear family. Both of my grandparents were married for over 60
We gotta let her get her projection out. Let her finish.
What about you?
I don't know why your big tongue ass keep talking. I need your big tongue ass to shut the fuck up.
Do you have a nuclear
family? I don't cuss very often, but I get so tired of these big tongues.
Do you have a nuclear family? Do you have a nuclear family? You keep talking about your parents.
I am answering.
What about you? What about you?
Shut your big tongue ass up.
You are. Just because somebody is projecting does not mean that you're allowed to cut them off, okay?
Thank you.
Y'all been cutting me off the whole time.
I ain't cut you off one time. Shut your mouth. So what I'm saying is I completely agree with you when it comes to family and family structure. I come from that. I had my father in the home. I had both grandparents. Both of my parents had both of their parents. And vice and on back. All of my people were married. Nuclear family is where I come from. But the thing is that I saw them work together. I saw my grandfathers build a life for my grandmothers and my parents based on who they were dealing with and not who they wanted them to be and
so
how they wanted them to be. You all are trying to be dictators. Shut your big mouth. You all
what
try
happened to you? You broke the legacy.
That
you
is
broke
what
the legacy.
I hear some men say. But the men who have the respect for the people around them, that they are building the life for everyone and not telling people how to be and what to do, I'm cool with that. That's what I'm saying.
But what would make you think that? What would make you think that the guys
said anything again?
Where does the leadership come in that then?
What?
Leadership.
Where does the leadership come in what you just described? Where does the leadership come in?
Hold on, Bo. I agree. No. We agree with Bo, right? Bo is not doing anything but saying that you need to understand your players and coach the way that you're, and know what you need to know what your players need to get the best out of them. That's all she's saying. However, I'm curious, what makes you think that these guys happen to be bad leaders, like Watch, for example?
I didn't say that. I've never made that claim. I'm saying
when you said you all, who are you talking about?
I'm just talking about the people that it applies to.
Okay.
That wasn't directed toward anybody. See, when you all hear me say things like that, I'm just talking about the people who I'm talking about.
Well, you have somebody in mind when you made the statement, or else the statement wouldn't even exist.
I hear men say things like this all the time. There are men up here all the time, and in the comments all the time, that are saying she got to do what I say.
But what's wrong with that? If you're a leader, wait. Do you listen?
I sure ain't nobody doing.
You listen. You guys, women surrender their autonomy to every facet of natural society, except men. What do you like? What's
true.
What's wrong with a man saying that she has to do what I say? There's only a problem with that if you're coming from the basis that it's automatically going to be taken advantage of. That's trauma.
My only
That's the definition of trauma.
My only position on
That's
that.
what you're saying. You said these men are saying she got to do what I say. There's nothing wrong with that unless you think that there's an innate evil in men that are gonna, take advantage of that and manipulate that. Like,
that's not what I'm
there's
saying.
nothing wrong with saying she got to do what I say. If a woman wants to say he gotta protect me, there's no complaint over that. I agree with that. If a woman says he gotta provide, no, who's gonna say anything wrong with that? So it seems like there's like in modernity, there's something wrong. Like, women have had an adverse reaction to men's convenience. Like, men can have conveniences too. Men can have like things that are convenient, can want things that are convenient to them. Women have conveniences, and we placate to women's conveniences. So there's nothing wrong with men just having wanting conveniences and having preferences.
True. Next, by the way, let True get in there.
I think to speak to it, and I'm not speaking for Bo, but I agree with what she said. It's crazy how it went over some people's head. As men, we would be best served to understand what our abilities are, and then have that anchored in something that it can be replicated and can be scalable. But
are you out of your mind?
No, I'm not.
Do you understand? Do you understand?
Hold on. Watch. Let's let him get his full thought out though.
But please let me just interject real quick. You just
No,
said
he was
as
cooking.
men. You just said as men, it's best we scale our ideas and what you understand.
You didn't hear what he said.
Infrastructure is ran by 99% men. The fact that we're able to
You didn't hear a word
right
he
now
said.
is because there's a bunch of men on a deep sea oil rig in the middle of nowhere, powering these things. Like, men.
Watch, you gotta let him get. You gotta
let you finish. Yeah, let you finish.
Yeah, if you let him finish, you may understand what he's saying, brother.
Please don't cut him off. True, go ahead. Please don't cut him off.
I think it's very weak for men to have to verbalize what is supposed to be already innately understood. In my existence, in interacting with a woman, I don't ever have to say you have to listen to what I say. Like, that's a weak position. And I think that there are men who do not understand that, brother, if you are a man, you never have to convey to the woman what is to be instructed. You do lead from an individual perspective. She will more than likely follow what you do when you showcase what it is that you're capable of. And a lot of brothers do not do this very well. They suck at articulating their thoughts. A lot of times they exemplify a lot of emotional responses like women, and then they expect women to listen. Now, I'm not saying that the women don't need some growth on their end, but what Bo said, I agree with. You can't take your application of what you think is leadership and apply it to each and every woman the same way. You have to understand your audience. That is the sign of a good leader.
Is that not what jobs do?
Is that not what jobs do? Explain.
Don't they take a general application of what they think leadership should be and what duty should be, and don't they apply that to multiple people?
They do, but if I understand correctly, I think that even within jobs, they have performance reviews because they have people who get fired if they don't, adhere to the levels.
Tag me in, True.
Go ahead.
I wanted to say something because I think I've actually said it, and I've said it on there before. So I want to address this, John, because I've said, like, my girl got to listen to me. She got to do what I tell her to do, right? I say that all the time. I say that all the time on here, right? But at the same time, I think that I'm a great leader because I take into consideration what she, her opinion, how she feels. I rarely ever have to tell my girl what to do or nothing like that, and I rarely ever will, right? But I think that is just that's a concession that you make, being in a relationship. Like, we all give up autonomy to be in a marriage or a relationship. But I think that to be a good leader, you have to take into consideration the people who you are leading and how they feel. You got to understand that being a leader is being a servant at the end of the day, and you're the ultimate servant, right? I don't do this for me. I do this for my family. You always have to be learning, and you have to be learning, and you have to be reassessing, like, how did I do today? Like, when you're dealing with your kids, okay, do I owe my son an apology, right? Did I do the best job that I could at hearing him? Do I feel like he not only was heard, but did he feel heard, right? Like, these are things that you have to take into consideration when you are leading. So even though I say stuff like, yo, my girl got to listen to me, all that type of stuff, yeah, at the end of the day, if we break it down into a simple form, but I'm committed to hearing her perspective,
servant leadership,
and things like that.
Listen, I agree
Real
with
dope.
that.
You
I
stole
agree
my
with that.
talking points. I just want to let you know those are
Hold
my
on,
talking
Jawar.
points.
That's what's up.
But I just want
Because Maestro had his hand up
what
too.
Real Dope just said. What Real Dope just said is excellent. 'Cause I agree with it.
Jawar
But the
both
problem
got his
is,
hand
the
there.
problem is,
And you
you
off
got
camera.
too many people whose outcome is not reflective of what they're shaking their head and agreeing with. Okay, because let's go with the Bo thing. She said, well, I've come from a neutral family. My grandparents, my great grandparents. Okay, that's your great grandparents. That's your parents. Now, what about you? What about your children? Are you continuing the legacy? Because if you're not, then no, your outcomes is not.
Brother, did you just interrupt the bill to take a personal attack at Bo again?
He been
Like,
waiting.
how do we
You
keep
gotta
doing
let him
this?
finish.
How do
I
we
didn't
keep doing
attack.
this, right?
No, I
Like,
didn't
people
attack
were
you.
in
I was
line, they
addressing.
were waiting patiently.
No, I was
Then you
addressing.
cut in.
That wasn't an
she
attack.
said.
That wasn't an attack. He just
I know it wasn't an attack. You
Watch,
always
come on, brother. Like, God, dog,
wasn't.
man. The way your
It
cape fly in
wasn't.
the air for
I
other
wanted to
men,
speak to what
giving me
Watch
cause for concern, my brother.
Uh-oh.
what
Like,
Watch
that's a
said.
grown
Listen,
man. He's having a conversation, and then you swoop in. That wasn't an attack.
I wanted to speak to what Watch
I'm gonna
said.
tell you what
logic. Yeah, I know
he
logic.
addressed it. I'm addressing what she said.
Right, but why go back there
And
when we having a real dope bill? Because actually, what dope was saying was speaking to servant leadership, which we should have paused and took all of that in.
Term. That's a
Right?
nonsensical term. It's just
But you
leadership.
jumped in to want to take an attack at Bo again, which is
Real Dope Daddy,
weird.
can you tell them what servant leadership looks like?
This is weird.
No,
Like the way that y'all go at women is weird.
Listen,
like the way that y'all have
You don't know what I'm
hard-ons
saying.
to
This
put
is
women in their place
look.
is weird.
We're not
That you're
saying
not
put
even
women in their
covering.
place.
This
I
ain't
didn't
even
say
your
put women
woman.
in their place. I didn't say put women in their place.
So when Watch brings up the point, and this is what I wanted you to tag me in for, True.
What are you talking about?
When he
I'm
brings
talking
up the
about
point
Tag me in.
what I'm talking
right?
about.
This is what I'm
talking
saying.
about.
I'm a people leader. I interview people. If you
if you have a-
qualify for the position, guess
he's
what?
getting the
I
woman
extend
now.
an offer
He's
to
getting the
you
woman
that
now,
you can
trying to
accept.
talk over me.
If you don't
you're getting the woman.
qualify, I keep it
I'll
pushing.
let you have it, though.
Why do
I'll
we
let you
keep
have it.
talking about unruly, nappy-headed heifers
But is
that
there a
don't
betting? But is
qualify?
there? Wait. But is
What are you talking
But
about? You're
how
not
is
talking
it that
about
Real
me.
Dope
Hold on,
Daddy?
you said-
You're
Okay,
not
but
talking
you
about
are
me.
supposed to be the
I haven't
OG,
said
but Real
anything.
Dope
I
Daddy
haven't
was the
said
only one
anything
who
like that.
gave y'all some type of real
Yeah, dog.
I haven't
material
said anything
facts
like
on how
that.
to be a leader. Everybody
I
else
haven't
is
said
popping.
anything like that. He's espousing things on me that I didn't say.
But Jawar, you said you was an educator, but you can't even educate these men on how to be leaders. Real Dope Daddy had to do that.
First of all, listen.
Don't fall for
Yeah,
it.
Real
Don't
Dope
fall
Daddy
for
got
it.
that from
Don't
me.
fall for it. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it.
I'm not.
I
It's
like
just
dope.
ridiculous.
I'm
I
just saying,
like
he's
dope.
talking about he older than everybody. He's
Listen.
an educator, but didn't say nothing about what servant leadership
How
looks
old,
like. Could not
Jawar,
say
how
that.
old are you? How old are you,
Listen,
brother?
Who,
I'm
me?
51.
No, Jawar. We the
I'm
same
51.
age. So
I'm
so
51.
you know, let's act like we the same age, brother. My birthday was 3 weeks ago.
And my birthday was actually 5 days ago.
He
Oh, man,
always
I'm
he
older than
trying
you.
to one up you, bro. He trying to one up you everything. I'm a Muslim. Oh, you a Christian? I'm a Christian. Shut
August
up.
31st.
Period.
Listen. You shut up. All right. Listen, let me just tell you something. Look, we're talking about keeping the community together. We're talking about keeping the community together and strengthening the Black community. Okay. You cannot do that if you do not continue the legacy. All right. And the way you continue the legacy is you have to follow certain rules, standards, and protocols. All right. You cannot continue the community just by doing and thinking the way you want to think. You have to have some rules. So when Bo says, I come from this, my parents with this, and my grandparents with this, okay, that's great for your parents. But if you're not doing it, and your children are not doing it from that point on, then that means nothing to anybody.
Yeah,
It means
but why?
nothing.
But this is what I don't understand, Jawar. This is what I don't understand, right? So cool. That's Bo's situation. I don't understand the investment,
But
especially
Bo's
after they talked
situation,
about it.
the
Wait,
Bo's
before I was
situation
in,
is
hold
a
on 1 second.
majority of our community, and that's the
Absolutely.
problem.
Now that's majority of our community. So
Yes,
wait,
because
we got
70% of
10
our
people.
families are run by women.
Wait. We got 10 people on this panel, right? And I guarantee if I ask every dude up here, they a real dope daddy. right? Every dude is winning. They ain't never took no losses. They six-figure earners.
I just said
but
that we
somehow
are
majority of our
30%. I said
community.
we the 30%. I said
And
we
look
the
and look a
30%.
damn mess.
That's
No,
wild.
I
G.
said we are the 30%, the people on this panel. But we're talking about the other people that we got to deal with when we walk outside our house.
Well, I don't.
Hold on, we can smoke on this show.
No, we cannot. Not supposed to. But I think to watch his example, what I take contention with is the fact that you're utilizing a corporate structure, and then that corporate structure was enacted by other men. That may work in that capacity. But I think if we're going to use it on a relational application, you have to, again, do what works with your household or within your community.
A marriage application.
Well, a marriage application is not a corporation application. They're different.
Shit.
How so?
You still vetting. The principle is the same, True. You still vetting.
I'm not removing that. But what I took from what you said is she can go to work.
They're both hierarchical structures, no?
No, you're absolutely right. But they're also corporations with an agenda past just relational. They're profit driven.
So a relationship is not profit driven. You're saying a relationship is not profit driven for a woman. So are you saying that women aren't acquiring the most wealth ever through divorce? Are you saying that that's not happening?
All female billionaires with the exception. All female billionaires.
Listen, I'm giving a.
Don't get him started, man. Here he go.
Don't do that one, Maestro.
I'm gonna do that because you can't refute my argument. Is what I'm saying. I can give one anecdote. You can't refute the fact that the divorce rate is higher amongst women versus men. Is that not true?
I wasn't arguing.
Wait, what? The divorce rate amongst women is higher versus men?
My point was that the way. So are you saying? So Gorilla, are you saying that women, their biggest acquisition of money, history of transfer of wealth, is not through a man?
Brother, you're looking at this the problem with that, right? No. Let me answer his question, please. Let me answer his question. Let me answer his question directly.
Bro, that is a
fact. Dog, watch. Hey, brother. Like, tuck your skirt, my brother. He's asking me a question.
Relax, bro. Like, bro, who are you,
so eager to bust. Like, chill. He asking me a question, and here you go with the cable.
Who are you, though?
The question is, who are you? Watch the chat. They know me, my nigga. They don't know you.
You think
they're trying to figure out why you are here? They know why I'm here.
What do you do?
Nothing.
I just never needed it.
So Maestro, you said what? What was the question? Oh, the biggest transfer. So of the women who become millionaires, this is the stat that you're trying to quote. Of the women who become wealthy and millionaires.
I didn't say millionaires.
Millionaires is the stat that you're trying to quote, because I'm very familiar. I've been in this space for 6 years. I hear this all the time. Right? The stat that you're trying to quote is the women that become wealthy and millionaires, that transference is through divorce. You're correct. My question to you, sir, working class people, right? What are you splitting in the divorce? Most of those divorces end amicably. You walk with what you got, she walk with what she got. Now, do I need to do research for you and pull that up?
Can I say?
You understand that they're big. You understand?
Yeah, dog. Watch. Hey, man. The answer is no. I'm married, brother. I don't want to court you. I don't want no part of you, brother. The answer is no.
Can I speak?
You're way too eager to jump in to have a conversation with me, brother.
You on a panel?
Can I speak to that?
You on a panel, bro?
Quick? The process in a divorce, right? For working class people, everyday people, right? You bring your 401k, your accounts, and your business or whatever you got to the table, they bring theirs. Y'all, the mediator is like, do you want anything from her? Do you want anything from him? Y'all ain't got but 2 nickels to rub between the two of you. So both of you all are like, nope, we cool. Because everything's up on the table. Everything's on the table. The woman who works got to put her stuff on the table. The man who works got to put his stuff on the table.
Who makes more?
And the mediator is like, do you want anything from them? No?
Who makes more generally?
Cool. Go forth and be great. We do not get anything in a divorce because we ain't got but 2 nickels to rub between the two of us.
Who makes
no,
more?
but you have to decide about the children if you got children.
who makes more generally in marriage? Do women?
That's
do
that's
women
called
marry
primary
men who make-
custody, Jawar. That's different.
And then child
do
support
women
comes
marry
next.
men who
Comes that
make
Yeah,
primary
but
custody.
that's child support. That's not
But it ain't for the
alimony
child, though,
or
bro. It's
you
not for the
what?
child.
Well, no. You're talking two different things, my brother. Because you said transference of wealth.
That's wealth transfer. Access to
Child support.
That's that. Yes, sir.
Hold on, Maestro, you said divorce. You didn't say family court.
Wait.
Maestro,
Wait.
you said divorce.
Now you're
You
being
didn't say
disingenuous.
family
Bo, I thought I was hearing them wrong.
Maestro, we always see why your baby mom left you. I always
I
hear
am
you
going to
why.
have something in your mouth, young lady. You sound like my little sister right now.
Wait, I'm trying to
you butting in like you a
Your
hype
little
woman.
sister,
Why do
then
you keep-
she's
why you-
spitting
why you
facts
keep
because
talking- why
you
keep
be
butting in
on
like
here
you a hype
so
woman?
saucy.
Ain't nobody asked for a rap song. I didn't ask for a backup. Didn't Kelly Price already talk about you, unruly woman? Gosh damn.
Kelly Price.
Shut the fuck up.
Kelly Price. See, that's why she ain't want you. That's why she ain't want you. Right there.
God dang, she already said how like just hush for a second.
I'm just saying she didn't want you. Look at how you act.
Singing in the background. You singing in the background the whole fucking time. Gosh damn.
You said singing in the background.
Yes, you
But
heard
wait,
me.
I want y'all to hear. I want y'all to hear what Maestro just did. Maestro, you brought up divorce. And then when divorce didn't work for you, then you want to bring up child support, which is different because that's family court. Family court and divorce court are two completely different things.
And you see, Bo, you're part of the problem.
You did it.
No, I know what
You're
I
just
did.
an
So
angry black man.
Listen, Bo, listen. Let me speak for 1 second.
They are closely related, Bo.
Let me cook. No, let me cook. Because she don't know nothing about the sauce.
You never cook. You cooking ramen noodles right now, babe. Not too much on that.
Typically in divorce, they both get handled at the same time.
Yeah, they do, but then family court supersedes divorce proceedings sometimes. Though, so you can hold on. The woman can go to, or the man can go to family court, right? They can go through family court and have that child support amended. That's a separate issue than what the brother was talking about. That's a hard thing to do. He said wealth transference, and then he introduced child support. Right? No, he introduced. Well, actually, Jawar introduced child support. We talking strictly divorce and the wealth transference through divorce.
Yeah, but wealth transference is also related to child support because if a lot of guys are paying a whole bunch of money in child support, they cannot save their money to transfer their wealth.
I have children.
That's why
I have children. I have children. I have children. I have children that I'm responsible for. Right. So I pay to make sure my children are supported. That is not a wealth transference to their mother.
Yes, it is.
Who do you pay?
Money.
Who do you pay?
No, we're talking about
it's money.
No, we're talking about wealth transfer to the next generation.
No. Rilla, I understand what you're saying. I understand what Rilla is saying. However,
yeah. Wait, Joe. However, are you about to point out the minuscule percentage of women, say like a Brittany Renner, who may trap a player and convert that into wealth? Now you about to? I'm not
necessarily saying that.
The average child support
wealth to the next generation.
Wait, what is it, Wizzle? The average child support payment is what?
It's around $54 or something like that.
That's the wealth transfer.
My dad paid.
Hey, Maestro, they said I'm Reggie and you're emotional.
No, my dad paid $0.
A lot of black women are married to broke niggas. That's all.
Damn. My mom was lucky.
So now we talking wealth transference, but you just said black niggas are broke. Y'all got to make this stuff make sense.
No, all I'm saying is if somebody's paying $54 a month.
No, y'all got to make this. He said the average.
Contradicting
Hey, Jawar. Hey,
somebody's paying $54.
Hey, Mr. 5 days ago, Mr. Educator. You know, average means average.
Is that average and average?
Somebody said $54. Who's paying $54?
Wizzle said that, right? Average. Now I didn't pay that for my fees, but 54.
Double check it. It's the joke.
Yeah, but $54 for as child support.
Hold on.
Just usually
Wizzle joke. Hold on. Let me look that up because I know it's definitely not what I was paying in child support. But the point remains. There's a small percentage of women or men, right? Because men do it too, that are able to convert child support into wealth transference, right? And it's about as minuscule as the number of people that are able to convert wealth from divorce, right? So when I think about Melinda Gates, when I think about Jeff Bezos' first wife, when I think about Sheila Johnson, those stand out. You are pressed.
Those are, most
Again,
I'm
gonna land the plane. I'm gonna go on mute, brother. We're gonna show you. We're gonna show each other
let me go
deference.
after him. Let me
As
address that.
yeah, as 74 babies, you know what I'm saying? Children in hip hop, we're gonna show each other deference, right? So cool. Right. So my point is, in the same way, you're hard pressed to find working class, blue collar people, right, in that same position where either party, like Bo was just saying, either party, their wealth is transferred in that regard, because both of you in a divorce proceeding are bringing what you have to the table. They're looking at the assets, you know, and good point on the mediator, Bo, because whether you have an attorney or she has an attorney, you're both coming to the table with a mediator. And I don't know, Maestro, maybe you shaking your head. Maybe that wasn't your scenario. I don't know. I know in most cases that is the case. You separate based on what assets are marital assets. You split those down the middle. And in most instances, people walk away, and I'm talking about just marital, not nothing child support. People walk away with what they came in that situation with.
Did the man want to walk away in the most place? Did the man want to walk away?
You said what?
Did the man want to most times? I know we talking about
that's a different.
You're speaking for yourself. Just speak for yourself.
No, I'm not, did I not just say?
No, you good, Ray. No, but Maestro, that's a different conversation because we're just talking about wealth right now. Whether the man want to walk away or not.
But can I finish? I thought you were finished. So can I finish?
I was, but Jawar was going after me. But you can go.
Now you want to?
No, but Maestro,
I can't never say nothing, and then when I start talking loud, y'all say I'm yelling.
But
that's why I don't respect what y'all be saying.
No, I'm going next. I'm going next. I said, listen, let's talk about the wealth transfer. Let's talk about the wealth transfer in the divorce.
$5,400 a year.
All right, let's talk about the wealth transfer in the divorce.
Wait, Wizzle said $5,400 a year is the average payment, Jawar?
Yeah, it's $441 a month and $5,400 a year. That's why I got the number 54 for.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna just say this. Let's just talk about the wealth transfer.
That's a lot of money.
Let me buy my yacht right now.
Let's just talk about the wealth transfer. Chicago was talking about. Hold on, let me finish. Let me talk, please. Chicago was talking about, Sheila Johnson. These people are millionaire billionaires. I mean, none of us would never have that type of money anyway. So,
Speak for yourself, babe.
We talking about
okay, all right, except for the people on this panel.
Yeah, like I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. All right, but
speak for yourself, Brokey.
But most average people should have at least $100,000 to pass on to the next generation. That's like the minimum. Because if you go get a life, because I have life insurance and stuff like that. So if you got life insurance, you should have at least $100,000 to pass on to your children.
Wrong.
Right?
Yes, that's true.
No, I think that's what most.
Wrong.
No,
my mom was a life insurance agent for New York Life. That's wrong.
What's wrong with $100K for the kids? What's wrong with
that? Go ahead, Jawar. Y'all gotta let him finish.
Okay. Whatever number you.
Y'all gotta let him finish. Show me that respect. I'm gonna take up for my twin brother, man.
Listen, whatever. I mean, if it's 100,000, if it's more than 100,000, who can? The concern is really not about the numbers. Okay. If it's more than 100,000, great. All right. But the point is, everybody on here should have something. All right, to pass on to your kid. 100,000, even 70. When my father died, I got like 70. All right.
Damn, you lucky.
No, I had to split that 70 between 3 other siblings. All right. So it was like, but most people, aren't gonna get like $500,000 or $1 million in life insurance. I mean, that's very rare. All right. But most people can't afford $100,000 insurance policy. Okay. So when he says about wealth transfer in a divorce, and let's say the woman can go off and not pay the child support, but the man has to pay child support, that will cut into his salary if he's only making like, $90,000 a year or $80,000 a year. He won't be able to save a lot of money if he's paying like some of these child support verdicts, like, was it $1,200 a month? $1,300 a month, $1,400 a month for one kid. You can't be able.
What is his annual salary if he's paying $1,200 a month?
It could be like 80. It could be like 70.
That's not true. That's not
60, 70.
Disposable income, and it depends on his visitation structure because it's not based on high earnings. I've seen child support cases that the man made $56,000 a year, but because the visitation wasn't enacted, he suffered in that aspect. So that's the part that we're very insensitive to. How I agree with Maestro. There is a wealth transfer, and we dismiss it because we want to make it seem like, oh, it's the kids and we're sensitive. No, that is a racket. A lot of wealth is eliminated from growing within the community because of the way that is
because of child support. Yep, and that's why it says it's always better to stay married, pull your resources together, and you will have some money to transfer to your kids. When you have these two households paying two mortgages, paying 2 sets of cars, paying maybe some of you probably paying tuition for school for your kids, you know, that's like double stuff.
That's a reasonable point. I just thought about it. Like, damn, we all got to buy 2 houses.
The most damaging part is that it doesn't stop. So, like Rilla was saying, like, how much is he making? That starting point when the case is enacted could be 1 point, but if he increases, as most of the time he will over the course of his career, that can be risen. So if it starts at 800,
that's correct.
Yeah, so it's damaging.
So wait. Let's keep the child support separate from the divorce, because we talking divorce.
But it's all
regardless of what. And listen, I'm definitely on record. Like I'm free. I paid my child support. This, listen, this the first thing I went and did. You did what I'm saying? So fuck what you talking about, right?
I know that's right.
It. I'm with the campaign, but that's still money for my seeds, right? And that situation is totally separate from what Maestro, which maybe he didn't get a chance to finish his point, because he was talking about divorce and he didn't even introduce child support. Jawar came in and said that. He was talking about divorce. Hold on, Jawar. He was talking about, I'm not negating your point. I'm sorry. I wasn't saying it that way, brother. I promise. He wasn't saying child support yet. Jawar came in and did that. So if Maestro is introducing that, then we can have a different conversation. I prefer to keep it separate because I still, regardless of what y'all saying, and I would agree that, it impedes the progress for us to build wealth. I certainly have been impeded, right? That money I was paying per month, definitely could have went elsewhere. However, those are seeds that I brought into this world, and I'm still accountable for them, period. Regardless.
Well, nobody's disparaging you for taking care of your kids.
I know that part. Yeah.
No, we all.
But that wasn't no wealth transfer to their mama. Trust and believe that.
Well, but let's be honest. I mean, the mothers are the stewards of the child support. Okay?
Absolutely.
So she decides what the money gets, spent on primarily.
And there's a reason why they don't trust.
Now, if there's a woman who's like come to their kid and say, okay, what do you want? Do you want anything? And then the kid be like, yeah, I want it. And she'll just go spend it on it. But the point is, like you said, if you had stayed with the woman and you're building in under one house, because you have one mortgage, because this is how me and my wife built our wealth. We lived off of one paycheck, and my paycheck went into the savings. And if we were paying 2 mortgages, and sometimes as the father, I don't know if y'all heard about guys like this in divorce. If there's a divorce, and let's say the woman lives in a nice house, but he lives in an apartment, the woman will go after the guy and say, "Oh, your living standards aren't up to the child, so you either got to get a better place if you want to see your kid." Mm-hmm. Right. So you got guys in that situation. So you got guys who have to, spend some money to get a bigger house, bigger apartment, more expensive apartment. So they're paying for their rent or mortgage at a new place. Then they're paying child support. Then they're paying the bills. And let's be honest, some guys, they go get another woman, and you got to spend money on her.
Or that medical.
So it's like,
I pay that medical too. Don't
sound
forget
like you got to pay the cost to be the boss then.
Well,
yeah,
no.
The problem is that you get.
That's why I wanted to keep the kids separate from this, because it gives money.
They can't be separate.
Kids can't be separate. Okay.
No. And the reason why is because you get punished for making more money. This is the only place that you get punished as a man for becoming successful. Now, I won't say my personal, because I think it's kind of disingenuous for anybody to say, "Hey, well, is it the general thing?" And then you give them a general stat. And then you go, well, did you go through it? And then you say, okay, I went through it. Then where's the argument? So it's kind of ironic that I've not only gone through it, what I've gone through is the general thing. And here's the thing: if most
You're
of y'all
not.
don't
You wasn't married, was
and
you?
are you still talking? God,
Wait, Michael,
damn.
now I want to
You
hear
married?
this.
I think that's
Ray,
Wait, Ray,
God,
I want to hear him now. I'm
damn.
sorry. So wait, you went through the what's the general thing that you went through?
Having to go through the aspect of custody that leads to child support, because
Me
child
too.
support is based on overnights and income.
Sure,
And
me too.
there's hold on. There's a term in the community called, have you heard of a term called silver bullet?
No, explain the silver
Okay,
bullet to me.
so lawyers call it silver bullet. See, I'm a rare case in my state because I'm the only people who represent themselves and didn't hire lawyers over $30,000 to represent me. They had to cheat and corrupt in order to win. So what women typically use, some men do it, but mostly it's women because most judges are not going to believe a man. These are silver bullet. They say he is abusive. The words he says he's this, he's that, and then when they do that, the courts are allowed to what they call intervene. The moment that the courts are allowed to intervene, that's when it becomes a sport game. Meaning they use child custody to alley-oop the child support because it's overnight in income. I directly said that to the judge, and she wanted to act stupid. Although I didn't know, she tried to act like I didn't know the game. Hey, you're keeping custody away from me because you're trying to maximize child support. Now, why would they want to do that?
Yes.
Because hold on.
Because every judge gets a percentage of child support.
They get match funds. So why, if it's a business, why would they not? Like, even if I say, you know what, I respect your business acumen. That makes logical sense. We want to double. As a business owner, why would I not understand that premise? Hey, if we take the children away from the man, aka custody, and we can maximize child support because it's overnight in incomes in most states. But people who say that they're not affected with each other, you are so disingenuous, or you're out of tune, or you're ignorant on what's going on.
Is this white supremacy though? Is this a form of racism? Is this a form of racism or white supremacy? Why come I can't never say nothing?
Ray, they
Why
do that
come
with
I
white
can't
men
never
too.
say nothing though?
But Ray, they do that with white men.
Only thing, Ray, I would say with that is that white men are getting caught in that too. That's I wouldn't necessarily.
So who's affected more? Would y'all say, or it's the same?
Probably white men.
Oh, okay, because they're married. Is it because they're married more?
Now we got to
this disproportionately affects more black men.
Go for it.
We got to get to these super chats. Mine day, $4.99, bro. Never said anything anti-black. It's only anti-black when non-black people say it. If it's true, it's true. If not, then have the conversation. But again, $4.99. We can't possibly win a race war. Not even close. So tell everyone we're best friends yet. I'm just asking. Willie again, $9.99. Kids being Will. $4.99. Only people offended by Buddy are the people he was talking about. His dogs will always holla. EK, no, easy. Ezekiel, $9.99. It's Hamp, salute. And T-Bug, $2. Black men and women are the last two in education. Marcus Evans, $5. Shout out to my brother Hamp, Trigger Mike, Miss Pearl, Lady O, True for holding it down despite the nonsense I'm hearing from the other people. Marcus Evans again, $5 says Jasmine is a damn liar. Question for the fellas: does she look like legit a thug or a geek? Wives and murder, $5. Don't ever glorify white people who prey on your demise. Kirk prayed on your demise. Look at black people glorifying. Ronald with the $5, also a member. Tony Golden, $5. KS had a relationship with white people because he was an avatar for a school of thought like Charlie and Black's. KS and Charlie symbolized some transcendent. This might be risky. It's Hamp, also a member, $10. And Tab, boss. See y'all tomorrow. Thanks again, Jay. I appreciate you. Horos, 3.5, 2-hour responsibility without authority is slavery. And lastly, Bruno with the $5. Also, I want to thank everybody that's contributed to the platform. I did drop Hamp's link earlier, so y'all make sure y'all go ahead and support DJ Hamp, which is his channel. This might be risky, so make sure y'all support him just as much as you support me and us over here. Let's make sure we spread the love. Keep it peaceful in these streets. Y'all enjoy y'all weekend. Y'all be safe. Thank you, Watch, for coming up. Mastro, Gerard, Ray, Rilla, of course, home team, everybody that participated on the panel, True, Bo, Trigger Mike, DJ Hamp, Jasmine, Kia, M. White. Hopefully I ain't miss nobody else. Lady O. Thank you, everybody. Y'all enjoy yourselves. We out. Peace.